Hey y'all, how y'all doing? Happy Hump Day. I believe it's Wednesday. Um, so I want to pop on real quick and give my commentary. I hadn't even planned on doing a video today, but I was listening to some playbacks, a playback in particular from from the Faith Factor. I was hey Faith Factor. I'm glad you on it, girl. And so hey Aries Queen. I was listening to Faith Factor's playback of a video from her video yesterday, in which she had previous prior to her going live. And Faith Factor, I was wondering if I could drop the link and you could come up because I had some questions for you, love. So I was listening to the playback, listened to her first, and she jumped on a panel where Rudy Rue was talking about pretty much abuse of children versus consent. And the reason why I titled my video "Rooted Brew, You Are Out of Order" is because you are conflating. Well, first of all, you're out of order. The first reason why I say you're out of order is because you want to lay the subject and the trauma of child sexual assault. You want to lay that solely at the feet of women, right? So you don't want men to have any it's not their fault, right? So you talked about when women bring men into their house. You said these men, which is now this is the truth. See, some of this stuff coming out of this man's mouth, y'all need to pay attention because some of the things that came out of his mouth, those are the things of a predatory mindset. We know that we have lots of men, lots of child predators that will get involved with the mother in order to get to the child, right? Whether they are a teenager or whether they are preteens or whether they are small children, right? If you are a predator, if you are a pedophile, a hebephile, or infantophile, you will get with women in order to get to their children, right? And that is why it is important to vet these men in your life, right? So nobody goes into a relationship with a man thinking that he is trying to get with you. Oh, okay. Okay, Faith, thank you. He is trying to get with you in order to get to your child, right? So, but what you said, and I hope a lot of women are listening beyond, because see, part of the problem that we have on YouTube, especially in this black sector, is that people turn real world issues into YouTube talking points, right? So, but for you to lay this solely at the woman's foot is out of order. That's one reason why I did this video, right? Because I just be up in the clouds listening, um I'll try to catch what's going on. And fortunately, I caught what's going. I can't believe this conversation has turned so dark, you know. And so I'm listening to you, and I also listened to a Tori's video, the words that were coming out of your mouth, and you sound like a whole weirdo. You sound like a pervert, right? And I don't know if people realize how they sound on YouTube because they've turned such a traumatic incident into a talking point. But you sound like a whole weirdo. You sound like a predator, right? And so Because of that, you're very excusatory when it comes to the actual predator. And I don't even know if you realize how you sound, or if you trigger and you're telling your truth, right? I don't really know what's going on with you, but what you need to do sometimes, you just need to shut the hell up, right? That's what you need to do, right? Because you're giving these blanket statements when it comes to women and how they should move and how they should vet men and all of this and all of that. But and you're very explanatory when it comes to the actual predator, because you sound like a predator yourself. But what you're not doing is you're not talking about the difference between consent, especially when it comes to teenagers. There's a difference between consent and non-consent, right? Between teenagers, because you mentioned there's a difference between a 16-year-old in a relation and having a relationship with a consensual relationship with a 19-year-old. They are both young people, but they are consenting, right? Even though if they're both underage, that they're really, their minds are not mentally mature enough to engage in this type of relationship in the first place. But if it's consensual, it's different from non-consent. Now, when you're talking about a grown man, an adult man, getting with a grown woman in order to get close to her teenage child, right? I did a video, I believe, last week or the week before, about 15-year-old Lauren Zuma. Her mom had went with a guy just for 5 years, and he raped and killed little 15-year-old Lauren Zuma. He had lived in that home for 5 years. The little girl was left at home alone with this 60-year-old man. And before he did what he did to her, she called her sister for help. Her sister called the police. Unfortunately, they didn't get there in time. She called her mama asking for help. By the time the help arrived, he had raped and shot her to death. He came outside with this, adjusting himself, telling the police to do what they had to do. So he had been preying on that girl for at least 5 years, and ain't no telling what happened before he got to that point. Now, had he actually been doing something to her, or had he just been thinking about it for all of those years, right? And so, my thing is, when it comes to that, yes, you have to vet these men around your children. Somebody like me, I got PTSD because I worked in child social services for so many years, right? And so I have seen just about everything when it comes to the abuse of children, right? And so to the point to where I had to retire. I had to leave. I couldn't take it no more. It made me physically ill. I was hospitalized, right? And so when you come on here and you make it seem like it's okay for a 15 or 16-year-old to have relationships not with a 19-year-old, but a adult, right? A grown man, right? Not even 19. We talking about 25, 30 years old, because we know we have very, very, very predatory men, not only in the black community, but in our communities, right? But we're going to focus on the black community because this was a conversation among black people. But I just want to emphasize that it is just not only black men that are preying on children. It is all types of men from all walks of life, right? And so I agree with that, Layla. Now that's what I would advise. But since a lot of people don't see it that way, and you can't tell anybody how to, run their home, we can just pray that they are very vigilant and doing the best that they can. But if I had daughters, I don't have any birth children, right? But if I had daughters and I know I was no longer with the father, I wouldn't. You can date all you want to. You don't have to bring them around your children, right? Because you can vet all you want to. You never know the mind of somebody. You don't never know what's inside of somebody's brain. That's why I brought up the Lauren Zuma case, because the mom had been going with that man for 5 years, right? And on one of the when they were in court, his one of his nieces said she can't believe that he did that. You can even do a background check, and you could be a predator for all your life and never have gotten caught, never have went to jail. You don't have any charges or anything like that because the law has never been involved in your predatory ways and your actions. And so if you do a background check and they don't have a police record, that's not going to help either, right? So better safe than sorry. And so yeah, some predators out here have never been, taken into custody or anything, so that background checks don't even work sometimes, you know, especially when it pertains to black people, because we still believe in that, what go on in my house, stay in my house syndrome. That's what I'm calling it, a syndrome, right? So anyway, I forgot what I was gonna say, but when you're talking about, here's where consent versus non-consent comes into play, right? So at one point in time, I believe he was talking about, say you're a 16-year-old and you got a crush or something on a grown man. I'm talking about a 19. I'm not talking about 19 years old. When you're 16, I'm talking about like 25, 26, 30, and whatever, right? Um, you can have a crush on these people, but if you have any type of self discipline and you are adult in the situation, even if a 16 years old has a crush on you, and she might be trying to, let you know that she's attracted to you, you as the adult have the authority, right? And because you have the authority, you are supposed to have self discipline enough to tell this child that, hey, you are a kid and we are not going to do this, right? Because you have the authority. And if you are not a pervert, you will not engage in this type of activity because it is weird, right? You have to have self discipline. And I don't want nobody thinking that every man walking the planet is a predator or a pervert, right? Because some do practice self discipline. A lot of them are not attracted to teenagers or children, right? But when you get somebody on here like Rude, and he's really, spelling out the game plan, of a predator, when he's talking about, you gotta, how could you bring a man in your home with your teenage daughter, and he ain't even really looking at you, he looking at your teenage daughter, and you jealous of your teenage daughter, and all of this here and all of that there. That is like a playbook, right? That is a playbook for predators, for weirdos, right? And so how you sounded was so deplorable to me. The verbiage, the words coming out of your mouth was so out of order. And I couldn't even watch the whole video. I said, you know what? He is literally, laying the blame at the mother's foot. He is not chastising the predator. He is not chastising men for not having no self discipline at all. He's not doing any of that. He's blaming the mother solely for the situations and cases where the children have been assaulted, right? And the verbiage that, like I said, that you use is so weird and so predatory that I could not even listen to the whole thing, right? And so a lot of this started the other day when Mr. George, aka Sister George, was over there, pretty much blaming victims for being assaulted, right? These fast little girls, these fast little girls that, and children on the back of the bus doing all of these things and all of that there. That verbiage um is out of order as well. I did a video about her. We played Faith's audio, right? But I refuse to play that audio from yesterday because the conversation is becoming darker and darker, and now it's to the point to where they're uplifting and protecting the predators and not calling them out. And if you are a man, and you have inserted yourself into this female conversation to the point to where you got to do a live about it, and the fact that you are trying to lay it out at the feet of the woman and not calling out the man, and you are a man, and if you were not a pervert your own self, you would call him out. You would know that it's wrong. You have no self-discipline. You have no moral compass. And you sound like a whole weirdo. So that's why I say you're out of order. Rude. If you're listening. And I hope you got the at part. Because you ought to be saying, and it got so dark at one point on the video, at the beginning of the video, is where he was talking about say something happened to him when he was a teenager or a little kid. He's an adult now, and he would lay the person to rest and chop him up and all of this and all of that. That's how dark it got. He mentioned some website that he went to where he seen somebody you know, getting chopped up. And I mean, just really, really very dark, right? And it's unfortunate. But when you start talking like that, and sometimes, and we know that hurt people. We know that when it comes to little boys and sexual abuse, a lot of times they don't tell. We know because they don't want to, they don't want to feel a male's ego is very fragile, right? So you can grow up your whole life and something happened to you and you'll never say anything about it. But when you grow up, when you've grown up to the point to where you feel like you've got some kind of power or you feel like you're strong enough, instead of getting help or trying to get justice for what happened to you as a child, you will turn into the predator your own self, right? You will start doing to other people what was done to you. And that's what it sounded like to me, Rude. When you tried to on Face Panel, Tori was talking about little boys when they have been abused, and you try to cut her off and change the subject. And so I'm thinking, well, did this happen to you? Did this happen to you? So is that why you're sympathizing with the predator? Because you don't want to make you seem like you said little boys don't tell when stuff like this happen because they don't want to sound weak. How is it weak to want to get help? Okay? But we know that a lot of little boys they won't open up and they won't ever tell you, say something like that, you know, especially on social media, right? It's really very hurtful, and that is another reason why you should not be discussing these kind of topics if you're only going to want to turn it into a talking point. Because your thing is, it seems like you're in particular have been fixated on it, Rule, for days, like you can't let it go. And I'm wondering why you can't let it go. That's what I'm wondering. Do you want to tell your story? Did something happen to you? Is that why you're sympathizing? It's just like Sister George. When she gets over there and she says all of this stuff, and then she admitted on her channel that she is in fact male identified, and we looked up the definition of male identification, right? We looked that up, we talked about it. She fit the profile perfectly. And I believe it's because something happened to her. Either somebody didn't believe her, or she was scared to tell somebody, or whatever went on. And so for that reason, she's coming online, and she's she's very steadfast in her stance. And she has a lack of a moral compass as well, right? Because like I said on that last video when we were talking about these subjects, if you don't get help for this sort of thing, you can turn around and you can become a predator yourself. You can let your soul turn black, you know, and you won't care about somebody else being done this way, in particular a child. You will have you will have a lack of sympathy for these types of situations. And that is what her and Rude are exhibiting, in my opinion, right? So, but Rude, instead of you getting on here and sounding like a whole weirdo to the 10th power, you just need to hush, okay? Because to some of us, you are the perfect example of a weirdo, right? Now we know we got a whole when it comes to these type of predators. You have a whole organization set up to want to legalize, attempted to legalize um, um, the feelings that they have for children, right? And I'm trying to keep this as G as I can because I don't like some of the verbiage coming out of some of the people's mouths, right? All the way back to the Sister George situation, when she said what some little girls was doing on the back of buses and stuff. I don't like the verbiage. And to keep saying it over and over again, it's just like, just digging the knife deeper and deeper. So I don't like some of the verbiage, right? I don't like it. It's not a good look. It just don't, cause we're all adults and we get it. All you gotta do is say it one damn time, okay? You don't have to keep regurgitating it and saying it over and over again like we get it, right? Because that's weird within itself. I don't like that, right? So anyway, when it comes to Sister George and Rude, I think both of you guys have never dealt with your childhood trauma. So you want to, or Rude, maybe you're trying to be a shock jock, and so you think you're getting brownie points from these men, and you probably are, because what you're doing is and I hope these women with children are listening, because you are perfectly explaining a predatory mindset. And so I hope y'all take, well, you offended by this, and you should be. I hope you're taking notes, and I hope you're paying attention, because you got a lot of women that would rather be friends with their children instead of parents, right? And so I think that Rude might have been particularly offended by Sister George, because she's kind of like an old school parent, right? You have to actually raise your child. You can't be your child's friend. So me, when I was raised the old school way, right? Like did I say Sister George? I meant a faith factor. I'm talking about faith factor. If I said Sister George, I meant faith factor. She was raised. You can tell she was raised by some old school parents that actually raised her, right? Because I was actually raised, and certain things are not acceptable. Okay, you do not let the world have your children. You have to have more control over your children than the world does. I don't care if the law say at 16 years old you can legally consent to a sex act. I don't give a damn. Okay, because my parents didn't give a damn, right? I was more afraid of my parents and my grandparents than I was anything that the world said, to the point to where by the time I had those types of relations, I was all the way in college. I was all the way 18 years old. Number one, um, I was scared. Number two, I didn't want to embarrass my family. And number three, I didn't want to deal with the consequences and repercussions. Okay, Faith, I'm gonna drop the link of certain situations, because you have to, like I said, you have to, your children have to be more afraid of you than anything going on with the world. And when it comes to the law and the age of consent, I don't care what they say the age is. You're not gonna do what you're gonna do, and let me find out about it. We're not gonna do that. I don't care what the law say. I don't care what the world say. I don't care what your friends say. And so I think that's what Faith was saying, because evidently she was raised with some old school parents like I was. And number one, first and foremost, I repeat, I did not want to disrespect or embarrass my family. You got a lot of people these days with a lot of broken homes, and they don't understand that sort of thing. And so a lot of people were raised without that type of family structure. And because you have a lot of people not being raised with that type of family structure, you get conversations like this, you know. And so, but it's still possible for you to raise your child instead of letting the world raise your child. It's possible. And I think that that's what Faith was talking about. But let me drop this link. Hold on one second. Hey, Beach. Hey, everybody, for coming in. Y'all, please hit the like button. Hold on. Let me try to get the link first. Yeah, it's just very disturbing to me, the whole thing. I don't like, I don't like the verbiage. I don't like the mindset. It's kind of it's deplorable for grown men to sit on camera and sympathize with predators. There you go, Faith. Or anybody want to hit the link, you're more than welcome. But I know Faith said she was at work. King's Minute said, shoot, I'm 49 and I still watch the things I do and say, because I don't want my 78-year-old mama going off on me. I know that's right, King's Minute. I know that's right. A lot of us was raised in the old school way. So you didn't have a choice but to do the right thing back in the day. And of course we try to sneak, but you sneak within limits. because you didn't want to have to deal with the consequences and repercussions. Problem with kids these days is they have no fear. Some of them, a lot of them, they have no fear, you know. And a lot of parents is too worried about what the law say when it comes to raising their child. I wish I would. I'm the matriarch in my family. I done told you that over and over again. I don't give a damn what the law says. You can't dictate to me about how to rear mine. That's what you're not gonna do. And I don't care what they say either. Hold on, Faith. Let me put my thing up in case this is you. Don't make no sense. Why would you do that? Uh, Faith, is this you?
Yeah, it's me. Hold on, I'll show you. Hey,
Hey, how you doing? I just had to
all
be
right.
sure because you know people like to porn bomb people and have people channel snatching. It's a whole lot of weirdos around here.
Oh yeah, I know. I've been porn bomb a couple of times on my channel, so I don't blame you.
Yeah, I have too, child. I have too. I'm not, I have too, but I wanted to thank you for sticking to this subject and also really explaining to especially a lot of younger people that may not have been grown. It sounded like you had some old school raising, right? And some
Yeah.
of us have grown up to raise our little ones in the old school way, as opposed to everybody want to be everybody's friends these days. That ain't how it works, you know.
No, you can't be friends with your kids at all. And my parents definitely they're not my friends. And let me just explain what that means. Just
Right,
because your parents don't want to be your friends don't mean that they don't love you or they not
exactly.
cool with you. Because my parents, we could be cool, but I
Yeah,
know that there's a line that I can't step across because
right,
I'm still, their offspring, even though I'm grown now, even now. And my
right,
children are grown, and there's a line I won't let them cross.
right,
And that's that line that we need to get back. Right now everybody want to be friends with their kids, they want to be cool with their kids, but they
right.
not trying to actually raise them. And
Exactly.
see, part of raising them, because there were times I hated my mother, I hated my dad,
Hmm.
I hated all of them because they wouldn't let me do what I wanted to do. But
Exactly.
it's not until I got older that I could appreciate, the how can I say, they had safety nets out there for me.
Exactly. Can you say that again? They had safety nets.
Yes.
You didn't want to embarrass your family. You didn't want to deal with the wrath of your parents when you went too far. You had respect for not only your family but your parents as well. You know, because I love my nieces and my nephews, but I do anything. I walk across hot coals for them if I have to. But what I'm not gonna do is be your friend. Okay, I love you. I love you. That is why there is a distinction because I'm gonna need you to listen to me when you're in trouble, and I'm gonna need you to hear me when I'm trying to keep you out of trouble.
Absolutely.
So
And
I
that's the
appreciate you.
main thing. You have to be the one to try to drive that home. You can't let the outside influences have more influence than you. And yeah, my
Exactly.
parents, to me, they wasn't cool or nothing, but they had more influence over me than my
Yeah,
friends did because I
yeah,
had to think before I did anything, because I had to
ex-
wonder what my parents gonna do if they find out I'm doing this thing.
that's right. But let me ask you this, and I know you're at work. Um, could you give me a brief summary of how it made you feel when you heard uh Rude pretty much trying to nigga explain away the actions of a predator?
It made me feel as if he had an agenda. I'm just going to be honest with you. It made me feel as if he did not want the environment to be safe for children and for women and little girls. When I hear men like him talk like that, and try to throw the blame on the woman and try to shame women into feeling a certain type of way about protecting kids and all this type of stuff, I'm not fooled by it, because that's what a lot of predatory men do. And some of the predatory men, you actually like them, like Rude. I actually like him, you know but that's how they get you. You like them and you think they're cool, but at the same time, they got an agenda. And that's how it made me feel, like he had an agenda.
I would have to absolutely agree. I felt like he was trying to protect the predator and lay the fault of that type of abuse, laid it at the feet of the mother, in particular the mother, right? Which let me know, which told me in my mind, and I've never said, oh, he's never been across the couch for me, and I'm analyzing him, but it made me feel like he was dealing with some type of childhood trauma. It made me feel like maybe his mom didn't protect him. You know what I mean? And I was alarmed by that. And when Atari, I think this is him. Hold on. And when Atari came up, he pretty much shouted her down because he wanted to change the subject. Is this Rue?
Yes, ma'am. How you doing, Ms. O?
How you doing? You are out of order, sir. But hold on a minute. I got some words for you.
Okay, okay.
Go ahead, Faith. Continue. I'm sorry.
Okay. Yeah, because when men are speaking like that, it's because and Rude, I'm glad you're up here because you didn't want to talk to me the other day, and thank you for gracing my panel last night. But here's the thing.
All right.
When you sit up there and you say, okay, women don't care about, the abuse of their children, but in the same breath, you turn around and also say that they're jealous of their daughters. It's kind of like, and I don't want to accuse you of doing something that you're not doing, but it's kind of like you're on the one hand saying that they don't care, but if they show like they care, then they're jealous of their daughter. So it's a catch-22.
I was just
Right.
really touching on all bases. And the point I was making, like to Miss O and to you, Faith, and everybody who's listening, it was all right. When I was mentioning that women being more protective of their children when it comes down to men, I'm going based on like how it's been on YouTube and how you ladies you've heard men and how we really speak and how we really feel. And I was just really trying to show you ladies that hey, men don't really care about so-called single mothers like that. They let you know how they feel every day on here. You
But
guys
wait a
hear
minute,
it.
let me stop you right there, Rude. Let me stop you right there.
Yes, ma'am.
Because what you've done is you turned a real world
Yeah.
traumatic incident, something that is very taboo in the black community in particular, because we're talking about black people, but all communities have
Hmm.
predators. But you've turned that real world traumatic situation into a YouTube talking point. And when you single out single mother, when you point out single mothers, we have a lot of incidents of childhood trauma that happen within the household or with a family unit, right? You can
Yes,
have a mother and a father, they can be married, and that child can still be abused within that family unit. So
Yes, ma'am.
you say when you single out single mothers, that's turning it into a real world situation of childhood trauma. You're turning
Hmm.
it into a YouTube talking point. And like I
Only,
said, I don't know if you realized how you sounded yesterday, and I'm glad you came up. But that is why I said that you are out of order, because a
yes,
lot of
ma'am.
things that you said, like when you said some mamas, they are jealous of their daughters. That is out of order. That is a blanket statement, and for you to lay, and it sounded as if you were laying the whole issue of childhood trauma at the feet of the mother.
Okay, let me explain that. Like, now, me saying that a lot of black mothers are jealous of their daughters is because in a lot of cases they are. A lot of them, not the ones, maybe not you, Faith. I'm talking about you guys have even witnessed women being jealous of their daughters, women fighting their daughters. So that was just one thing I was saying, right? But when I was talking about the YouTube, 'cause I'm saying that based on what we've heard on YouTube, I was letting women know that hey, okay, you've seen
but
stories of men. Hold on,
that's
you've
a
seen
small
stories of men.
minority group.
All right, but still,
But
but they have. I'm speaking on what happened. I'm talking about everything. I'm touching on everything. And what I'm saying
You
about the whole
have to be
men,
specific.
men.
let me
When I
let me
say
tell
that,
you something. Let me tell you something. I don't mean to interrupt, but you
yes,
have
ma'am.
to be specific. You can't
Okay,
say that and put it under a blanket statement, because that is in the minority when it comes to,
okay,
especially between mothers and daughters, especially when it comes to single moms, or two parent households. You're making blanket statements. That's why I said
yeah.
you are out of
I'm
order,
making,
because you
yes,
turned
ma'am.
it
I'm making.
totally. topic. Let me finish. You're
Okay.
turning a serious topic into a YouTube talking point. And I don't
Uh-uh.
think you will. And then a lot of people like you, right? You got a
Yes, ma'am.
lot of you got a lot of charisma about yourself, right? But I don't think that you understand how you sound. And you make yourself sound like a whole weirdo when you're making blanket statements like that. And that
Okay,
is
I'm
the
making.
reason why I'm up here doing this video right now because I don't think that you understand how you sound.
Okay, let me. Can I explain exactly how I'm sounding? 'Cause I know exactly how I'm sounding, and that's why I'm getting the response that I'm getting because I want to talk about this type of stuff, right? So
So you want to
I'm
be a
speaking on.
shot
I'm
guy,
speaking on.
right? So you want to
I'm
be a
speaking
shot
on.
guy?
No, it's not. It's
But
not that. It's
you're
just me. It's
leading
just me. No,
people,
hold on.
you're leading
Can I
people
can I
into
can I
a
can I
burning
finally
building.
explain my point without you? Can please can I explain
I'm
exactly?
going.
'Cause you guys
Go
are
ahead.
all right. Thank you. Thank you.
I'm gonna mute up. Okay.
All right. No, this is YouTube. That's the reason I'm speaking and I'm pertaining to what's going on YouTube. Just based on what we have heard and what we've seen that we probably didn't see in the actual real world maybe 10 years ago, right? So now we've seen how everybody really feel, what people really think from men and women. So when it come down, when I said that, hey, you got a lot of stories, right? Like the Deja Huckabuck and the Mike Huckabuck, you guys reported on that, right? A lot of women had a problem with that. That was a case. That was a case of a man grooming a young girl when she was underage, and then he finally waited till she became 18, and now all of a sudden he's talking to her, and he's not messing with the mama no more. So when I was saying that a lot of men do not deal with single mothers, they don't really like them. You hear them say it that you have to kind of like be a little suspicious if a man now talking to you and now knowing that you got some teenage daughters, right? That you shouldn't be so quick to want to bring men around teenage daughters when you know that men don't really care for single mothers like that anyway. Now I understand you might want to trust into your boyfriend that he's different, but can you face the fact or acknowledge that maybe he's not different, and maybe you have contributed to your child being touched on or being sexually assaulted, and you don't want that conscience. Okay, cool. I'm talking about just the reality. Now, I'm not talking about whether it's minority or majority. I'm talking about what's been taking place since I was a kid, before I was even born in the black community. We just addressing the issue. So it's not coming from a predatory mindset. It's me telling you exactly
But
what you guys have
that's not the
seen on.
only thing that you said though, Rude.
All right,
You
I said a
also
whole lot of
said,
stuff. You're right.
yeah,
Go ahead, go
you
ahead.
also said that 16-year-olds know exactly what they're doing. It's kind of like you're blaming the mother for
Okay.
bringing the men around, and then when the 16-year-old sleeps with the man, she knows what he's doing.
when I
That's
when I
what you
talked
were
about the
saying.
16, no,
That's
Faith, when
what
I
you
talked
were
about the 16,
saying, though.
When I Faith, you purposely you misquoting what I'm saying. When I said the
No, I
16 year olds
didn't.
know what
I
they
did
doing,
not misquote
all
what
right,
you said.
let me respond to you, Faith. When I'm talking about the 16 and 17 year olds, I'm talking about also when they engage with each other in high school and 16 year olds dealing with 19, 20-year-old men. And we see that also take place since I was young, right? It's been going on for a very long time. It's going on now. So yes, even in the case of a 16-year-old sleeping with her mama's boyfriend, all right, the blame is not on the girl, it's on that man. So we are acknowledging that the pressures are very much real, right? But the thing is, you can actually protect your children from these so-called predatory situations. You can protect your kids from being preyed on by these so-called boyfriends for the sake of you having a boyfriend and you being in love with this nigga to where you don't realize that he is only with you to be with your goddamn 16-year-old daughter. That's the reason he got with you. And if for some reason women don't want to accept that because you just want love, like this is my time to get in love, and I ain't gonna let my daughter get in my way.
Wait, that's another blanket statement, right?
Okay. Okay.
Because what you are describing is a unfit mother, right? And a lot of the times that is not the case. That is not what's going on. Like you're totally you know, just not accepting the fact that say you got a boyfriend, right?
Okay.
And you done brought this man in your home, which I don't advocate for at all, right? But even
Yeah. Yeah. There you
sometimes
go.
it happens. Let me finish. Even sometimes it happens within the family unit, right? A mama and a daddy, and you got you got a whole situation going on, and this couple is married, right? But what you're
Hmm.
negating is when it comes to like a 60-year-old daughter, you got a boyfriend, this man has done been with your daughter. What
Okay.
about the fact that the man, he is the one in control of the situation because
True.
he is considered the authority figure because he is older. You making it say he don't have no self discipline if he gonna get with you in the first place to get to your child. He don't have no self discipline. He a whole freaking weirdo. You know, to the point where he is with. So it is possible to groom a parent just like it's
That's true.
possible to groom a child. So, but you're laying it at the feet solely on the woman. And,
I'm
Right.
blaming it.
And you're trying to adultify a teenager because you
and you're
did
blaming
say
it, and
that
you're
they know
blaming
what
it.
they doing.
Wait a minute, and you're blaming it at the feet of the teenager. It is not the teenager's fault. Be be they male or female, because the adult in the situation is the authority figure. And when you
True.
are the authority figure in these situations, even if they are a teenager, even if they seem like they know what they're doing, they are still making it seem like it's okay in their mind, because the authority figure is the one that is egging it on.
Yes, ma'am. I'm
Fact.
blaming it at the feet. I'm blaming it at the feet. I'm blaming it at the feet of the man, right, who is even pursuing a relationship with a woman, knowing that she got a teenage child. I'm blaming it at the feet of him. But at the flip
That's
side,
not what you
this
said
man cannot
yesterday.
have. Hold on, hold on. The man
Yesterday,
cannot have
you made it
access.
seem like it was the mamas. It was only the
I,
mamas. So now
the,
I
the
know.
the
I,
reason
and
why it would be
I
considered the mama. Oh,
let me finish. Let me finish.
all right.
I absolutely agree with the talking point when you said that these mamas bringing some mamas, some
Yes, ma'am.
mothers bringing grown men into a situation, and you got, whether it be boys or girls, like if you
Hmm.
got kids, and it is not the father that is already in the home. And I don't believe that I believe that it's okay to date. I don't believe in bringing these men in to live with your children.
That's what
I
I'm.
don't
Amen.
believe that. I don't
That's what I'm
believe that.
saying.
Now we know that it does happen, but you didn't say it like that. The
That's
way
what
you
I've been. I
said
was saying it
it
like
was
that
very
too, Ms. O.
accusatory.
Ms. O. I was
No,
saying it like
no,
that too.
you didn't.
All right, what was I saying, Faye? Because I was saying, look, these men are wrong for one for even wanting to date women
You
with
never
teenage daughters that he
acknowledged
trying to
me.
move in.
But you didn't
How you
say
think
that
I never?
yesterday,
No,
Blue.
Faye, you want to bet me $100 if I never acknowledge the men. Bet me $100 right now, and I'll just play the. I start playing the audio. I do a
Okay,
premiere playing the audio
okay,
about me
Blue,
blaming the
Blue.
men for even wanting to date a woman with
If
children.
you mention men for 2 seconds, but then go
It's
on
no
and
two
on and
seconds
on
though.
about
It's no 2 seconds
mothers
though.
for
I
like
spoke on
hours,
Faith.
to
I'm
me
speaking on. I'm speaking
that's
on the
just
fact
you
that
just trying to
Faith.
jump
I'm
on
speaking on the
single
fact that
mothers
the
and
children
still
are
not
mostly
acknowledge
with
the
the
predator.
mothers.
You really
Faith,
did
Faith,
not put
Faith.
any
I
highlight on the
spoke on the
predator at
fact
all.
that the children are really mainly with the mothers. If it was flipped, right, to where kids live with their daddies for the most part, and yet you got these daddies who are dating and they got girlfriends coming over who are 30, and these men got 15, 16-year-old boys, and yet these women are sleeping with these men's sons. I would acknowledge the men too for allowing women coming over and women
But
moving in with
that
them,
happens. That
knowing that he
happens.
got
That
15 and
happens.
16-year-old boys.
Wait a minute.
So it's
Wait,
a
that
balanced
happens
thing.
too. Wait a minute. That happens too sometimes. That
It
happens
does.
too sometimes. Take a person like Sister George or Mr. George. I can see her doing something like that because she is male identified, but that is rooted in childhood trauma. That is
Yeah.
predatory behavior, right? And so what you said yesterday, you're not explaining it today like you explained it yesterday. Now, so I don't know if you went back and listened to the video and realized that you sounded very predatory yesterday, but you were very accusatory to the mother in particular. But like I said, you
Only
can't make a blanket statement like that, because abuse like that also happens in a single family unit. When I say single family unit, I mean the mother and the father. Something like
yes,
this
ma'am.
could be happening when the father is in the home, the father and the mother are married, right? That could also be childhood trauma. Is childhood trauma. Predatory behavior is predatory behavior,
That's
right?
true.
So like I said, you can't just make a blanket statement like that. And another thing that I wanted to mention is, I don't even know if you realize you was doing it when Atari got up there and she started speaking about little boys being abused in the same way. You seem to
Hmm.
get really aggressive, and you seem to want to cut her off because on your video you had said something
No, I cut
like
off because she
men
said
don't like to talk
85%.
about it. Let me finish. Men don't
Okay.
like to talk about it because that they think that it's embarrassing to them, or it's not masculine to them. That's why you don't see men having panels like this. But part of the problem is that if you don't talk about it, or you don't get help from it, or you never
Yes,
tell
ma'am.
anybody about your childhood abuse, you could turn around and become a predator yourself and start preying on other people. And another
Yes,
thing
ma'am.
people don't realize, especially little boys, and even some little girls, when it comes to childhood sexual abuse, the body will turn on you, right? And you don't understand. Now, a part of the problem with little boys in particular that I have counseled is that if you think that you're telling yourself in your mind that I had to like it or it had to be okay for this grown woman to do me like this because I ejaculated, right? That is your body turning against you because your mind know that it's not right, but the body it is simply a body function. And because you have this body function, you're telling yourself in your mind that this must have been okay, right? But in your mind, you know it wasn't okay for you to be touched like that, right? Because if it had been okay, you would still be dealing with the trauma as an adult. And that also happens with little girls. Okay, it is simply a body function. And it is turning on you and it's confusing you in your mind. That's why you got to get help for it so you can distinguish the two. That is why a lot of people will turn around and reoffend because they have romanticized childhood sexual abuse as to being a rite of passage or it was cool or I must have liked it. You know, you got a lot of men that have been abused as children by other men and they think that they're gay because their body I must be gay because my body responded to this. No, that don't mean you gay. It just means your body responded to it. But in your mind, you confused because you never told nobody and you never got no help for it. See, there are a whole lot of parts of the conversation that we're not talking about.
True.
And like I agree with you on that one. What happens when you turn such a traumatic situation into a YouTube talking point. And that is why I said that you are out of order. Right now, you also sounded like, and I could be wrong, that something may have happened to you as a child.
No, ma'am. I explained that. I explained based on what I was coming up, the things I saw that was taking place. All right, and it's still going on right now, just based on this elephant in the room.
I was born. It's
exactly. So we going back 60 years. So like, but speaking of what you were saying, I didn't cut off Atari. I didn't cut off Atari.
Something did happen to you, Rube.
What happened to me?
Remember, you said that you lost your virginity when you were very young to an older woman.
Yeah, to 13. She was 18. She was 18. I was 13.
Right.
Yeah.
That happened to you.
Trauma.
You may not
That's not the
perceive
same.
it as such, but what it did was it sexualized you. It sexualized you.
That's right.
And it has you looking at women in a certain way now.
To the point
so that's the reason why you have your talking points that you have now, because you don't see women in the way that a man should see women in a how can I say, a healthy way. You don't view women in a healthy way because of that.
Right.
Whether you know it or not.
Woman, you can join the panel, but wait a minute, Faith. Rude, I'm not 60 years old, by the way. I might sound like
I didn't say no. You said before you was born. I said well over 60-something years old, like 60 years ago. I didn't say you see. I don't know your age. I'm saying you back in your 50s. I don't know, like you're not 60 years old.
I'm sorry if you didn't think if it was shade. I'm just saying.
No, ma'am, not
rude. From a long time ago, and I'll let nothing slide. I'm real quick, okay?
No,
but yes, you can hit the link, please. But but listen to what Faith is saying to you and what you just said. You said you lost your virginity at 13 years old to an 18-year-old woman, right? Is that what you just said?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, your mind was too young to realize that was wrong, okay? But in the male's mind, that was something cool that happened. Let me try to hold on, y'all. Hold on a minute. I can't.
Okay.
Is this you right in one woman?
Yes, this is me. Good morning.
Hey, what's up?
Good afternoon, everybody.
Hey, what's up, random woman?
What I was wanting to finish telling, wait a minute, Rude Woman. What I was wanting to finish telling you, Rude, is that you have romanticized childhood trauma, right? Because the men will be all, yeah, it was cool for him to lose his virginity to an 18-year-old, but it's not cool. You are 13 freaking years old. I got a nephew that's 15 years old. If he was to come to me and tell me that somebody did something like that to him and they was 18 years old, God help that heifer. Okay? Because that means you are the authority figure and you are taking advantage of my baby. And that is not cool. And so that means I would have to get him help because he has undergone trauma. And I'm not
Okay.
going to allow him to romanticize that so that he can go on and do somebody else like that. Because he done it to somebody, and it must be acceptable in his brain, because he got to follow through, or he ejaculated. Well, it must be cool. It must be all right to do. It's not okay. It's not okay.
All right.
Not cool. I'm sorry. Go ahead. And I just really want you to know that, Rue, because and I'm glad you said that happened to you, because I didn't hear that prior to me hearing you saying something, and I would chop that body. If you did something to me, that mean I'm grown now and I can chop your body up, a man or a woman, and I can do this and all that. And you sounded really angry, and you sounded really triggered. And so when you sounded triggered to the point to where you were speaking violently about that let me know that, hey, something must have happened to Rude when he was a little boy, but it was never dealt with. That is the reason why I said it. And like I said, sometimes I don't think we realize you have to always be cognizant of the words that are coming out of your mouth, because sometimes you really tell your own story. You see what I'm saying? And so, but that was not okay. What that girl did to you, it was not okay.
I mean, I understand what y'all saying, but it wasn't even. Listen, all right, I understand. All right, yeah, y'all got it. It right. It wasn't okay, but okay, all right.
Go ahead, Brandon.
Okay, thank you. And actually, that's really where I wanted to come in and pick up on myself. Can y'all hear me okay?
Yes,
Yeah, you're
ma'am.
good.
Okay, awesome. So, something I'm having a problem with is Black men normalizing their trauma. And by normalizing their trauma because they had these crushes or they think it was cool, and everything, then they turn around and they try to belittle the trauma that we have as little girls and as women, along with the normalization of their trauma, standing in the way of men that may want to come up, or boys that may want to admit that they have been troubled, that they have been took inappropriately by not just a woman, but maybe even a man standing in the way, putting blocks in their way from them actually getting the help that they need to break the trauma and dysfunction and to address it in their lives. And then coming back and saying that black women don't really care about the trauma or the experiences and the abuse, the sexual abuse that boys encounter, that boys feel. And that is absolutely not true. But you cannot try to weaponize it against us when you're trying to normalize it at the same time.
I agree. I agree. I agree with that. I agree with that.
It's not
Weaponize
okay.
it, weaponize the trauma and hold it against us at the same time. And Rue, I feel like that's what you were doing. Like, I really feel that way. That's why you were out of order, because you're too general with your statements. You know, and you may not even, for all I know, you might not be a predator, but you sound like a predator.
I'm not no predator. I'm just giving, no, just based on what's been taking place. And now we talk about it, we had these conversations, and I know I speak on the things that women do and what men do. And it's like in the case of, like I say, this Mike Huckabuck and all that, right? Where you got these men getting with these women, all right, to get with these actual, teenage girls. I mean, that's what's taking place. And I'm like, okay, is it wrong for me to say that out loud?
That is absolutely what happens sometimes, but
Yo,
that is the minority of cases. Those cases stand out, but the majority of women are protecting their children, just like
true.
the majority, a whole lot of men are don't. Every man is not a predator. Do you see what I'm saying? And
I
so,
agree.
but when you make blanket statements, you make it seem like, and then it's not only you. We have had heard a whole lot of disturbing things come out of the mouths of people like the Black Manosphere and the He-Man Woman Haters Club, for a whole lot of years. And you make yourself look bad. You make yourself look like predators. And so um when somebody's coming on and they really don't know nothing about Rue. This could have been the first time they heard you. So instead of them hearing the Rue that is very charming, which you can be at times, they hear this guy that sounds like a freaking predator. And I realize that we are only online, but do you really want the stigma of being a predator?
Not at all. That's not what I'm looking for. The thing is me bringing awareness for the fact that we've been online and we hear the conversation, we hear the talking points, we hear how
Right,
people
but
feel.
you're not being responsible with your verbiage, if I can put it
Okay.
that way. Do you understand what I mean by that?
I mean, I
Because
understand that part.
like
Yeah.
you blaming it all on the woman, and you may not be, but the way that you're explaining it to us now sounds very different from the way that you explained it
Very different.
yesterday.
Yeah, it's different because I'm up on the panel and we having a good conversation about it. But yeah, on my panel, it is to bring awareness and to make people feel like, well, damn, that shit sounds bad. Damn, this is something we need to do. We need to do something about this, right? So we can have the conversation anytime. You know what I mean?
You
But
know what?
when you talk,
Can I say something real quick, Rude?
yeah, mhm.
When you're with Sister George, you sound completely different. You're saying, yeah, we know these girls are fast, and we know these girls
I
that
never
be
said
sneaking
anything
around.
fast. I never spoke fast
No,
about a
no,
girl.
but this is the
Hey, you bro, you can't
conversation.
be putting words in my mouth, Faye. Come on,
Hold
man.
on, hold on. This is what Sister George said, and you went over there and you pretty much co-signed that.
No,
That's
I
what
did
you're
not.
not
No, I
understanding.
went over there and I told her I agree with the point what she was making, and you guys
You
misconstrued.
agreed, yes, you agreed
I
with her
agreed.
that
I
girls are
agreed.
fast.
I no, I agreed that women are not innocent. That's the whole point. That was the overall gist that she was making, that women are not innocent.
What you
Females are
mean
not
by
innocent.
that? What do you mean by? Could you articulate to me in your
That's
own
what
words
was
what you mean by?
okay.
Wait, let me finish the question. Can
Okay.
you articulate to me in a calm manner what you mean by women are not innocent? Because see, that is another blanket statement. So could you please
Okay.
explain to us what
All right.
you mean by that?
This is what I
Honestly.
mean by it. This is what
Yeah,
I mean by it, right?
because it
I mean
sounds to
that
me, it sounds like you are blaming the victim.
we're not even talking about victims right now. We're talking about women and not being innocent. We're talking about like when it comes down to women having the capabilities to do things when they learn things. That as much as we give women the victim pass, that a lot of women use that to
What do you
actually
mean by
victimize
that?
other
What
people.
what rule? What do you mean by
Okay.
that?
This is what, all right. Can I explain what
I'm
let me
asking
explain
you
what I
to
mean.
explain. Yes.
Okay, here you go. What I mean is that women, the way society view women is like women can do no wrong for the most part, and a lot of women run behind that. To
I
where when you see
disagree.
women, in the case of what Sister Joy said, Ms. O, Sister Joy's lady be known that she was raised up by some wild women, and by her being raised up with these women and being aligned with these women, she realized younger when she was younger that women are not as innocent as society want them to be. All
What
right,
does what does that mean? Because when it comes to black
that
women,
means they are capable
wait,
of
let me
doing
finish.
whatever.
When it
Yes,
comes to
ma'am.
black women, that society has never seen us as innocent because of white male patriarchy. And it
I
sounds
don't
like
know about
that,
that.
but I want you to explain to me what you mean by women are seen as innocent.
That mean women would kill nigga just because she want to kill your ass, shit like that. She'll fucking set you up. She can get grimy. Like her ass would do dirty shit. Like she would be very much and well in control of what she's doing, and she couldn't blame it on nobody else. It'd be all her doing. That's what
Okay.
Sister George was saying. She was just saying that she was raised up by women who was not influenced by men, and these women was doing things on their own accord, and
Well,
yet
you
they
Okay.
could
know
still
what?
play innocent and play
Let
victim
me
in
let
front of
me let me
society.
say something to you real quick, Rue, because see, Sister George is disingenuous, and so are you. But let me
Right.
tell you why. Let me tell you why. Now, see, Sister George said that she grew up with women who were treacherous. Her mothers, they was, some pretty manipulative women, and she's
Yeah,
manipulative. She
yeah.
said that, right? But here's why I believe her. Because see,
Me
there
too.
there have been women that set up other women. And when I
Mm.
Yeah,
mean set up to be great, I'm talking about set up to be great. I've seen women set up other women for this.
yeah. Black
And
woman
see,
is one of them. She shot a black woman with the
Hold
help of
on.
black
hold
men.
on,
She not
hold
now. She
on.
not
Let me
here
finish.
to
Let me
defend
finish.
herself.
I'm just giving
Let
an
me finish.
example.
But she
Let
not.
me
She not
let
here to defend herself. Don't say that. Don't do that.
Okay.
let, let me let me finish. Let me finish. Because see, Sister George also set me up, not for great, but she set me up to be harmed by men. When I went to her panel, she sent me an email and it was a very nice email inviting me to be on a panel with her to talk about an article. And she said it was an all-woman panel. And I said, oh, great. That's what's wonderful. But at the time, I was beefing with Mr. Fantastic. And I
Yeah.
knew that she was cool with him. So I did let her know. I said, now I have some beef with your friend, Mr. Fantastic. So I do not want him to be present on this panel. She said, oh, that's fine. It's an all women's panel. So I'm up there. We're talking about the article. And guess what happened?
Mm.
They asked you,
Mr.
Faye, do you want him to come up? And you said, okay.
Hold on, but he was already on the panel when she asked me if it was
No,
okay
it was
for him
before
to
they
do
even
that.
let him up.
No,
Faith,
no,
what you
no, no,
saying?
no.
Like,
It was not. It was not before. See, I was there. It was not before. He was already up there. So what am I going to do?
Faith, I'm gonna
So
go back
this
and
is what
unlock the
this is
video
this is
of when
what
you
I'm
and
this
Sis
is what
George
I'm
had a
talking
conversation
about.
on my
See,
panel, and she
hold
told
on,
you
hold
that. She
on,
told
hold
you
on, hold
that he
on.
was in the back,
You
and you said it's okay to let him
it's
up.
kind of like when you tell a woman that this guy that been bothering me in the
Yeah,
neighborhood, he I don't want to be bothered with him, and I know he come to your house all the time. So we having this
yeah.
get together at your house. I don't want to see him there. Then while I'm there, she lets him in. After she lets him in, she asks me if it's okay for him to be in there.
Faith, she asked you before she let him on,
No, she
because it was
didn't.
all women's panel.
She did not.
Okay,
She
all
she
right, okay.
absolutely did not. I didn't even know who he was when he was on the panel because he got up there under a different name and a different avatar on purpose. Only Sister George and he knew who he was. And then she
Okay.
asked me later if it was okay for him to be there.
All right. Okay.
So Sister George is one of these people that will set a woman up. She's one of them people that, I grew up watching the women, set the girls up to get raped in the
I mean,
neighborhood
she
and
not up here
so
acting
on and so
innocent though.
forth.
She not pretending to be innocent though.
But
So like,
then
I
she
know
has
Sister
the
George.
nerve
That's
to
why I
come
can
on
handle her the way I
here
handle her.
and try to lay the hammer down on other women when she is the very woman that she's talking about.
But no,
Right.
but listen, Faith, are you failing to acknowledge that that's what she talked about women like herself? Like she's not on here playing innocent or nothing. Like she let it be known she's manipulative, right? She can be grimy, she's a shooter and all that. So we know
But
that about
she
Sister
did
George.
not put herself in that same boat at
Yeah,
all.
pretty much that's what she did by saying she was raised up by women like
She's
that.
talking about as if this is something she did in the past tense, but Sister George
No,
is
even
currently
now, even
currently
now.
manipulative. She's
All right, then,
currently a
and she
snake.
admits that.
And
But Faith, you got your comprehension is
you
very
went right
selective.
over
Faith,
there
she let that be
into
known
the
even
snake
now. She's
pit
the same
and
way.
you agreed with the snake.
Okay,
Why would you
Faith, she
do
let
that?
it be known. Faith, see how you over talking me because you don't want to hear what I'm saying because you got selective comprehension on purpose. She's still that way now. That's why men can deal with her because men can deal with women who let it be known that they could be dirty. Like we don't want to deal
So
with
you
women
can
who pretend
deal
like
with
they're
a
not
dirty
dirty.
snake.
We can deal
Okay,
with
all right,
women.
I got
Listen, I'm
you.
gonna show you
I
right.
got
I'm gonna
you.
show you right why men I'm gonna show you the reason why, right? Men
Woman is
men
dirty,
can
right?
deal with women who's transparent about who they are and they not hiding shit, right? That's it. That's the reason why
No,
men
I'm
love
very
hoes.
transparent about who I am, but y'all can't deal with me, right? Because I am not a
We fool. Miss Mizzo. Men
woman.
love you. Men fuck Miss Mizzo. You been disingenuous. You know, men, we fool with
I'm
you.
not
Like we
being
fuck with you.
disingenuous about nothing. I'm just me.
Now listen, Mizzo, for years we've always rocked with you. Like men rock with you, Mizzo. Like, we've been doing that. Because you roast, you one of
Because
the
they
best
see me
roasters.
as a mother figure, and they don't want me to
No,
put them in
because
their
you a
place.
mother
And they
figure.
really,
Because
and
because
even
you're a
you
mother
on here
figure.
right now, you ain't even mad at me for telling you the truth about what's going on because
Be-
you see me as a matriarchal figure. That's what the deal
True.
is, right?
And you
But
coming
so,
from a place of love though, but you're not being dirty. So I'm saying you not. We
but
know
you
you
know that
roast.
though. But you know
Hold on,
that.
listen,
You know
Mizzo.
that.
Mizzo, we know that you
And so
roast.
I'm
We know that
telling
you a
you.
cursor. Hold on, Mizzo. Let me say this real fast. We know that you a roaster nigga. You a tell nigga, all right. You a cursing nigga ass out. So we fuck with you because that's the women that we really was raised up around and we learned to love. The women who was very open about who they are, not the women who are conniving and sneaky
But
and want you to believe that they are not that way,
but
and then they come to find out that they are that way.
that's not the point, Rue. The point
That's the
is,
point.
I
That's
want
the
you to
point,
tell
Mizzo.
me why you feel like our women is sneaky and conniving just cause that's what Sister George or her Bell identified as said. And
Yeah.
y'all like Sister George cause she one of the niggas, right? She really Mr. George. She really capable for fucking predators and shit, and y'all can do no wrong.
We like Sister George the same way
Exactly.
we like. Hold on, we like Sister George the same way we like you and Faith and
No,
Rainy
you don't
Woman and
like
everybody.
me. You don't like me. You don't like y'all really don't like me. Y'all just don't want to hear my motherfucking mouth. Okay? That's what the deal is.
That's the respect that we have for you, that you will go in. Like we know that about you. Like it's not like
I'm a fucking matriarch and I don't give a fuck. But you respect, you respect I don't give a fuck, just like you respect a motherfucking bitch over here that's male identified. See, there's a difference, right? Because if you can get a Sister George, which on the outside she looked like a woman, but she really a
yeah.
whole nigga on the inside. Okay, y'all can run with that because we got this woman that looked like a woman, but she really a nigga speaking up for us. But the bitch is really just another nigga, so we can rock with her. You see
We're
what I'm
rocking with
saying?
any no, it's really rocking with any woman, right, who's not lying about who they are, right? So once we see that you really about that, we can respect that. And we
Well,
fuck with you. We
hey,
cool.
is this Atari?
Hey, yes. Hey, Miss Olivia.
Hey, love, how you doing?
Hey, Faith. Hey, panel.
Hey,
What's up? What's up?
what's up, Atari?
Go ahead, baby.
Oh no, I just joined. I don't know. I did a video about Mr. Root last night about the
Mm-hmm.
crazy stuff I heard him saying on his panel. But I don't
I
hear a
know
lot of
that's
people.
why I had to do this now, Atari. Atari, you be getting me in trouble. Because I can't watch 3 and 4 hour long videos, but I can get the highlights from you.
That
And
part.
because of that, then I have to go do the damn research.
I'm
And then
sorry.
I get a damn video. You get a video because of freaking Atari, y'all. That's why we doing this video.
That part. But anyway, I don't hear a lot of people addressing the fact that she called because she may have highlighted something somebody told her that happened on the bus, unfortunate situation with the abused child. But I don't
Right.
hear a lot of people addressing the fact that she said that the 10-year-old girls were dressing sexy and that the fact that the 10-year-old girls were seductive,
Right.
So I want to
Right.
know how Ruth feels about Sister George saying that about a 10-year-old little girl being seductive and dressing
Good
sexy.
question.
She
Good
said
question.
that that's what the person told her, right?
Yes,
No, that's what
How
she
do you
said.
I mean, what you want me to feel about that? If she's a woman and she's addressing with a little girl, like if she's a woman, she can determine what could be a little too
Do you think
sexy
the
for a little
little
girl. She's a
girl
woman,
she's
right?
doing? Do you think the little girl? Do you think the 10-year-old?
No. It's not that. No. Rainy woman, sweetheart. I'm saying a woman can actually be the one. She's qualified to say what's sexy or what's not when it comes to another girl. Not a man. Like, and a man didn't say that. A woman said that.
But I don't see any 6-year-old. I mean, I don't see any 10-year-old little girls that's sexy at all.
So
My
those not
mind
my
doesn't
words
go
though.
to sexy at
No,
all.
no. Those not my words though.
Okay,
But
but
you
I'm just
might,
saying that part right
What
there.
kid
That
But
part
is
right there
let's
stood
talk
out.
about you
sexy
though,
at
Atari though.
school?
What did you mean, Atari, on Faith Panel when you said that women are taught to keep the family secrets, the dirty secrets? What you mean by that?
Yes. It's like don't tell on your uncles, don't tell on this, or the man that abused you will tell you if you tell I will hurt you, I will unalive you. They tell those little kids that because I know you had a problem
Yep.
with why are y'all
So you
keeping
saying a
these
lot of
secrets
you women be
forever?
keeping
Why?
secrets, right? There you go. So you proved everything I
no,
said.
But I'm saying they're afraid they're
wait.
afraid they will be harmed. They're afraid their parents will be harmed. These little kids don't know
They are
what's
No, they
wrong.
know that the mother not gonna do anything
by
about it.
No,
men.
no,
That's the
no,
reason
no,
why
no,
you got to
no,
keep a
no, no,
secret, and it's
wait,
embarrassing.
hold up, wait a minute, Rue. Let me stop you right there. She is talking about when a predator has done something to a child
Yeah,
and he
and the
is
women
skirting
cover
the
up for it, right?
territory. Let me
Hold
finish.
on.
Let me finish. What she's talking about, number one, she's talking about what go on in my house, stay in my house. That happened to a lot of black families, right? For a whole lot
Yeah,
of reasons. But when you are a child and this man is abusing you and this predator is telling you if you tell somebody I'm gonna kill
yeah.
your mama and I'm gonna kill your daddy
Is that
or
right?
I'm gonna kill you, he's doing it to scare you because he don't want to get caught. You can't
But
blame that on the
she's
mama.
saying women.
You
She had the
can't.
women know that. The men don't know that though. The men don't know how to keep
The
secrets
men
like
know
that.
it because they the one doing it.
That
Okay?
No, we talking about
part,
the other
that
men. We talking about
part,
the men who are
that
not doing it.
part,
No,
that
we ain't talking
part,
about your
Olivia,
boyfriends,
that
Ms. O.
part.
We ain't talking about your boyfriends and your husband. We talking
I
about
don't
the
have no
uncles, the other
boyfriends, and
men,
I don't have
the
no
other men who are
kids.
not doing it. Right? You guys
I
don't tell
don't
those
have
men
no
nothing.
kids. I
So she
just said
said that the
earlier
actual
that you
women
can
are
have it.
taught to
Let
keep
me
those
finish,
secrets, not
boo.
men.
Let me finish.
Yes,
Calm
ma'am.
down.
Yes, ma'am.
I said you can have a full family unit, a mama and daddy in a home, and it
Yeah.
still can be happening. Don't put words in my mouth, son. Do you understand me? We're gonna stay on the topic
I'm not putting
because
words in your mouth.
you're
I'm
the
talking about
one
what
that's
Atari
being
said.
disingenuous. Hey, Mara BX, is this you?
Yes, ma'am.
Mara?
Hi, Miss Olivia.
Okay, hey, I'm just checking to make sure I ain't getting no trouble because people like to porn farm. And
No,
that's the reason
ma'am.
why I have to keep doing this. But yeah, like I said, Rude, what you're doing once again is you're trying to change the narrative of the conversation because you are talking about the grooming process. You can't blame that on the parent.
I'm talking
When
about the
you got a
secrets that women
predator
keep.
grooming
And
you,
I
let me
just
finish.
told you why. You won't even address
And you
this
said
person threatening
why?
this.
No, you telling me
You
why? But
won't
that's
even
the problem
address
though.
this person threatening this
That
little
even
bitty
little girls,
child.
the
You
little
won't even
girls can't even
address
come
the
and tell none of you
person.
women or the men because it's a secret. It's
No,
supposed to be
I'm
a
saying
secret. It's
you
embarrassing
won't even
if other
address
people
the
found out that you
No.
have uncles and brothers who are child molesters who are molesting kids in your family. You don't want to tell
rule.
So
nobody
you're
because you
Rule
blaming
cannot
the
refuse.
gossip.
children.
You
So
You
you're
can't talk
refuse
about
to
other
blaming the
folks'
address.
business
children.
without folks
So
mentioning
you're
your
blaming the
business.
children for being
That
groomed.
is
No, I'm
not
blaming no, no,
that
no, I'm
is
blaming
not
the women who are keeping the secrets that was happening to
They're
these
being
children
It's their part
and
threatened.
being
to
They're
very
being
complicit,
now
threatened.
what about
being
the
very
men that are
complicit.
keeping the secrets? What
And the
about
same,
the men that are keeping the secrets?
the men don't know that this is taking place because it's women who know this shit,
They're
the
right?
men
doing
Because
don't
if
it.
know.
men
They're
They
knew,
are the
grown.
ones
They're
that
if
are
men
doing
knew,
adults.
men
it.
They
would
are
kill that nigga.
adults. They are
If
No,
men
they
knew,
adults.
won't.
men
No,
would
they
kill this
will
They
dude.
are
not. No,
adults.
You
they
got
will
the game
not.
fucked up, Ms.
No,
O.
they
If
will
men
not.
knew that
I
No,
this
they
guy,
love
the
will not.
uncle, was
No,
Olivia.
molesting
they
every
will
child,
not.
man, nigga, he would
No,
be
they
dead.
will
He would
not.
not be coming over
No,
to no
they
Okay,
family
will
but
barbecue.
but
not.
a grown
No,
man
they
He would
can
not
will
be coming over
a
for
not.
Easter
No,
or
child
for
they
abuse.
will
A
Thanksgiving or for
grown
not.
man
They
Christmas.
No,
won't bust
they
a
will
grape.
not.
So you women
They will
purposely keep
continue to
secrets like
keep
that
the
away from the
secret
men.
and
Attorney
continue
said
and
that it's the
continue to
But
women
the
was
men
press
are the
their
talking to
ones
you
children
doing
got
the
their
them kids though,
assaulting,
family
right?
because
idiot.
That's
they
the
don't
reason
But
why
the
the
want
one
to
the
kids
go
tell
men
you
to
to
are the
come
jail.
to
ones
none of you
doing the
women
That's why.
and
assaulting.
tell you when
The
they
Yes,
men
being
are the
because
violated.
ones doing the
you done been
assaulting. They're the
triggered
And men
ones
are
again.
doing
doing
it on
the
the soul, yet
assaulting.
He
other men in the family
refused
who are
to
not doing it don't
listen.
know
You
nothing
sitting up
about the shit.
here and you triggered.
He
That's
triggered
what
it
I
you
no no
are.
no,
enough.
you're
He
all
Keep
triggered.
triggered.
your
You all
kids
that's why you
away
doing
from
the
me,
video,
He
you
is
please.
all
so
Keep
triggered on
your
what I've been
kids
triggered.
away
saying.
from
And
me.
you
Cause
I'm
don't
gonna
want
I'm
jump
to
pretty
down,
much
Miss
listen.
telling you
Olivia,
that
because I
He
was
won't
You
triggered
even
by
are
be
this.
triggered,
And I'm
quiet.
gonna
Rude.
jump down. Sorry for doing this, but I had to jump in. I am so sorry. I can't
That's
believe
all
he's
right,
really
Marta.
sitting up
Go
here
ahead.
saying
Rude
this.
is
I
triggered
can't
right
believe
now,
he's sitting
baby.
up
You go
saying
ahead
he's
and say
blaming
your piece.
kids
now
for
Rue not
being
triggered.
groomed.
Rue just
Don't
calling out the shit for
unmic
what it is
yourself
though.
when I
You're
mute
blaming
your mic.
children.
Don't unmute it.
You're comparing young
Or put
girls.
him in the back.
All right, I'm
Are you
gone, man. I'm gone, man.
crazy?
Fuck this.
Well,
Are
you
you
go on if you
crazy?
have
By
to.
predator.
I'm sorry, ladies. I had to jump in. I'm at work. I just jumped on here because I just wanted
Go
to
ahead,
say that. I'm
baby.
sorry, y'all.
No problem.
Bye. I gotta get
Go on
down.
and jump in and say your piece, Mara. You fine. He gone
I'm
now. Say
shaking
your
right
piece.
now. It just boggles my mind, and it's an eye opening. So I'm happy for these kind of panels, so women can know you have to be careful who you bring around your kids. You have to, and I was a victim myself. So the fact that he's sitting up here blaming these children, like a man, I can't.
Exactly.
I,
But you know what? So I know what Sweet Life of Atari was talking about because
I
when
do
she
too.
said keeping the family secrets, Kevin
Yeah.
Samuels had preached this throughout all his videos about keeping
Right.
family secrets. And what
Right.
Rude does not realize is that a lot of men will groom the mother, even to the point of scaring her by
Yes.
using brute force. Though
Yeah.
some of these mothers are beaten and tortured
Yeah.
right along with the kids, and so
Yeah.
they're afraid to speak. And
Yes.
see, that does not get addressed. And so now Rude's sitting up here talking about the women keeping the secrets and the women, and he's just negating that there's a whole big, strong bull of a man involved that's abusing the women and the children so that they can keep the family secrets.
Right.
It's not just all nice. There's a lot of manipulation, there's a lot of violence and brute force that goes along with the women
Right.
keeping the family secret.
That's right.
Right.
And you see how we can't even have a conversation right now. They don't jump on these panels because they care. Rude and them jump on these panels to shut us up, and they don't want us
Yes,
to
they
have
do.
these conversations about what
I
is
agree.
real, what they are really doing to these little girls.
Yeah. I
They want
agree.
us to be quiet.
I agree. I agree. I agree. You're
Also, let me say
absolutely
I'm
um,
right.
sorry that happened to any woman, and I understand why y'all can't say nothing because of stuff like this. Number one, you got the mammies out here saying that you were fast. Then you got the men coming in saying, "Well, why you didn't say nothing? It's your fault because you didn't say nothing." It's so sick all the way around, and it
Yes,
should
it
have
is.
never happened to y'all from the
And
men, the women, anybody.
it's a horrible thing. Hold on, y'all got some more women coming. I'm glad we're doing this today because too, like Atari said, you got so many times when the men come up and they try to divert away the conversation. Hey, on side, is that you?
Hi, can you hear me?
I
I'm
can't.
gonna
Hey,
jump
Black
down, y'all.
Mama,
Thank
is
you,
that
ladies.
you?
Y'all have a good
Bye.
one.
Thank you for coming
Wait,
up.
Thank you,
wait, wait,
baby.
All right,
wait a
nice
minute.
to meet you.
Wait, tell her don't go. Damn.
She can hear
Go ahead,
you.
on side. Say your piece.
Okay, I have a scenario for everyone on the panel, and I want your input. Okay?
Uh huh.
I was 7 years old. My father Let's just say he was an entrepreneur. Everybody can understand what that is. So he was never home.
Mhm.
But I'm a daddy's girl. My mom, they had all boys. My mom wanted a little girl so bad. She prayed, begged God for me. She got me.
Mhm.
As the love for my father grew for me, my mom became jealous of her own little girl.
Mhm.
But I love my mama. I was 7 years old. She dropped me off to my grandmother's house. My aunt's husband, who was a predator that no one knew or we didn't know at the time. Him and my aunt had got into it and she put him out so he went to stay with my grandmother. In the middle of the night, he came into the room where I was and molested me and began to rape me. I was asleep. And when Miss O say your body react, I'm a 7 year old little girl. I don't know what's going on. But when I did open my eyes and see him, I jumped up and went to kicking him in the face and slid back up against the wall and stood up and grabbed the lamp. He jumped up. Now, mind you, I was asleep. And when I got up and I'm looking at this man like a complete monster to me, a demon. I'm a 7 year old little girl. But my eyes did correct themselves. I saw my uncle in law, my auntie husband. He stood there. He put his finger up to his lips and he eased back out the room. I got the lamp in my hand. I waited until I thought it was okay for me to shoot across the hallway into my grandmother's room. Scared to death. I was so scared. I was peeing on myself running across the hallway. I was so scared. Ran in there, jumped in my grandma's bed, woke her up, told her what happened. My grandmother, then he went back. It was a back room on the porch where he was sleeping on the couch. My grandmother grabbed her Louisville slugger and I was holding on to her dress behind her, walking behind her. She went back there and went to beating his ass with that bat.
Go on, grandmama.
But listen now, but listen now. And I'm standing there. So she threw him out the house. He ran. I'm crying. I'm all. She told me, I had to go take a shower because I had messed myself up, whatever. And she told me to come get in the bed with her. And as we were getting in the bed and talking or whatever, she said, "Now, baby, that was wrong. That was wrong, and that's why I beat him. That was wrong. But you can't tell your daddy
Mhm.
because your daddy will kill him,
Mhm.
and it'll break up the family." Now I'm gonna tell my auntie name. They call her name's Carrie, but they call her little sister. Now I'm gonna tell little sister what happened. But please, baby, you can't tell your daddy because my daddy was a gangster. Your daddy gonna kill him. I'm 7 years old. I held that. When my daddy did come back into town and I seen my dad, I jumped in my dad's arm and squeezed his neck like I was about to break it. He never knew why. But I held that, y'all, until I was 15.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong, my grandmother did beat his ass. But I want y'all input on that. Was that my fault? Was my grandmother wrong for telling me not to tell my daddy? Because my daddy was gonna kill him. He was gonna kill him.
Yeah, she was
Yeah,
wrong.
But
she
that,
was absolutely wrong. She should have called the
but
police herself.
Two
She's
ladies and
completely
please give me y'all
y'all, hold
input.
on a minute, ladies. Hold on a minute. I just need to make sure everybody is who so I can drop the thing. Now we got some more guests came on. Let's see, is this you?
Yeah, that's me.
Okay, how about black woman? Or where is that you?
Yes, I'm on here. How you doing, Miss
Okay,
Olivia?
just fine. I just want to make sure you guys are actually women so that I could drop the thing because people like to porn bomb. And so yeah. And I'm sorry, y'all go ahead and respond to on stuff.
Yeah, I want to say that she was wrong. She was wrong. She was wrong. But we can't but your uncle is the one who did it. Your grandmama didn't do it, but the women, I believe in my heart, they have been taught this from
Right,
way probably back in slavery to keep
right.
family secrets, don't
Protect
break
the
up the
man.
family.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Right.
But that it was that black man, it was that man who did that. Your grandmama didn't touch you, your grandmama didn't violate you, but she did stop you from doing what you were supposed to do, and that's wrong.
Yes. But
The
And
then
root,
you
that's
the,
a
also got
mentality that needs to die, by the way,
just
because
go on in my house, stay in my house. That's right.
the old ways need to go. Your grandmother was absolutely right for beating his ass, but she was wrong
Right.
for telling you not to tell your father, and that it would bring up the family. It wasn't that you telling your dad breaking up. No, you telling your dad's not going to break up the family. What he did is what broke up the family, not
Yeah.
what you telling your father. See,
That's
that's
right.
that's the other thing too. Like the older generation, she shouldn't
Right.
have put that on you as a child,
Right.
Right.
and I think
Right.
she was wrong in
Right.
twofold for
that's
doing
what
that.
he was focusing on was that my daddy was a gangster. They know he was gonna kill him, and then my daddy was gonna go to prison. Then my mama wouldn't have a husband. I wouldn't have my daddy. My auntie wouldn't have a husband. You know, so I'm 7 years old, and I got the process. If I
Right.
tell
The
them,
way the whole thing was handled
And in
was
your mind,
incorrect.
Right.
I'm gonna look at daddy. If
in your mind, April, it sounds like to me that for a long time, for a lot of years, you felt like it was your fault because the first thing you said was, "Is that my fault?" Just let me say that no, that was not your fault. And your grandmama, you know what I mean. We probably close in age, so you know, back in the day, a lot of black people like that goes back to that saying, "What go on in my house, stay in my house." You know, a lot of reasons why they felt that way. A lot of reasons why your grandmama felt that way is because she didn't want your daddy going to jail, and also she didn't want the police to get a hold to your daddy, really, or that uncle that did that to you. But
because
you know,
she missed
we
me,
have to get
my
away.
dad, my daddy would have killed him. My daddy
Right.
would have went
I
away to
understand that. My
prison.
daddy would have killed him
Daddy
too.
went to prison. My mama wouldn't have had a
He
husband. I
probably
wouldn't
needed
have
the
had
But
daddy.
see, but here's the thing, April. What you're
a
not realizing, if
daddy
your daddy
girl.
would have killed him, that's between adults. And who's to say that your daddy wouldn't have been smart enough to not be caught? Okay,
But you
because
understand, you got
you should
oh, I
never
know.
instruct your child. Wait a minute, baby. You should
Yeah,
never, and for all y'all that's listening, right? Because we know that this still goes on right to this day. Never, never make it okay for your child to hold secret. I tell the young ones in my family because I have seen so much trauma, because I had worked with kids like this. You can tell me anything. Ain't nobody gonna kill me. Ain't nobody gonna kill you. Ain't nobody gonna do nothing to nobody. You come and tell me, I don't care what they say. If you can't tell your mom and your daddy, you come and tell me. Because ain't nobody gonna do nothing to me. Because you shouldn't put that burden on a child to have to hold in that kind of secret. That's
Facts.
not what we do.
can I say something?
Yeah, go ahead, baby.
Okay, so you all gotta understand. I'm a 7 year old child.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
I'm,
That's
I'm,
trauma.
a,
That's trauma
I'm a
on
daddy
top of trauma,
girl.
April.
No,
That's
I'm
no,
a daddy.
trauma.
nobody blaming you.
So all
No,
I
we
can,
blame we're blaming the adults. It was
Yeah,
your
that's
no,
not your
grandmother
fault.
and it was your
I,
uncle.
no,
And if your grandmother was so concerned about him your father going to jail for killing your uncle, then she should have called the police so that your uncle would have
Right,
been in jail.
right.
but no, no. What I'm saying is, I want y'all to understand. I'm a 7 year old child. What my mind frame was, I'm a daddy's girl.
Yeah, we
Oh my
get
God,
that.
my
Right.
daddy. So I had
We
to
get
carry that.
that.
But
Right.
when I turned 15,
Yeah.
and my family kept calling me fast and grown because I would stay to myself, and because I didn't, I became sheltered. I was the boy cousins get the hell from around me, and they thought that I thought I was better than the other cousins. It wasn't that? It was because of that. But anyway, I let it all out, and my grandma was standing right there, and she was like, and she ain't lying. And I'm sorry that I told her to hold it. But listen to this. It didn't make me become a predator. It didn't make me want to do that to other people's children. It made me become a protector of children.
Right.
Children were my ministry.
That's
Right.
right.
Well,
That's
for a
right.
lot of times, that's what happened with women, and unfortunately for men, like a lot of the times when it comes to childhood sexual abuse, when it comes to females, when it comes to women and girls, a lot of time that trauma can be so horrific that we would take it out on ourselves, like we'll turn to drugs, or we'll be really promiscuous or something. And some of them even go on to abuse other children. Now, when it comes to men, a lot of the times they become, if it's never dealt with, they become predators themselves. And that is the difference.
Right.
Women harm themselves, and men go on to harm other people more times
Yeah.
than not. You know, so
And
Now,
you
and
say
al-
you
and
became.
also I wanna say this before I drop down.
Mhm.
This whole thing about keeping the family secrets, we need to stop that right now. Now,
That's
back in
right.
the day, older women thought that they were keeping families together. But let
That's
me
what they
tell you
thought.
something.
Yeah.
Sometimes we need to let some of these people in our families
Let them
go.
go.
Some
Let them
parts of the
go. Mhm.
family we do not need to keep together.
That's
Some
right.
we need to just oust out all these predatory people in our
That's
family.
right.
I
You're
don't want to keep
absolutely right.
Uncle Lou in the family if Uncle Lou is a predator. I
That's
don't
right.
want to keep Auntie
now,
Wilma in the family if Auntie Wilma is a predator.
And that's
If
right.
there's a part of the family that's hurting the family,
Let
then
it
they
go.
don't need to be kept in the family.
That's right.
Sometimes keeping the family together means getting rid of some of the bad foundation and rebuilding the foundation with better bricks or
That's
better
And
right.
then,
mortar or better cement, because
That's
then
right.
that makes the
mhm,
foundation stronger. You cannot have a strong foundation when it is
Right.
shaky and falling apart. So we
Preach.
right.
have to start breaking off some of the pieces of the family and getting rid of the bad foundation and rebuilding a stronger
Uh,
foundation. And with that, I'm
Absolutely.
gone.
And
Amen.
Faith,
Okay.
Amen.
Faith,
Thank you for having me up.
I just want to add on because I was on your show yesterday. I was on Faith's show yesterday, and I gave my testimony. I only gave her one incident of how I was raped. I was raped at 15, and I was raped the first time when I was about 5 or 6 years old. I was about the same age as April when it first happened. When it
Yeah.
first happened, um, and like April said, I did not know what was happening to me. I was in my backyard, I was playing, and I lived in a predominantly people of no color neighborhood. And so I was in my backyard, I was playing. Little boy came over the fence and basically told me if I didn't go, my mom had this little garden shed where she kept all her garden tools and all. And he told me if I didn't go in the shed with him, he was going to do all these like crazy sick things to me. Now I hate to stereotype and I hate to say things like this, but come on now. Some of these people of no color kids are weird, they're crazy. They was into that gothic shit early on in their life, and that's kind of how this little boy was. And he told me he would do all these mutilating type things to me if I didn't go in the shed with him. So I went in the shed with him. He told me to lie down. He told me to pull down my underwear and all this other. And I didn't know exactly what was happening to me was wrong, but I knew it was wrong, but I didn't know what it was. Y'all see what I'm saying? So
Right.
I have sisters. I have a lot of sisters, and my sisters came in the backyard looking for me. My family was very, very close knit. They came in the backyard looking for me, and above, like I looked over his shoulder as he was molesting me, and I could see my sister peering in the shed. And she went and she ran and she told my mother, but the way she addressed it to my mother, she made it seem like I had done something wrong, like I had willingly went in there. And excuse me, Miss Olivia, if I get emotional, because I've held this in for
No, go
20,
ahead, baby.
I've held it in for
Say
20.
exactly. Let me tell you something. Say
Oh,
exactly what you mean. You say exactly how you feel.
so hear me out. So hear me out. So when I went in to tell my mom my clothes, I remember my little dress was disheveled. My mom would get up like my father. See, I'm gonna add this in, and y'all gonna understand why I added this in later as I continue to talk. My father was the breadwinner in our households. I didn't grow up like a lot of families. My father owned houses. He bought my mother 2 houses. He was the sole breadwinner. He was known in the city and state where I'm from to pull my mother off of jobs. He did not want her to do anything but stay home and raise us. My mom and father had 8 children together. So she like when they talking about cutting off these men who are the predators, sometimes the men are the men who are bringing the resources. Not saying it was my father who did that, because my father has never touched on me or anything, but I just think about that when we dealing with the pedophiles. But anywho, when I remember being 5 and 6 years old and going into the house to speak to my mother, and I remember my mother saying these exact words to me, and me and my mom fell out about it. We didn't speak to each other for 2 years. Okay. So I remember going in the house, and my mom looked at me and she said, Candace, what happened to you? What were you out in that shed doing? And I could tell by her tone, if I told her exactly what happened, she was going to whoop my ass. So I didn't say anything for fear that I would get in trouble for something that was not my fault. I lied to her. I lied to her and I didn't tell her anything. Now that was when I was 5 and 6. I'm in my 30s now. And I went through a weight loss program 2 years ago. And the doctor could not figure out why some months I'm doing good in the weight loss programs and other months I was gaining my weight back. He couldn't figure it out. I couldn't figure it out. So I sat down and thought to myself, because I've been in the medical field for 16 years and I know some addictions come and you have to get to the core of them. And I thought back in that day back from when I was 5 and 6 years old, and the other incident that happened when I was 15 came back to me. And I remember telling my 2 close friends, I said, this is why I do this, because I don't care about myself. And I go in the house and that's all I have around me is food. So I eat. I don't like being around other people. It's the reason why I turned into a hermit, because these situations made me feel like trash. Okay. And again, as I shared on Faith's panel, the last situation that happened, I was 15 years old. It was a little boy who knew my family real well. So it wasn't just some any old kid off the block. He asked me to go to the movies with him. Me excited, cool, let's go to the movies or whatever. We get in the car. I'm thinking he taking me to the movies. He takes me to some random house, okay, in this rundown neighborhood. I knew this side of town was where like all the gangs hung out. And also I was wondering like, what the hell are we doing over here? Well, the minute he pulled up at the house, 2 other black boys came to the car. They got me out the car. Now these boys is like 16, 17 years old. They get me out the car and bring me in this house. They take all my clothes from me, took my phone. This happened to me, y'all. I will never forget the day. August 2002. Okay, was in this house and they forced me to do things I did not want to do. Now, like April, my father was like gangster too, but he was the quiet gangster. In front of everybody, he was like the corporate business dude, the good father, but he's like Jekyll and Hyde. He had that back life, but he didn't touch people. It was other people he was connected to. These people are all dead and gone. It was even family members who aren't even allowed in the state where I live who would come in and do his dirty work, if you know what I mean. So when that situation happened, I went home and I didn't tell anybody. I went home and I just hid and I balled up in the bar in the basement. I couldn't speak to anybody, but my grandmother knew something was wrong with me. Okay. She knew, and she came downstairs in the basement because she couldn't figure out why I went into the basement, and I balled up because these men had took my phone. They took everything from me and they did not give my stuff back to me until after they got through abusing me. Okay. I'm shaking telling y'all this. So went into the basement. Granny knew it was wrong. And my grandmother, I feel like at that time, she did not want to tell because, again, me being this, this 15-year-old girl, just like a lot of Black girls, we're blamed for our own abuse. So my grandmother was like, Candace, I'm not going to say anything. But years later, these men, like one of them, because he has 2 daughters himself, he comes back to me, y'all, like every couple months and apologized to what he did to me. Did I forgive him? Not really. I still struggle with anger issues toward him and even towards Black men. But I found out that he came into like the knowledge about my father. And the reason why he apologizes to me every couple months is because he knows, just like April's situation, if I tell my father, one of yours or you yourself is going to come up missing. You know that. So a lot of times, girls, it's not that we don't want to tell, it's that we're either forced into not telling or we know what, what I'm saying? And I'm not going to lie. Sometimes it feels like you're protecting them. Like you said, you have to sacrifice yourself to protect somebody that don't even need or deserve protection. And we grow up and we live with this, and you develop a complex because of it. Like I was all fucked up. I still struggle with what happened to me. I still struggle with feeling like nothing, with feeling like I don't have any worth because of what these men did to me. So
Dang, I'm
Black
sorry.
women were. Can I say something to you, baby? It sounds like in the case of the first time that happened, this horrific thing happened to you. Um, that was not your fault, first of all, and the way that your sister said whatever she said to your mom should have been able to, and perhaps she was, and she maybe just didn't want to deal with it. She was trying to protect your father, which she should have been protecting you first. So maybe that's how she chose to deal with it because she didn't want him to get in trouble for harming this man. That is not your fault. And the second time that happened to you, um it sounded like you didn't want to see anybody get hurt because of what happened to you, and and a lot of that is because um um as black women, unfortunately, we are taught to take care of everybody but ourselves first, right? And because of what happened to you the first time, and the way that your mother reacted when it happened to you again, you acted like your mother acted because you didn't want to see them people get hurt, right? Because
that's
you know what your
perfect.
daddy would have done. Let me
And
finish, babe, let me finish. But let me tell you something, right? That is not your fault. You are actually raised to have that mindset, right? Now let me tell you the difference. When I was growing up, I'm raised in the country. I live in Tennessee, right?
mhm,
So my family and my uncles and my grandmama, because my granddaddy passed on at an early age, my grandmother raised her boys to be protector of us women, right? At the time, right? And because of that, and because we live in a small town, I was kind of in a bubble because my uncles were so crazy that they know that if they do something to one of us, and we was always, my grandmama was very outspoken. She was a bona fide Christian woman, but she would blow your brains out to the point to where she had big breasts like me, right? And
mhm,
she would have a firearm in between her breasts, right? Her and the women around her. That's what Big Mama meant to me, right? So you could come to Big Mama and you could tell her anything, and you don't have to worry about nothing else after that. It don't matter what happened to them. We would get in trouble if we didn't tell. And
mhm,
unfortunately, a lot of girls are raised to keep holding a lot of secrets. So fast forward to you and your weight problem. That is because you was raised to hold these secrets in, and pretty much turn on yourself. That's why you have had a problem with weight. Is because you have never reconciled your mind to what, not only to what was done to you, but for the fact that you was made to keep these secrets, and that is not your burden, right? And I am so sorry that you have had to deal with this. But it makes me so mad when I hear you speaking of this with so much pain in your voice, and you are now an adult. And that's the reason why we really need to take mental health care seriously. We need to get rid of that what go on in my house, stay in my house. We need to, as black women, we need to start raising our daughters to feel like we got to protect men and whoever else in that family. Because if somebody do something to one of your kids and something happened to them, guess what? That's what's supposed to happen, right?
That's
Because in the
right.
country, we had an old saying to where in the country, if you do something to somebody and they kill your ass, they'll feed your body to the hogs, right? Which means it'll never be heard from again. You don't know. You might see this person one day, and you tell your mama what happened to you, and you might not never see them again in your whole life. You know why? Because they've been fed to the motherfucking hogs, right? And that's not your fault. After that, you lay that burden down, and you give that to your elders in your family. And it
Right.
makes me mad that a lot of people want to would rather keep a secret, would rather say what go on in my house, stay in my house, as opposed to exacting justice. So you don't always need the police to protect your family, especially against your own family and the
mhm,
people around you. Sometimes You have to do that your own self. Now, this day and age, you got men and women praying and grooming children. The reason why they groom children is because they don't want to be dealt with. That's why you have to tell your kids, I don't care what happened to you. You can talk to me about anything. Ain't nobody gonna do nothing to me. I don't care what they say, including your own family members. None of this is your fault. None of this is April's fault. It is the adults that are putting these burdens on these children, and it is not right. And I
And
do not like it.
and
What
this
can I
this Miss April, I just want to say this. Um,
Hey, but
the
speaking to the young lady,
like I feel like everybody would believe me. I didn't even feel like the police would believe me, you know. But I just want to encourage everybody, like if you're a mother or whatever,
you waking up.
Somebody's breaking up.
Yeah, her phone, black woman, your phone breaking up.
I just
Cause
think it's probably is that April. April, is that you?
It's a little bit better now.
Okay, that yeah. So I'm going to encourage all the mothers out there. Like if you have daughters, like this is something that I just got done saying in a video on my channel. Like not only should you talk to your daughters, Deborah,
wait
but
before you get down, black woman. Wait before you get down. I want to say something to you. Go ahead.
okay, but not only should you encourage your daughters to speak to you, but you should speak to your daughters. But you can't solve everything with whooping a child's ass or whatever. That's what my mother told me when the abuse first happened. That's what got me to realize at an early age, and it affected me and my mother's relationship up until last year, because I didn't deal with my mama, y'all. All my deepest darkest secrets, all the things that I was really curious about, I went to other women about it because I didn't feel like I could trust my mother. Everything that I told my mother, she would tell my aunts. My mother would talk about me like I wasn't her daughter. So when it would come to things that she would get jealous of relationships that I would have with other women in the community, and she didn't understand, why is it that I can get close to the black women counselor at the school? Why is it that I can get close to the black women at the church or whoever I'm dealing with and not her? And that was why, because I felt like I couldn't trust my mother. I felt like she would either turn on me or be out talking about me in the streets like I wasn't her daughter. So I encourage black mothers, like, believe your daughters, talk to your daughters. We're not all out here being fast. When I was 15, I wasn't even into rap music. I was a geek. I hung out in the library. If you talk to anybody from the city and state where I'm from, they would tell you, oh, Candace hung out in the libraries. Candace was a bookworm, So I get tired of they stereotype. She was out there being fast. Man, you could be covered up and dressed like a nun, and these predators will still try you.
That's right.
That's right. Yep.
This is what I wanted to say to you, sweetie. I'm sorry that happened to you, and I'm glad you're getting help. And I hope you continually to go through it, and it will make you just like it did me. I became a protector. My therapy was God in a quiet place by myself, just like you. I didn't trust nobody, especially my mom. And I got through it, but I became a protector of children. Children were my ministry because I
Mhm.
felt like I protected that little girl. And there's certain things that happen even on YouTube that will trigger a memory of that. But I pray about it and I move on. But I see other people that can't do that. And no, YouTube, social media is not where you come to get therapy. No, it's not. But somebody might have got help today. Somebody needed to hear this today. Maybe a man might have changed his view of what he just heard. And when I started having my children, that's why I got 8 boys. I was trying to have a girl so I could show my family how a little girl is supposed to be treated like a princess and blah, blah, blah. And couldn't get no goddamn girl. I gave up, and thank God. But anyway, with 8 sons, and I was overprotective of them to the point that when my brother said I was gonna make them soft, I was gonna make them sissified and this, that, and the third, because I was overprotective of my boys, just like little girls. But my brothers ended up having all the girls, so now I got 21 nieces,
Mhm.
and I ended up being the aunt, and everybody would come, and I would protect them. And when I would say what goes on in my house, I explained this to them. I'm talking about telling people what we got going on in my house. I'm not talking about no. If anybody touch you and you don't tell me, it's gonna be me and you. And I mean that. I love you. I love you. I don't give a god darn if it's your daddy. I don't care if it's your mom and they
Right.
my sister or my brother. You better tell me. If you want
Right.
to worry about nobody going nowhere, I know how to handle it. Because I don't want them to tell you that lie. We're gonna be
Right.
just fine. Better not let nobody
Like
ever touch.
people need to realize that that brainwashing with that male identity shit starts early. Start
Yeah.
indoctrinating girls early. I was so brainwashed. I was a girl that I didn't realize what happened to me and that what happened to me as a young child was wrong until I got in my 30s. That's how deep the
Mhm.
trauma goes. I
Yeah.
didn't realize it because we're often as black women, we're not believed, or even if we're believed, we're blamed. You see what I'm saying?
Mhm.
That's
So
Right.
right.
I did not understand. Like it's almost like coming out of the best example I can give y'all off the top of my head is like when I took up business finance in college and I started to really understand how numbers and money work. And the 2 weeks after I took all them classes, like just 2 weeks into the sessions, I ended up coming out the building and y'all, I was so starstruck that I stood there while all the kids were swarming around me and going about their lives. I stood there because I had never, like, I didn't understand the world of money before I had took them classes. So my eyes were open. So learning and coming out of all of this brainwashing and all this trauma, that's how it is. That's why I say you really have to watch the girls early. You have to be there for them early because
Mhm.
people will get down damn near into your soul and convince you, oh, well, that was your fault or you did something wrong or you're
Right.
not believed.
Right. That's why it's so
Mhm.
toxic to call the girls fast or sexy or
Right.
say that they, this just this toxic. Like you grooming them to think that they did something wrong and it was that
Right.
monster that did something wrong to them.
That's right. That's right. That's right. You're absolutely right. It is not. I just hate that some mamas and daughters have this kind of relationship with them. They're like faces. Some mothers are. I've heard seen a couple of people in the chat saying they felt that way about their mama too. About they might feel like they was afraid their mama was talking behind their back, or they felt like they might get a spanking or a whooping behind that. And another thing that I don't agree with in this day and age is corporal punishment, right? Now, when I was growing up, it was a different world, and every lick I got, I deserved. But when my nieces start having children and my sisters start having children, we don't do corporal punishment. And the reason why we don't do corporal punishment is because we all went to school and we learned a lot. I took African American studies and it grossed me out when I start learning about the things, the traumas that I have, how people had to endure when it came to slavery and whippings and things like that, were one of the major parts of discipline, the the quote unquote slave, right? So I didn't want to grow up and feel like I had to resort to what was done to my ancestors, right? So we don't do corporal punishment. Now um I am not, if you do use corporal punishment on your child, I am not admonishing you in any way. I'm
Yeah, I
just
was about to
saying.
say I don't with my kids either. I don't believe in it.
Yeah, I'm just saying I don't we don't believe in it because children are so smart these days that you can logically and rationally talk to your children. If you want to be your child's friend, to the point to where they're doing reckless things, you ought to be able to talk to them without being able to put your hands on them, right? And so we don't do that. And but when it comes to daughters feeling like they can't trust their mamas, that's a hard one. And I would hate that. And that leads me to believe that maybe your mom was done the same way, because
Yes,
like
yes.
April said, what happened to her caused her to be a mama bear, right? Now, and okay, caused her to be a mama bear. What happened to her, right? So she was extra observant. She didn't trust nobody. You know what I mean? But when it comes to, it did some. And then some women, Sister George is the perfect example of something clearly happened to her as a child, and because she was not protected or even believed, she doesn't have any empathy or sympathy towards not only her children but anybody else's child, and she would rather project her pain onto others, right? So that's why, you hear her sounding like she's sounding over the airways. She doesn't even realize how disgusting as a female that she sounds, right? Because she's totally male identified to the point to where she's bragging, yeah, I'm male identified.
Mm-hmm.
That is not cool. That is not cute. That is simply you projecting,
Right.
and so I have never I appreciate a black woman aware for coming up here and sharing her story, because it is stories like it is traumas like this. These subjects are still, even to this day, and we're in 2022, and we're still hearing stories like this. We have not grown past the trauma of slavery. We have not grown past black women being reared from slavery, since slavery, to protect the men, to the point to where it is so many cases of drug use and prostitution and child abuse. And a lot of this is because of mental health issues. A lot of this is because you felt like you couldn't tell nobody. And if you feel like you can't tell nobody something so horrific, it is going to eat and it's going to fester at you and it is going to destroy your soul. And we can't continue to let that go on. I'm glad we having these conversations.
Me
I'm
too.
glad that even somebody like Rude is opening up and saying what he's saying, because he's teaching women a lesson too. He's teaching you women to side eye everybody. Okay, not just single mothers, but you can be in a home with your husband, right? You don't trust nobody with
That's
your
right.
kids, because like I said yesterday, the day before yesterday, you have a right. You have a via a law of nature to protect your children. It should be instinctual for you to protect your children above everything else, right? And if you don't have the, excuse me, oh, I get grossed out by this. If you don't have that in you to put your children first and foremost, um, I think you need to do some soul searching, right? Because when you don't protect your children, these children grow up and become dysfunctional adults. And that generation curse is passed down from generation to generation, right? And,
Right.
and, and black women aware her story is a perfect example of a generational curse being passed down from generation to generation. And until you get your family in order, it's never gonna stop. It's gonna keep recurring. You don't, as a child, you should not be burdened with keeping any kind of secret. A secret such as like that. You let your the people in your family know, and what happened to that adult after that is none of your business. Just like it wasn't your fault for what happened to you, it ain't your fault what happened to the person that did something to you. That is not your fault. Like I told you, I had so many crazy uncles in my family that and my grandma, I was scared not to tell my grandmama everything. Okay? I
Mm-hmm.
was scared not to tell her every single thing. But what happened after that, that's on the grown people. They don't have nothing to do with me. If they say they're going to feed your ass to the house, they're going to feed your ass to the motherfucking house. But what you wasn't going to do is harm none of the children. And because my grandmama raised us that way, that's the way I instruct mine. Because what you will not do is destroy somebody in my family before they become adulthood. And that is what I'm hearing up here. And that is so hurtful to me. And so let me invite some more Sheba, Gynocracy and Sheba. Is that y'all? Yeah.
Yeah, that's me.
Okay,
Hi, how
Sheba,
are
do
you?
you want your camera on, Sheba? Yeah.
Hey
Okay,
y'all.
well then I'll take off the screensaver. But welcome to the panels, ladies. But I really just had to take a moment and say that because I'm tired of people putting all this burden on kids. It's not right. It's not cool. That's not acceptable behavior.
Right. And
That's
if
not
you
normal.
if you older than a kid, if you grown, still tell everybody. Quit, stop
Absolutely.
keeping secrets. Stop eating away the pain. Stop looking at this person for Thanksgiving, Christmas. That's the perfect
Yes,
time for you to stand up and say what that person did to you when you was 3, 4, 5, 10. Tell it. Stop keeping it in
yes,
because you're gonna save another child.
that's right. Because you
Yeah.
couldn't just because like you Tori said, even if you grown and you just now telling it because you could save somebody that's under you. You could save one of your little cousins, from growing up their whole life with some kind of secret like this. That's
Yeah,
right,
and
Atari. You're absolutely right. Hey,
hello,
y'all.
everybody. Hey, Miss O and panel. This is
Hey.
why I wanted to add to the fact that that little girl that just was murdered by the stepdad, that when he had the pants pulled, he was pulling up his pants and stuff like that.
Yes.
I knew that that mother had to know something was not the energy when I can tell when if he entered the room, the little girl, if she was around, she left. And
Yeah.
it's all kind of ways that you can tell when some shit is not right.
Yes. I
You know,
agree. I
and,
felt like I
Yes.
felt like you felt, Sheba.
yeah, I just
Right.
and it just pisses me off because I have 3 daughters. I have 7 brothers. Well, I got 6 now because one was murdered. But and they have daughters. You know what I'm saying? And I'm the oldest. I'm 51, and I'm the oldest of all of them. You know what I'm saying? And it's to hear the stories that these ladies are telling. You know what I'm saying? Because I had an uncle that tried me, but I was that kind of kid that he would try to tickle me. You heard me? But
Mm.
I don't like being tickled. I don't even get massages to this day because I don't like to be tickled. I'm ticklish. You know what I'm saying? So I don't like to be tickled anyway. But he would try to grab you and tickle you, but touch on you at the same time. But I was that kid that was like, no, bitch, that ain't right. And that was like at 7, 8, 9. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
And I knew that that lady had to know that something was not right between her daughter, and sometimes that's the price that you pay when you try to keep them kind of fucking secrets.
I want to ask y'all who y'all think is the most responsible, the predator or the mom that was supposed to be keeping that daughter
Both,
protected? It's equally.
both,
I
because if
feel
the
like
mother
she's a
knows,
Even
predator
though she
you
because
didn't
have
touch her.
the predator
your instincts
grooms
tell you.
people too. And I wanted to
Your
say this.
instincts tell
Oh, sorry.
your instincts tell you when some shit ain't right. You if when my daughters is getting into it and one of them leave out of whatever, I know some shit is going on. So you can't tell me when. I heard somebody talking about when they had a pet, a cat, and the cat knew to leave at a certain time when the children get home from school because the children would terrorize the cat. You know what I'm saying? And the mother knew that something was wrong then. So you can't tell me with a human being that if another human being enters the room and that child leaves, something ain't
Right.
right. You just
But I
know.
just thinking of it, if that mother loved and cared and clothed that child and took care of that child, then this monster came in and harmed this person. You know what I'm saying?
And
And
then we don't know what that predator told that mom. And the whole thing about it is we're going down these rabbit holes because motherfuckers couldn't stay on one topic about Kevin Samuels having this grooming language. And
Mm.
it started from the beginning because the manosphere spews all these talking points, trying to make black women desperate to be with the man. And when women are desperate to be with men, they will hide secrets. And then the other language on top of it of, oh, these kids know what they was doing and stuff like that, and these girls is fast. You're basically trying to chain your way into excusing the fact that this person is
I'm gonna get
harming
off
your
the panel, y'all, because I gotta go deal with something.
okay,
child.
thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, you gotta go. Let me show you.
But when I went on to Rue Demp live stream, the first thing that I seen was David Johnson shaming somebody else on his panel about being single. And it's just like, this is the conversations that really make it seem like black women is never going to have a partner. They're always going to be alone. And when people get scared to be alone, these are the type of things that happen. And we're not honest about the that type of fear. And I said to try to really spread some light to this information, you really need to stop putting marriage and relationships on a pedestal because a lot of people need
Mm.
to be by themselves.
Yeah.
Yeah. Take marriage. Please stop putting marriage on a pedestal.
Right.
Please.
Right. Absolutely. You don't put any relationship over the relationship you have with your children because those children um look up to you, look out, they are first and foremost when it comes to protection And they look to you for every single thing. They are solely dependent on you. So you don't put any relationship, including your marriage or your boyfriend,
Right, or just the
or your
desire
girlfriend.
to get married. Just, you know what I'm
Right.
saying? Like, keep
Yeah,
it a
that's
secret. Just let somebody want to marry you.
Miss O-
right. And like I said, I've been married over 20 years. I never leave with that. Because honey, that is not the be all fucking end all, okay?
I
I'm a
love when
very
you say
solitary
that.
creature. I'm a very solitary creature, and I don't have to be married. Okay, I
I
don't
have
have to be.
I don't really. I guess I can. I don't say. I don't have a question, but I have a statement, and I'm curious about how you ladies feel about it. Because the one thing that I remember growing up with was like my father was like he was an awesome protector, but I always hear these men, and I'm thinking about Nick Cannon because y'all know how Nick Cannon is going around and he's making all these single mother households, and people keep saying like, oh well, he's a he can provide for them or whatever. Let me tell y'all something. My father was a provider. My father bought my mom two houses. He didn't. He made enough money with both of his business to where my mom did not have to work. But where he dropped the ball, especially because he had mostly daughters, is he was not like really emotional. Like he didn't really have those relationships with him. Like I thank God because we do have uncles who have daughters who we were able, like if we needed that male role model and we needed to talk to somebody, like we have those uncles for that. Like I thank God because my one uncle, he gets on my ass when he goes too long, and when I go too long and he hasn't heard from me, especially because I moved out of town. So he
Right.
will get on my ass about that. But how do y'all feel about that when these men they make all these single mother households and the father really he's not emotionally involved with the children because I feel like that plays a role too when it comes to
Mhm.
rape and S word assault.
Yeah,
Right.
I don't think that men are emotional at all. You know what I'm saying? Like we see right now, like they don't have any compassion. They can't
Mhm.
even fathom what the heck women are talking about. They speak about their experiences as children with older women. It's like the best thing that ever happened to them. So
Right.
it's just like men to me, I don't think that men are really, really emotional. And I grew up without a father or dad in the house, and I don't think I was missing out on anything. So I
Right.
don't know like what women are seeking. I had a good time watching my moms, my aunties talk and gossip and have a good time. I don't think I missed out on a man yelling at me or schooling me or telling me what to do and what not to do. I don't think I missed out on anything, but this is my opinion.
Well, I grew up in a family with my father, and he was present. One thing that I do know about men that a whole lot of some women don't know is that you can have a father like Nick Cannon. I don't know how many kids that he got that Faith was that Black Women of Word was talking about, but you have to choose men when it comes to women, and I say this over and over again because some women don't get it. When it comes to men, they are not like us because we are motherers. Some of us because we are nurturers. It is innate in us. We lead with our heart, right? Sometimes we don't even get to choose who we love, right? It is not that word. It is not that way when it comes to men. Men have to choose to put you in their heart. They have to choose you as a woman, to put you in their heart. They have just like they have to choose children. He can have 10 kids, and you see a man, he got 3 or 4, 5 kids, right? He won't take care of none of his kids, right? None of his birth children, but you will see him living with this other woman, and he is taking care of her children, right? He is
Okay.
a father to them, and that is because he has chosen to put those children in his heart. Men have to choose men they choose who to put and who not to put in their heart. You can be the most faithful woman in the world to a man, right? You could have given him your all. But if that man don't put you in his heart, he is never going to love you. You are always going to love him more. And women have to start realizing that. But we lead with our heart a lot of times and a lot of instead of our heads because we don't realize. And for that reason we leave ourselves open to hurt simply because we don't know that a man has to choose to put you in his heart. That is why a lot of this is going on. Like I said, but as far as me, fortunately, Fortunately, like when you said, like when she said she had a dad, he was a great provider, but he was never there. But fortunately, she had a uncle or uncles that was there. Okay, he's a great provider. He's out making the money, and he thinking just cause he providing, he don't have to do nothing. As far as provide, the home. He don't have to protect. He don't have to nurture. He don't
Right.
have to love. As long as he providing a roof over your head and food in your mouth and clothes on your
Right.
back, that's
Right.
it. That's all that he got to do. That's as far as
Right.
got to
All
go.
he did was, all my dad really did was like he provided, but like if we
Yeah.
ever got out of line, like he came in with the corporal punishment. That was it.
Uh-uh.
That's
Yeah,
Mm-mm.
but that's that. Yeah,
The
that's
man
not
is the
right.
muscle, yeah.
Yeah,
But I
that
do
is
want to
not
say that we have to shout your dad out. He dropped the ball definitely on the protection part, especially with everything
right.
that happened to you, and just basically being there for you emotionally. But
Right.
to have a man provide when so many kids are growing up in poverty and they just don't
Right.
even care. They just leaving their kids for dead. They don't care if
Right.
they have any money. They don't
That's
care if they
true
got
too.
raggedy shoes at school
right.
talking. They don't care if they got
That's
something
true
to eat or
too.
not. They don't give a darn. So we do have
Right.
to
That's true
appreciate the
too.
fact that he was
That's
a
true too. At
provider.
least he did that. At least he
Yeah,
did. Is
he
this you, Lady Scorpio?
Yeah, that's me. Hey, what's up,
Okay.
y'all? How y'all
Hey.
ladies doing?
Hey.
But you're right,
Yeah.
Atory. You do. At least he did that. You know what I mean? At least he did that because you got some men that just outright don't do nothing, nothing at all. Provide, protect, care, nurture, love, nothing. They just simply. It's just
And
they're
that's
just
why I
simply
wanted to bring that's why I
breeders.
wanted to come up on the mic and say that a lot of these
Okay.
absentee fathers need to be
Yeah.
these absent fathers need to be held responsible too, because
Absolutely.
Yes.
they're not there for their kids. They are not there
Absolutely.
for their children. You know,
Absolutely.
they out here talking about, making these babies and don't want to take responsibility for them. So they
Breeders.
need to be held responsible too, you
Breeders.
know?
Hmm.
Oh,
Yeah.
I want, and that's why a lot of the predators feel comfortable because they know maybe about 85% of homes are fatherless. That's why they feel so comfortable. Oh, I can touch her child because her daddy ain't gonna be nowhere to be found. If I get a single mother, 9 times out of 10, the daddy ain't gonna be nowhere to be found to harm me. You know what I'm saying? If I do something, it's fair
That's
game with
why I
these
said you
babies.
got to listen to what Rue said because he said that too. He said that.
Yeah, he
He was
did.
Yeah.
pretty much laying out the
Mhm.
diary of a predator. You know what I mean? We be so,
But I
you
think
got
he
to
need to
listen. We
put his
triggered, but
his
we
foot.
also got to listen what he's
He,
saying because
right.
he laying out the groundwork, the playbook when it comes to a predatory mindset.
But he also needs to hold these men responsible too. A lot of
Yes, he
these
does.
absent fathers out here who aren't
Absolutely.
responsible.
It takes two to
They
make a
need to be
baby.
blamed. They need the blame also needs to be put on them because they weren't there.
Damn right.
I don't want to hear that complaining about, oh well, I owe child support or she won't let me see the kids. You better fight to see your kids.
Yeah.
You better
And
fight.
then still
Don't
blame
lay
it.
on your back.
Why blame everything on the single mother when it take two to make a baby? So you just saying you just a fucking breeder, right? You just like you still in chattel slavery. You just a breeder. All you do is
Like an
breed
animal.
them and drop them off and forget
Yeah,
about them.
cattle. We
Right. And
act like
you think if
cattle
a
when it
man
comes to their
took
children.
you think if a
That's
man
right.
took a woman's child, she not gonna fight and be at the court every single day, sleeping at the court to get that baby back? So we don't want to hear that somebody keeping you away from your child. There are laws put in place for you to go see your child.
Exactly. If you love your
Mhm.
child so much, you would fight to see them and protect them from being harmed like that. That's why I said these absent fathers need to be held responsible as well.
That's why I meant by the hours they lay the whole thing at the foot of the woman. Like she done birthed the baby by her damn self. Like it's not a father somewhere involved. You
Right.
know.
And he also said that the women don't want the kids, but it's like we can get rid of the kids. We don't have to be here taking care of no
Got you?
kids.
Exactly.
Exactly.
Exactly. Exactly.
We choose to be there. Some stuff
Right.
don't
Choose to
turn
be
out
there.
right, and they emphasize those stories to try to shame black women. Like, oh, look at,
Yeah.
they do stuff to those kids too, and it's just like, my nigga, everybody does stuff to kids, but the whole thing about it is, motherfucker, y'all don't be there in droves, and even the
Right.
motherfucker that's claimed that they there for their kids, they be going hard as shit. They be like, man, fuck you, baby mamas and all this other shit. We fathers, we can do what we want, and I'm like, so you claim that you're there for your children. Why are you going so hard? Like, you need not to speak on this because we're not sure.
Right.
You know.
Right. You're absolutely right.
Yeah, you're a parent for life, no matter where you at or what you do or where you go. You are a
That's
parent for
right.
life,
That's
mother
Exactly.
right.
and a father. You ain't done being a father just because she got custody of the kids. You still a father.
That's
Get up
right.
off your ass and go up there and fight for your goddamn kids, and don't be letting nobody put your hands on your kids.
Yeah,
Period.
if you care. That's right. If you care, that's what you would do, no matter what.
Yep, because you know
No
the
matter what.
child
I have
asking for
seen
you.
where fathers, I have had cases where fathers will, where the mom and the mother and the father can't get along, and they have to when it's time for the, for the like they had shared custody or visitation, they have to drop them off at a neutral point, and at that neutral point, in this state, you have to pay like, say you got visitation with your kids twice a week, right? That's $25 a pop. To just to drop them off at a neutral point, because the mom and daddy can't get along to the point to where they can't be in each other's presence. That I have seen fathers pay $25 on 2 times a week just to go spend time with their kids, just cause they give a damn. And then
Yeah,
you got
this father's spending hundreds of dollars. They like, well, I'm gonna take the kid to get some clothes just so they can spend
right,
time with the kids. They're
just cause
making a damn
just
effort. It's
right,
called make an effort.
make an
Don't
effort.
don't come online complaining about she won't let you see the kids. Make a fucking effort.
Right, right, right.
Right.
You're absolutely right. And women won't non-dysfunctional. Now, you do have those cases where women fight to keep their children away from men, not because they're being petty, but because they are afraid that the man will do something to that child, right? So you can go to court for that too. And I have seen those cases as well. But I say 8 out of 10 cases, I maybe 7 out of 10 cases, the dad is just not involved. He feel like he got to pay that $40, $50 a week child support, and that's all he got to do. He don't have to do
You
nothing
know,
else.
I
But
Yeah,
wouldn't have.
mothers,
even
I
us abusers have that right to take that.
exactly.
Unfortunately,
yeah,
it's fucked up, but it's just like even if you have a record of doing some foul shit to a child, your filthy ass can still take her to court, and y'all still don't do it. Y'all, whether y'all have a record or not, y'all just get up here and brag and just be like, I've heard niggas say that they'll leave the state before they pay child support, or just forever work under the table because they don't want to pay
I
child
think
support.
so.
It's sad.
Yeah,
I mean, your child's safety is important. Do you not care about your own kid? You
some
know,
of them don't.
do background checks on the mofo. If she got him up in the house, you know who he is. Do a background check. Even you never know. I'm
Right,
just
that's the least
saying.
you can do.
Right,
Watch these dudes. If you know that
right,
guy from the block and you know who he's all and how he's all, you know his family, find out about him. You know what I mean?
right,
Yes.
Don't just sit there and
That's
just
right.
let this shit happen.
Right,
I
or
have
have a talk
seen
with them. Have a talk with the dude.
I have seen my husband
You know what I mean?
and
Assert
my
your
uncles
dominance.
intimidate. I was going to say unapologetic. I have seen over the years my husband and my uncles and his brothers intimidate any man that say when I got a whole set of nieces that's grown, and those nieces have had kids, right? But I have seen them openly intimidate other men when they want to say I'm going with your whatever, whatever, and my niece finally get up the nerve to introduce them, to bring them around. I have seen them openly intimidate, and I think that they do that because they are establishing dominance. They are letting them know that, look, I'm gonna need you to not hurt my baby, right? And so I think it's unfortunate. And I have seen the fathers of, well, now the second best, my nieces and my nephew, my grown nephew. You don't have no kids yet, but a couple of my nieces got kids, and one of my nephews is 15 years old. And so, but I do have a great niece that's 12. So she haven't started dating or anything like that. But her dad is real protective over her. So I don't know how that's going to play out. But even if he leaves today or something happened today, there is still somebody in my family that is going to protect. And I wish that I could see that more often. But it goes back to how the matriarchs move in the family, as far as I'm concerned, or even the patriarchs. And I say matriarchs in my family because, like I said, my grandfather passed away early on when we were small kids, and it was just my grandmama, and she can only do the best that she can do. So I have that mindset because all of my elders have passed. I don't have no more grandmamas. I don't have no daddy, and I don't have no mama no more. So I am literally the oldest person on my side of the family. Do you see what I'm saying? I'm not talking about my husband or anything. I'm talking about on my side of the family, my blood. And so the
Yeah.
only thing I can do is try to do what my grandmama did. And you can only, and you can protect, you can try all what I was raised to do is protect mine the best way that I know how, you know. And that's the only thing that you can do. Pray and protect yours the best way that you know how, but you have to be present. You have to actually love these babies and care for them. You know what I mean? And I hate
Right.
that I'm seeing, I hate that I'm not seeing that a lot. You know,
Yeah, and if it happened to you, don't think, you know what I'm saying, like it should happen to another girl. You know what I'm saying? Like
right?
it wasn't right. That ain't normal for little girls to go through that. They supposed to be somewhere playing with
No,
Barbie dolls and
right. It's
having the
not
time of
normal.
their life. They're not supposed to be going through what you went through. Is not normal. It's not
That's right.
normal.
And you don't never lash out towards them. So you don't never, take it out on them. But when you don't address childhood trauma, it impacts your life totally.
It
And
fuck.
then you have never addressed this childhood trauma. You go on to have children.
Mhm.
You're going to be raising your child in a dysfunctional environment,
That's right.
unfortunately.
And that trauma, that's actually been proven that you can pass trauma down to the next generations. They prove
Absolutely.
it scientifically.
Absolutely.
And Atari, thank you for saying what you said because like what you said, it kind of reminded me of something, Atari. It reminded me of the fact that the first time when I was abused at 5 and 6, like a lot of people be saying, oh, well, she knew what she doing, like we've been discussing, oh, she's fast and all this bullshit. But I had never seen that before. So if these girls are fast and these girls knew what they're doing, who's teaching them? Because
Right.
had never seen that shit before. I was 5 and 6, and even though my dad wasn't emotionally available, and my mom, like, she did a lot. She taught me a lot. Don't get me wrong. I don't see her as a big babysitter, but because my dad always pulled her off of jobs and she was mainly at home, she's mostly like a housewife. But he controlled her with the resources, so she couldn't even date. That's what a lot of people don't realize. My dad was married off. He did not want my mom dating. They had a very
Mm,
strange relationship. But
mm,
the thing about it that I'm bringing up, that made me so angry with my mother when it first happened, is she was going to whoop my ass, thinking that I had done something wrong, but she had never questioned who, like, where did Candace see this? Who did this? And I didn't know what I was going to get punished for something I didn't even know what happened to me.
right. Right. And like I said, that's why I said earlier, I hate that she responded in that way. Because you always believe your children, no matter what. I wish she would have come to you and asked you, what happened. No matter how your sister told it to her, I wish her response would have been, are you okay? Come here, let me talk to you. Your sister said A, B, C, and D. What happened? What happened? I wish that would have been
Facts.
her response. There's a
Right.
guy
Having
that
compassion
don't
for
come up
You
on
girls.
right.
don't
There's a
hate your
guy that want to
kid.
come up on the panel, ladies. I don't know if y'all know him or if y'all want him to come up. He can come up here in the back. His name is Zab. Do y'all want him to come up or no?
I don't know him.
Just be ready to drop them.
Well, that's okay. If he's gonna be trouble, to know he can't come up. I don't deal with that.
No.
This is a woman's conversation, so we
Oh,
don't have to worry about it.
that's right.
So Zab, if you listen, I'm sorry. Today is not the day, sir. And so, but yeah, I wish that she could have should have came to you in a more loving way and found out what was going on. But like I said, some moms, because she may have had that type of trauma happen to her, and
Hmm.
for that reason, a lot of some moms are not emotionally available. Not only with situations like that, but with no with a lot of different types of situations. They're
Right.
not
It's like
simply not
it
emotionally
happened to me. I was okay, so she gonna be okay.
right.
Type
You
of
can't
Mm.
always
attitude.
assume that though. You can't always assume that. Everybody is not as strong mentally as somebody else.
And that's what I was gonna say is because when Rude said that women be holding it in and all this other stuff. I'm like, you don't know what that person's going through. Even with therapy, you still carry those wounds.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that is something that still carries with you throughout your life. It's
Right.
hard. It's
Yes.
not easy, and not everybody is on the same mental
Mm-hmm.
level. You know, some people
Right.
are still in pain throughout the entire life.
Yes.
You know,
Therapy is to give you coping tools. You never forget
yes,
about what happened to you,
you never
but it
forget.
right. But you
Because men
hopefully
never
can
stop
build
being
yourself
weird as
to.
well. And then whenever they have this, whenever women try to have this conversation, here they come derailing it. You know.
Yep.
Well, that's why I
Yep.
asked you guys. That's why I asked you guys if you felt comfortable with him coming up or not because I've seen it. I seen it. What was it yesterday?
Today.
With the whole conversation. Yeah, and
The
today.
thing
We
is,
had
the problem I have with the guys getting up on the panels, they always like to throw it on women. No, it needs to be thrown on both sides. Both men and women are responsible.
Yeah,
That's
but
the
I'm gonna be a
thing.
little bit biased because the woman did not touch the child. You know what I'm
Right,
saying? She dropped the
right,
ball. She let what happened to her. She let what happened to her mama. She let what happened to her
Right.
grandmama happen to that child. But she was not the person that tiptoed in that child room. You know what I'm
right,
saying? She was not the
right.
person that violated that child. Yes, the child
Exactly.
gonna be
That's
mad
right.
at the woman. She gonna be mad. They gonna be mad at the mom, the auntie, whoever let this happen, but she is not the one that did it. She's hurting probably just as much as that child is hurting. You know what I'm
Yes,
saying?
exactly.
So
And
we
she
gotta
probably
put the
been
we
she
gotta put
probably
the
been
blame on
harmed
who actually
too. You
did it.
know, she probably been
Exactly. Having
harmed
gaslighting
too.
conversations about, oh, you need that, that child need to fall, but still, and then talking about we'll never be with nobody. Like that type of fear is why, like, I feel like black women do it too. Like they're so scared. Like even if you feel like she's selfish or she's trifling, yeah, she is trifling. But I just feel like that's so gaslighting in this conversation to even bring that up. You should be encouraging black women to be by themselves. And I was just like, how in that conversation did you just start shaming single mothers again?
Right.
That
It's
has
almost
nothing
like
to do with single
protecting.
mothers. Fathers do that shit too. My grandfather was a pedo apologist. You know what I'm saying? He never told us about my uncle. You know what I'm saying? My uncle's face was plastered all over the news after I gave birth to my first son.
Shoot.
And then
Wow.
a whole
My
bunch of
one of
family
my
members.
cousins in the family was a rapist. I don't know. I mean, he used to be on the news way back in the early '80s and stuff. He was out here in this area raping college women, and nobody told me anything about that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's
So
almost
it's
like
like
protecting the predator, but y'all knew, y'all let this happen, y'all didn't, you know what I'm saying? It's like put it on the person who actually did it. You know, everybody else is jacked up around the situation, but it takes a lot of the blame and the shame off of the actual predator that's going around doing these things.
exactly, you know, and it just makes me so mad that women are being fully blamed for that. It's not right. It's not right. Don't blame us for this stuff. It's these men out here in this nasty shit.
It's
Like when
absolutely
they
not
talk
right.
about the R. Kelly situation, they keep bringing up the mothers, and I'm like, it's not just the mothers. It was a whole bunch of fathers on there too, right? With them, I'm like, oh shit, these bitches married doing this shit, and R. Kelly's giving out crumbs. Like it's just ridiculous.
It was the fathers. In the case of Azrael Clary and that other one, the last one standing, the
Yep, and on the
Savages.
color purple, it
The,
was the daddy sold
yeah,
his
those
daughters.
fathers initiated that with R. Kelly. Ezra's Clary dad took her to the concert, and the Savages. The father he was mad at R. Kelly because R. Kelly stopped paying him hush money when the Savage girl turned 18 years old. So yeah, it's not just the moms here.
No,
But
it's
Exactly.
not just the moms. It's the fathers, and that's why I said absent fathers need to be held responsible. Even
right, and then they always
fathers,
popping on single mom this and single mom that.
yeah,
I'm so sick of hearing that shit. I don't know what to do.
I agree. And I'm
I
like,
really
why
am.
all of a sudden just there's no single black fathers and shit like that. And then in the conversation on the Rude Dent panel, here go David. He was like, I don't know no single fathers who's doing some shit like that. He said, I know stand up single fathers. And I'm like, so only y'all are doing it right and y'all not even here most of the time? Make it make
He knows
sense.
stand up
Like
single fathers in the manosphere.
I don't even understand why David Johnson is still being given a voice. I thought he was gone. Like I really
You
didn't
should have
know
heard
how.
how they was towards that. You remember that Glendon Cameron guy? They was being apologists to that sick bastard. You know what I mean?
He was
Who?
fucked.
Glendon
Right. That's
Cameron.
why I
I don't know
understand.
if y'all who did somebody ask who he was?
Yeah, I actually with Glendon. Who?
Glendon Cameron. He was the one that did that YouTube video talking about what he was doing to 13-year-old girls, 12, 13-year-old girls on back page of Craigslist, and he put it on YouTube talking
Oh,
about
Simple to
and
P?
Oh, I know you talking about that. He like
Glendon,
a businessman or something. Give
yeah,
financial advice.
Glendon
Oh, was
Cameron.
somebody else?
They
Oh
took
Lord, this too
they
much.
took his video down, and then now you had the manosphere going in and being apologized. Oh, he's doing it for shock value. I don't. That's sick. What the
oh
hell?
my God.
Yeah,
Yep.
Girl.
And then it's women that stand behind them saying that. So
yeah.
I don't. That's why
I just
I'm
can't.
I'm confused in
Exactly.
my brain. I don't know who to be more mad at, the mammies who are sitting around saying these girls is fast and this
Exactly.
that and third, or if I should be more mad at the predators. Like
Both
why
of
are y'all
them.
backing this? Every woman that he should have lost support from every woman ever.
Both of
I'm
them.
glad
Equally.
YouTube took his video down. I wanted them to ban his channel, but they won't ban his channel. I want his channel
Yeah, but
gone. I want him gone.
they still have Patreon. They still have other ways to get this sick information in the heads of these men.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he was
Go
literally
to tell about that.
co-signing this type of behavior. He was co-signing this type of
Who,
behavior and
who
blamed
did
it
this
all on
one?
the women. Huh? His
What's his
name is
name?
His
Glendon
name
Cameron.
is Glendon Cameron. And y'all don't like if you I wouldn't refer anybody to watch the videos. I think somebody did a review, another man did a review over the videos, but he was going into detail. He was saying the girls that he would go after were the ones with the less parental supervision. He
Oh
was going into detail on how he preyed on these young girls. It was sick. It was very sick.
my God.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Yep.
I
real
never
yeah,
heard
And
of
that's
this.
women still support him to this day.
What?
Boy, I never heard it. I
yeah.
never heard of
I
this
almost
thing.
threw up. I said,
Is this
"What
still
the
a
hell?"
thousand in his chat when he go live or something?
He's still on YouTube?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's what I'm
Oh
saying.
my
Is it still a
God.
thousand in his chat?
How
Oh
many
my
people?
God.
I said if he go live, it'll be 1,000 in his chat.
1,000
Yep.
predators in his chat.
Yep. A lady sent his video to me, was like, "Oh, look at his financial advice." And I'm just like, "You don't know what he did?" Yeah, I heard about it, but I'm like,
But
It's
What?
crazy because there's a whole lot of black women who are successful. I have a sister, y'all. I hate bringing her up because sometimes I sound like a broken record. But my sister is a millionaire. It's so many black women out here who are doing incredible things, who can teach finance. Why would you want to take advice? I don't care what he teaches. Why would you want to take advice from somebody like that who literally gave other predators the blueprint on how to prey on young girls?
yep.
oh my God. But
Ramel,
that's
he
why I
brags
feel
about
like
like child Ramel. Like it's so many dudes sinful to pee. It's so many predators on YouTube getting 1,000 in their chat. It's creepy.
because they it's other predators that sympathize with them that agree with their mindset. That's why they're popular. All of them demons that do what they do, they in their
That
chat.
demonic behavior.
Exactly. That's why I side eye anybody coming to her trying to derail the conversation
Uh-huh.
or trying to. They won't even let you get your thought out when you get to talking about how black men are messing with. No, no, no. Stop. Wait. But you ain't talking about this. You ain't talking about this. It's like, dude, you're exposing yourself.
Yep.
You're
That's
They
why I was
exposing
telling
they
yourself.
people.
forever exposed the manosphere and all them over there. They forever expose themselves how
Oh yeah,
sick and
they've been doing
disgusting
that for
they are.
years. Yeah, I've been doing it for years. That's why you just like go ham on them. Because I'm thinking, do y'all realize how y'all sounded when y'all talking about, you can, it's okay to marry a girl when she's 12 or 13 years old. Like, do you
Oh,
realize what you're saying in your
The
mouth?
Hebrew Israelites say as soon as they get their ministration, that's
Yes,
9,
absolutely.
10, whatever
oh my
age.
That's
God.
why I understand why
Mm-mm.
Yeah.
David is still around here because he is a Hebrew Israelite with his weird ass.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't want
Exactly.
nothing. I want nothing to do with them Hebrew
Yeah,
Negroites.
I don't
Fuck
fool with
them.
them brews. I started arguing with them on Facebook years ago before
Me
I even
too.
knew YouTube did
All them
video.
Sarnetta niggas. I'm leaning on their ass.
But countless black women follow them.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy.
I
I
feel like
know.
Faith Factor is talking about this sisterhood civil war. I think it need to happen. You know what I'm saying? It need to be a clear separation and a
Yeah.
shaming and a putting them on blast. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like this ain't
Hmm.
okay.
No, it's not okay. It's absolutely not okay. That's why I don't deal with them. That's why I asked you guys because I argued with them for so many years, and now I would just rather not. I'd just rather call a motherfucker out and go and cuss them out, and it's like no debate. I try.
Right.
I let you on the panel because I put his name in the title because he was out of order. He was even out of order today to the point to where he tried to, and what he tried to do was give me a compliment, thinking this gonna make me soften my stance on his ass. That's not. I'm not impressed by that bullshit,
He
nigga. That
must
shit
do
don't
that a
work
lot because
anymore.
it's a lot of women that I respect. You know
Uh-huh.
what I'm saying, in this space. They all say, "Well, I like Ruby keeping it real." He tell, but I'm like, did you just hear what he said though?
Did you just
But
hear
I
what he
don't know
said?
if he
Just like
butters
he
them
Yeah.
tried to
up and
sneak it
You have
in.
to
gaslight.
understand though, Sweet Life of Atari, like he puts a lot of videos on private, like, and before you can really get a taste of what's going on, he took them down for a while. Like when I started coming around, like I
I
don't like,
just learned about him.
yeah, like so
Yes,
it's
a couple.
hard to
Yeah.
really keep
The
track
first
of
time
what
I
he
encountered
said.
him,
That's another thing. And
right?
then
The
when you
first time.
ask people what's wrong, they think it's funny because they be mammy ass bitches and they claim to want to protect the kids, but they don't be on it about what type of, well, what did he say that was sick, or what, why did you, people don't
Right.
say,
I'm
well, I
like, you
feel
didn't
like
hear
this
him
is
just
the
tell the
first,
victims to
this
shut
is
up.
kind of like
Stop
the
crying.
first time he said something like this. You know what I'm saying? When he took it this far, and it's crazy that he's trying to make it about little boys and derail the conversation because at some point, Atari, like he was saying that little boys should get locked up because even if a grown woman touches on a little boy, like the little boy should get locked up as well because he feel like the little boy probably stepped to her and there should be consequences for
I
him.
heard him and he said he thinks all little boys like when older women do this. I heard him. They only bringing up the little boys because they want to deflect from the tragic things that are
And
happening
I'm
to
like,
their
why are you doing that if you feel like the little boy needs to be locked up? You won't get on Sister George panel and say that though. You feel
Oh
Right.
me?
no. Oh no.
You know the scary thing about it is it's not just happening in African American communities. It's happening over in Africa too. Like
Mhm.
Jesus Christ.
Oh, don't
Oh,
get
it's
me
We
worse
black
started.
over there.
women all across the board can't get a break.
Oh yeah, but it's worse.
It's
It's
way
worse in a
worse
lot of
over there in
countries.
Africa.
It's
No,
rampant.
They
yeah,
have no protection over there. They have
no,
them.
they have no.
They
I
have
talked about
none.
the other day. The village of no women, a Kenyan village that's run by women. A woman had to start that village of no men, a village of no men, because she was raped by a colonizer, and her husband didn't help her, and the people in the village turned their backs on her and start talking about her like it was her fault. And so she started this village of no men to protect the women of her village because they were being raped and all kind of things.
Yeah,
And
castration and everything. It's
yeah,
real bad out
but
there.
across over in a lot of countries in Africa, it's
Mhm.
worse. Some tribes believe that if you have sex with a child before she has her menstrual cycle, you will be cured of AIDS. They do genital mutilation. A lot of the women's the man rules over them. They tell you who you can marry, how you should marry. They totally run the woman. They can do honor killings,
They're
and
sick.
all of this and all of that.
They're
And
sick.
so and so
Yeah,
it's just
there's no
really, really
protection
bad.
over there.
And then
I
and
think
then the
they
Hebrew
they had a.
Israelites, the
Oh, go
Hebrew
ahead.
Israelites keep preaching that the black men are going to be in rulership. We're about to be I would not want that for nothing in the world. If y'all
Oh,
finna
Girl,
be
hell,
that'll
I
never
submissive
would
like
go
happen.
to
that,
war. I will go to war to protect black women and children. I will
They
go to
would. Let me tell you
war.
why it would never happen. It would never happen in these countries that these black men will never rule over us because they are ruled over. The white male patriarchy feels that it has totally emasculated and dominated black men. That's why it's to the point to where
The
white male patriarchy
Israelites,
is now coming for its women. So
the
them Hebrew Israelites are crazy,
they
and they
crazy.
are
They
woman
think
and
they think
child
God
abuse.
about to get ready to come back and get them some type of rulership, so
Child,
they can
God
do
ain't
what them
paying.
nasty foolishness
Child.
over there doing in Africa. That's all they wanted for, so they can sit up there and mess with kids and beat on women. That's the only reason why they want to be in rulership. Nothing more, nothing less.
Right, they want to roll back the hands of time, but ain't nobody got time for all that nonsense. Okay.
God would never.
Oh yes, that's
Not
true.
in a
Yeah.
million years. Hell no.
I can't stand them niggas,
That's
man.
why That's why you see a lot of them in support of Republicans right now. I was talking about yesterday how they, when it comes to black women, they don't care if you have abortions or not. This fight
Yeah,
over
they
Roe
want
v.
Roe
Wade.
versus Wade. They want Roe versus Wade overturned. That's what
Yo,
they
they
want.
want that cause of the white women, because the white numbers are
Yep.
dwindling, and they don't want the white women having abortions. But we
Right.
heard of but they instituted, brought into a little thing called eugenics into the black community, decades and decades ago by Margaret Sanger, because they want you. They don't care if you kill your little black babies or not. It's just that if they have to overturn Roe v. Wade to try to save their little white babies, but they don't give a damn how many of your black babies you kill. They
Right.
worried about the numbers. That fight ain't even about us.
No, it's really not. But you know they be on that train too because they, you know
Oh
what
yeah,
they
I
want
mean
to.
the
They on
black
that
men, yeah,
train
they be
too.
on the train too, because they want to run a woman's body as well. But that's not going to happen either. Well, we've been in control of our, I mean, I men are to the point to where some of them, when it comes to this black community, to where they have checked out. They would rather go their own way. They would rather lay with each other. They would rather become women. Okay, because they have, some of them are feel so emasculated that they feel like they are so angry with women because, number one, they feel like they're in competition with women. Number two, they feel like if they become you, they will feel protected and safe against white male patriarchy, and that is just not the case.
Yeah, but
Okay,
I respect the ones that come out the closet and go ahead and put on a wig and go ahead and become women, because the ones that sit up there and get their hair cut
right,
and play like they straight men and they down low, it's
right. The
like they
down
have
low,
so
yeah,
much hate for women.
yeah,
So it's
absolutely.
like, just go on and come out the closet. Just go
Even
on
if
and come
they
out the closet.
Like, even if they come out the closet of Tory and they put on the wig and they have the whole change and everything, they'll still come on and be very misogynistic, and they done got a whole sex reassignment. Haven't
No,
you
I've
seen these
heard them.
in
I've heard
America?
Yes,
them sit.
yes, yes,
I've
yes.
heard them sit up there with their wigs and stuff, be like, "Oh, y'all black women just jealous of us, or y'all hate." It's like, boy, you look like you trying to be us.
And when they
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
question, I
What do we
start
gotta
asking
hate for? You
questions.
know.
Comparing your real vagina to their fake vagina.
Right.
They in competition.
You have men so emasculated to the point where they're willing to like act like a female or something like I know it's real people out here who really are trans or whatever, but I feel like some of these men allow themselves to take on a different identity because they bitchified. I mean, I'm just gonna speak my mind. It's almost
Thanks.
Yeah,
uh
there
Yes.
are some who will latch on to the trans community just for that reason, and then
like that
there's
that old
actual
saying,
trans women who have serious problems.
Right.
Right, but I'm not. But I'm not fooled. I'm not fooled. Whenever I see a black man with a wig on, I know underneath what I'm looking at is a black man who was raised as a
Exactly.
black boy, and he got them same ideologies as probably
Exactly.
the manosphere or something like that.
Exactly.
That's why
Exactly.
the one YouTuber who was on here, I don't accept her because she literally blamed black women for why black trans women are being killed, and that pissed me off. I
Oh,
said,
that's
"What the hell
ridiculous.
you going? You know who I'm
Tasha
talking about?"
Shaw or something.
A
Yeah,
lot
Or
of them
Shay.
are saying that. A lot of
mm,
them are saying that it's black women's fault that they even became trans.
And
how
that
the
is a
hell is
damn
that our
lie.
fault? That ain't got shit to do with us. You chose
That
to
ain't
be
got
that way.
nothing
That
to
ain't
do
got
with
Okay,
us.
motherfucking
Not
thing to do with
nothing.
us.
you went in your mama closet and got that wig.
Yeah, that ain't got nothing to do with us.
Not nothing.
Dude, don't
Not
be blaming
nothing.
us for why these crazy men out here they killing us too. So what the hell you going on about?
Yep, I'm like,
Exactly.
dude, that is you with a wig on.
Exactly. Exactly. It don't matter if you was raised by a single mama. Okay?
mm-hmm.
Yep,
It
so
don't
don't.
matter. Cause how you gonna say you was born that way and then turn around and say it's my mama's fault? You can't have it both ways. Pick a side.
Exactly. And if you saying because you was raised by a single mother, if like 90% of y'all was raised by single mamas, then all y'all want wigs.
Exactly.
Yeah, for
So
real.
make it make sense.
Some of them come out later on in life and say they were raped or S word assaulted in childhood as well, but then they live that lifestyle. And I get to wonder because I know when men go into jail, like I used to read them old, damn, I forgot his name, David Goins or Donald Goins, that old author. He used to write them crime books back in the 70s and shit. And he wrote a book and he basically was talking about black men and men of no color in jail. And he said when the men of no color come in, the black men will grape them or whatever. And oftentimes after they grape them and beat them up and emasculate them, that the man of no color, the victim, they just end up going along with it and just leading a lifestyle that really isn't true to themselves. They lead that lifestyle because they figure, oh, it's okay to go along, to get along, or, you know. So I wonder if all of these men who are claiming, oh, I'm a part of this rainbow community, are really even rainbow community, or are they so just cowards living that lifestyle because they too scared to come out and say, you know what I mean? Y'all know where I'm getting at?
I know what you're getting
Right,
at.
right. I
Because
get
this
Yeah.
is what I
it.
was.
And a lot of them, they talking about how they had such a pleasurable time with these women who took advantage of them as children. They will never speak about how the uncle came in their room. They'll never speak about that.
Exactly.
And that's where a lot of their anger, frustration,
Exactly.
madness, and protecting the predator comes from, is because it happened to them
Yeah.
too, and they are scared to talk about it.
And they bodies reacted to it,
Hmm.
and so they grow up feeling like, well, I must be gay because my body reacted to it, but that is not the case. Your body is just because it's it's just a biological response. It don't
Right.
mean you gay because somebody is doing something like that to you, and your body
Exactly.
And you know
responds
what's
to
crazy? A lot of black men will complain so much about, oh, you black women, y'all nurture the gay men, y'all always got a gay best friend, why y'all even talk to the, like, you feel what I'm saying? And it's just like, why do y'all feel that way? And y'all so mad about, but y'all don't want to talk about the sexual experiences, like Atari said. Y'all don't want to talk about the sexual experience that you had with the grape that you experienced with men,
right,
and you don't want to speak about them sexual experiences. Like,
right.
it's fucked up, but you think that scopes your whole sexual orientation, and it doesn't. Like how they
Right.
treated Raz B when he came out and said what Chris Stokes did to him. They thought that shit was funny. They make a joke out of it just to, I feel like, try to ease the pain.
Just
But
like
I'm
what
sitting here like, you
happened.
can't
I
get
think
mad
it
at
was.
black women because
Yeah.
Yeah, I think
we.
what happened to Little Romeo. They was laughing about that shit. That wasn't funny.
Yeah. So when
Well,
they come up
on the inside, they
Yeah.
crying
they
a
come
lot.
on these panels like this and they say, wait, why won't y'all talk about the little boys? Y'all can never talk about this conversation on a manosphere panel. You know what I'm saying? Like, I only trying to be funny, but don't be jealous because
They'll
women
call each
can
other
have
gay,
these
girl.
conversations with each other and y'all
Right.
can't.
Yeah,
Well,
They'll
apparently
Atari,
call
you
what
each other
tried to
happened.
sugar
talk about
boobies.
it yesterday,
Oh,
Atari, and then he shut you up. He overtalked you
Yes,
because
he
it hit too
did.
close to home. See,
Hit
that's
too
part of
close
the
to
reason why I
home.
said, yeah, that's part of the reason why I said he was out of order. And I don't know if he was up here, was listening when he was up there, but I called him out on it. I'm saying, I said you sounded like something like this happened to you. And then he told his story about what happened to him when he was 13 and the 18-year-old girl had
Now we
this.
ain't talking about that story. We talking about the one with that man. You see what I'm
That's why I said he
saying?
don't
They
want to.
don't want to talk about that.
You know, they
okay.
don't want to
Got
talk about that, but none of it is normal.
It's
okay. I
not
None
got
of
it's
to
it
not
is
see.
normal. It's
normal.
not normal, but
Uh,
y'all gotta suppress it. Y'all gotta keep all this anger and screaming and
And I feel
hollering
like they
and don't know
also
why you so
jealous.
frustrated.
I feel like they also jealous of women because we can also come out about a woman and condemn more a woman if one does something to us because
right.
it's no type stigma because they're gonna say that we're gay and stuff like that for their own sexual consumption and misogyny and everything else. So it's just like, well, y'all gotta stop being jealous and just break the stigma yourselves. Y'all have to do the work, and black men don't want to do the work, so they piggyback off the
Right,
talking points of us and then try to
right.
throw the shit and dangle it all in our faces and shit like that. Like, well, this happened to boys. Well, y'all gotta start doing the work.
You know
Right.
what
Yeah,
I'm saying?
it's piggybacking.
Like,
They piggybacking off of what we do. They want to interject themselves in the conversation. It's just like,
Mhm.
oh, y'all have had a voice for this many years, and I watch my auntie talk and these women talk, and while we can't talk, we need to get microphones so we can talk too. It's like, dude, be original. You know what I'm
Right.
saying?
But they
Like,
can talk though. They just choose not to because
right.
they don't want to see they don't want their egos bruised and they don't want to see be seen as non-masculine. And
So the
so
only talking they do is get on here and talk about, oh, she got on the weave. Oh, she got on
right,
eyelashes. Oh, she got a
like,
baby.
like it's not black men that's doing all that shit, have getting their nails done, and will still holler at you and then call you a bitch because you don't want him with his nails
Right, but
painted
they'll
head
never have a
ass.
serious, they'll never have the serious conversations with each other. So we
Mhm.
can move forward. We can recognize the problem. We can come online and cry with each other and say what happened. You know what I'm saying? Even though nobody in our family wants to listen, we got each other. You know what I'm saying? The sisterhood. But they can never grow forward and move forward. All they gotta do, they can just keep all the anger inside and scream and yell at women and think that make them look tough. It don't.
right. And all they're doing is really to somebody like me, you're telling me that something happened to you, and you, for whatever reason, felt like you couldn't speak about it, which means you've held it in all these years. You're very angry and you're lashing out because of what happened to that little child in you. But just like you said, and I also heard him say that something may have happened to you when you was 4 or 5 years old, and now you're 30 or 40 or 50 years old still talking about it. Don't nobody want to hear that shit. I heard him say that too. But
Yeah,
that is
that's what I
telling
was talking about because that would have me mad. It's like,
Projecting.
yeah, he was projecting, and
he
that
was
had me mad. I'm
projecting.
like, you know, them talking about it is healing. Us talking about what happened to us is healing,
Right,
and we're bringing awareness to other mothers out there who, got that suspicion, think something's going on. We're bringing awareness to them to watch their children and protect their
right,
children. That's by us telling those stories, we're
That's
bringing
right.
awareness.
And if you
right.
don't want to hear it, don't come on the panel to try to
Nope.
shut everybody up. Just turn the show.
Right.
Just
Just
turn to something
understand.
else.
That's why I
Right. It's
said
like
when they be trying to shut us up, Sweet Life Authority, they are projecting pretty much.
yeah, yeah. That's why if you'll notice that Atari, I mean that's why Rude particularly mentioned Atari's name because he felt like she really was getting a little too close to what may have happened to him as a child, and so that's why he singled her out. That's why he singled Faith out. I seen the same thing. I don't know what it is about Atari. What's his name? That Red Supreme guy.
Yep,
He
they
did the
don't bother
same
me.
thing
That's
to
what it
Atari.
is.
We want you
Paz,
so
They can't
bad,
never get up under
Atari.
my skin.
you know, the Paz did that to Atari. Red Supreme. I don't know what she
They
doing, but
all
except
want Atari.
giving the tea. But see, maybe she giving too much tea. Maybe
Yep, and
she
I'm gonna keep
analyzing
on.
and
Don't you stop giving up the tea because I want more stories. I be
I got
watching the
y'all. Some
videos.
of it I can't take,
Yeah.
but yep, I
Tell
got
them that
y'all.
quick. You can get up in there. You probably on break at work or stopping what you're doing for just a quick minute. You
Listen,
everybody.
I was listening to Rupan. I was like, Lord, how did I wind up in hell?
okay. Mhm.
Like it's crazy because it be a little edgy, but I never heard him say stuff like that, and I think everybody's shocked because I don't
I
think it
think he was
ever went
triggered.
left like that.
I think he was
Yeah,
triggered. I think he was
I've
triggered
never
about
heard that.
something
Like
from.
motherfuckers is wild. Motherfuckers can say what they want. Like in the comments already, I seen Water Snipe this shit talking about something. Oh, you just said Rudy Bay the other day. I don't give a fuck. I've never heard him talk like that, and I've watched plenty of live streams. Like
Right.
it's just like
Because
where this come from? And I mean
he was triggered.
everybody else who been rocking with him since the beginning, since him coming on YouTube, even they was like, hold on. Rag the bad
Right.
guy was like, what the fuck? China White was like, what the fuck? I don't mean to say her name because she gets so mad.
Yeah.
I'm just
Right.
saying, like a lot of people was shocked, and then he seemed
And a lot of
triggered.
people was under my comments saying that we like him. He really keeps it real. We like him. And I even heard Bum Cherry speaking highly of him. And it's just like,
Keep it
okay.
real.
So I
What
went to
was
go
he keeping it
listen. I
real
was just like,
about?
nah, I gotta capture this.
It's just that he was triggered this time. It hit a little too close to
Yes,
home.
he
Like
was triggered.
I
That's what
even
I'm thinking. You know,
yes,
yeah.
I even said that when the first time I heard of Rue or even talked to him, honestly, was years ago when I was on a task panel
Okay.
and he was going at Taz And he when he want to be, he's very charming, right?
Okay.
Except for this subject right here.
Wow.
And a lot, like you said, a lot of his videos evidently are hid. And
Mm.
so when you first listen to him, you'll think, okay, he cool or
Okay.
whatever. Because some men are very charming, right? My nephew is very charming, right? And he's 15. He's very popular with the girls, right? Because he's charming.
Hmm.
And but he haven't lived long enough to have that bitterness that when it comes to Rude, he may be charming, but if you listen to him long enough, you realize that hey, he is just another a black male woman hater, probably because of whatever happened to him that caused his childhood trauma. So he know how
Right.
to finesse you. He know how to finesse you, and get you to feel safe with him. But the whole time he's really preying on you. That's a very different type of beast. And that's why
That's a
when he's telling you,
narcissist.
yeah,
That's what
and when he,
narcissists do.
yeah, but when he's telling you have these men or getting close to you in order to get close to your children, that could be him letting you know how he get close to you with his charming self just to get to your 16-year-old. So you really got to listen to the words that's coming out of somebody's mouth.
Yeah, but I don't have any patience or sympathy. Not saying sympathy, but I don't have like I'm ready for the people anybody who identifies with being in the manosphere or
Right,
who agrees with anything Kevin Samuels
And
have to
then you
say.
have to keep in mind,
right,
like
right.
people,
This
people,
woman's
people
spirit.
have a people have a strong dislike and hate for Taz because he really go hard and bully people, and so
Right,
the fact that Rudamp can even he may not have as many in his chat, but the words like the draggings is just like ridiculous, and you'll see Rudamp jump up and like try to save somebody else, and then like so it's
right.
not, and then some of his live streams it is sometimes kind of like weirdly oddly in a way sometimes in his own way like
Mhm.
Oracle said kind of like charming in a way, like he'll put it on for like 3 hours and
Right,
you don't even realize he's doing it, and
So
it'll
right.
so
seem fun
y'all
at
think
first and then
y'all think he
he's
really a
funny
good
and
guy,
stuff like
but
that, but it's like you know what I'm saying,
Is
that's
this
just
you,
how
woman
it is.
spirit? Is this woman spirit?
Yeah, that's woman's spirit. That
Yeah,
woman's
my
spirit.
mic was off. I'm sorry. But I
Okay.
just wanted to come up because
hey, Woman Sphere.
hey everybody, hey y'all.
That woman's spirit.
Yay.
I remember I was just did a live stream of like my observation of all the streams that's been done about this situation. But
Mhm.
I just remember listening to you that you had said in your previous video you did about the whole situation that you're a retired counselor. And
Yeah.
I said in my video that there was a guy, a gentleman on here. He's a therapist, and he
Mm,
tried to weigh in on the conversation and was just dogged by the
mm,
men being abuse apologists. And
mm,
I wanted to hear professionals opinions,
mm,
people who seen stuff like this in a professional field, because it can get a little tricky having this
mhm,
conversation with people
mhm,
who aren't professionals.
mhm,
It can just get tricky because I think a lot of it is projection. I think a lot of it is people really telling a story without telling a story.
mhm,
And I also believe that with the community a lot of times it is this way of dehumanizing you and desensitizing you to a way
mhm,
to where you just start being comfortable with
mhm,
conversations that you shouldn't be comfortable with, hearing things you shouldn't be hearing, because some of the stuff
mhm,
that I've heard
mhm,
since the conversation happened, I
mhm,
am really just like, you know what, putting my foot down on
mhm,
certain people I will communicate with. Now, as
mhm,
far as I really think that it was because I was going at Rudip can't stand me. He
mhm,
can't stand me. Every argument I get in with somebody, he inserts himself and he
mhm,
finds a way to attack me. He
mhm,
always sides with the person I'm going against. And the way you just described him, you pinned it to a
mhm,
T. You said he prays, he acts charming, and then he
mhm,
prays on you the whole time, just trying
mhm,
to work his way up to
mhm,
being very verbally assaulting. Like
mhm,
he is so verbally assaulting, it feels like you just catching blows through the computer screen. Like
Right.
he is bad. And it's like he's done it to every woman that comes in his space. He's done it to them repeatedly. He repeatedly disrespects China White all the time. He repeatedly disrespects me. There's a long list. Like he's really like Taz 2.0, to be honest. Like he sat over there. I don't know if you heard this, Miss Olivia. He said that he would chop off the arms of women and grind them up. And he told another woman he would chop her breasts off. Like he says stuff like it's despicable. And it's like, why are women still communicating with
That
this
sounds like some
man?
Ted
Yeah,
Bundy stuff.
when he
That's
said he was gonna
disturbing.
dog walk a woman, I was like, women support him.
Yes.
Yeah, that's disturbing.
That's the reason why I said that he is protecting like woman's Chris said earlier on in the conversation when he came up. I knew he was gonna come up after I put his name in the title of the video because I wanted to tell him, let him know that somebody knew what he was doing. He mentioned your name, and I said, don't say her name because she's not here to defend herself. And that's earlier on in the video when he was on, but he did mention you, woman's Fair. And yes, and every I've noticed what you said about he always gotta be fixated on woman's Fair. I don't know what it was
He has
that you
done it to me
said, or
he was my very first cussing out by a man in this space. And
Whoa.
he tries to interject himself into any situation where I get cool with somebody in the space. He interjects. If I argue with somebody, he just literally follows me around everywhere because I don't go in his space like that. Like, cause it's like when you try and be cool with him, like you said, that's why I said you pinned it. He preys on you. He tries to be cool with you just so he can get you in a position so where he can just pounce on you. And it's like it's so abusive that
Yeah.
you feel like you really feel like you being abused. Like this dude is
Well,
abused.
see,
He feels just like Taz, like
well,
just like Taz.
the reason why, see, here's the thing. He even tried to play me like it. Here's what he did to me, right? And I had to call him out on it. I said the reason why men respect women like Mr. George or Sister George is because she a whole nigga, right? She a whole she really is black, she's male identified, right? And she's admitted black male identified now because I heard her say it like with the other day or something. And he's like, well, we respect women like you too, because you will tell it just like it is. And then he was like, well, we used to having women in our ear like 60 years old, and that was him slick dissing, right? To see if he could get away with it. But you giving me a backhanded compliment. So I
Right.
called him on it. I called him on it, and I called him on a couple of other things, and then he voluntarily left the panel because he tries to see how far he can go, just like you said, he's verbally abusive online, right? Well, imagine him in real life, right? Say you his girlfriend. Now the first thing he gonna do is he gonna verbally abuse you, and you gonna be like, don't call me no bitch, I'm sorry baby, I ain't gonna do it no more. The next thing he gonna do is he gonna push you, right? Don't push me no more, or don't push me no more, I'm gonna call the police, I'm gonna leave you alone, I'm sorry baby, I ain't gonna do it no more. Right? He put his charming on, right? So you let him get away with that, with pushing you. The next thing he gonna do, little bit, no, he don't respect me, he don't respect no woman. That's a lie. That's how he tried to get close to you. That's
Yeah,
a
it's
fucking
called
lie. That's why I called him out on it. But the
charm
next
and
thing he gonna
disarm.
do is he gonna straight up hit you. That's how you know that he is actually some kind of predator. He knows how to prey. The way that he preys on women is through flattery, right? He will because he's very charming when he wants to be. So he leads with the charming, and then he end up being a fucking monster, right? That's why I said you gotta. It's all type of predators online,
You
and
have
you
your
really
guards
gotta listen
down.
to some. Yeah, really gotta listen to somebody. So when you hear a lot of these women still saying, he cool and he sweet and he all this and all that. Yeah, he all that until he turned on you. And the only
Yeah.
reason why you think he's sweet is because he ain't turned on you yet, because he buttering you up. You
Right.
see what I'm saying? And the only thing you can hear is the butter up. That shit don't work for
Exactly.
somebody like that.
That's what he do. It's like a buttering up, but then it
Right,
slowly starts to decline. Like you find what I'm saying? Like it's just
right.
very strange.
All it
But
would
when
take,
it
I'm
comes to
telling you,
woman's spirit, when it comes to you, woman's spirit, I really think that the reason why You are never far from his brain, especially when he is online. I
Mm.
think that you resemble
Cause
somebody in his life, his actual life, or you remind him of somebody in his actual life. So he has become fixated on you. That's why he can't let you go.
I
She
think so
reminds,
too.
yeah,
I just said that earlier to somebody I was talking to. I was like, you know what? Processing all this stuff, like dealing with everything I dealt with Nyla and Taz, and me just really taking a step back and processing how I've gotten comfortable with the
Mhm.
abuse in this space, and I even have become an active participant because it's like when you got somebody coming at you crazy and you got a warrior spirit. Like I was saying, I believe in my Second Amendment rights. Like I couldn't
Mhm.
be in front of some of these people faces, with all
Mhm.
that yelling, that stuff. Can you imagine a Taz or a Rue being in your face with that?
I would
Like
shoot him
you,
in the face. Yeah, I'm
yes.
not a victim. I refuse to be a victim online or offline. None of them really
Hmm.
can't stand me because I done went back and forth with the manosphere and all these he man woman haters since I've been online because I was shocked that when I came online, I have never and a lot of y'all are younger than me, but I am not used to being disrespected that
Right.
way. So when I get online,
and you
because
know what, Auntie
I have
Olivia?
because I refuse to be a victim offline. I was never raised to take anything
Exactly.
from anybody. And
Right.
so that is the way I move online too. I don't give a damn who you think you are. If you verbally abuse me, nigga, I'm gonna verbally abuse your ass back. And nine
Hmm.
times out of ten, I'm gonna motherfucking win because you're a weak ass nigga because you coming at me wrong in the first place.
And
And
Yeah.
you
it was
know what,
shocking.
Woman
It was
Spirit?
shocking.
Oh,
Huh?
Woman Spirit, you know what? He is triggered by you because you can uplift black women and you can put us in the right direction. He's triggered by that.
That
And
too. I
you
agree.
give us strength. And that's why he's scared of that. He's scared
I agree with
because
that too.
you give black women strength and to stand up against men like him and not
Mm-hmm.
back
Yeah, I
down.
just can't. I used to try and brush him off because he really like an annoying, like little gnat.
Mm-hmm.
A little
I don't
brother.
feel. Yeah, I see that he tries to abuse me, but I don't feel like it. Just I know it's abuse, but I'm not threatened by it because, like I said, y'all know I'm a warrior spirit. Like I'm not like I said in real time, he would never be in my face like that because I
Mm-mm.
blow his head off
Yeah,
or get
goddamn right.
somebody to blow it off. You know what
And
I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying? So.
that's why he is the
Mm.
way he is with you because you're the type of person that don't back down and you would never
Mm-hmm.
back down to somebody like that, and that's what triggers him the most. It triggers men
Yeah.
like that when you
Yeah.
don't back down from men like
Mm-hmm.
that and you
Mm-hmm.
stand your ground and tell it like
Mm-hmm.
it is. They
Yep.
are triggered by that.
Yep.
right, and
And
then
then they want to win too. And
about
because you know they in competition, that makes them want to win.
right,
So,
Yes.
you
and with
know,
about predators, Miss Olivia, I've worked with pedophiles for 5 years,
mm-hmm.
and everything you said about how he give a little and he take back, I'm like the first time I heard his voice, I first heard his voice like maybe a couple days ago around that Sister George. I don't even know who the fuck that is, but
Mm-hmm.
around that Sister George bullshit about what she said about the 10-year-old girls. And when I listened in and I heard him, I automatically knew. I said something's up with him. I even
Mm-hmm.
said it earlier in the chat. I said I think he could possibly be a predator because
Well,
Well,
they ease their way in on you. They test their
Yeah.
limit.
Yeah.
because it was no
Absolutely.
reason for him to jump in woman's sphere and Sister George conversation. She
No, it
asked him to
wasn't.
sit this out. Don't come up here. We talking about something
Mm-hmm.
serious about little kids. Why did he feel the need to come up there and shut all that down?
Mm-hmm. And
Mhm.
been on it ever since. And he got triggered.
it's
Sure
because
did.
it had something to do with a lot of things. It's because it was me. Whenever
That's it.
whenever I can get into it with somebody all the way, and I mean, and on the white people sector of YouTube, and he'll find a way to be over there sitting on the panel with them, like, yep, because that me, that I'm a star arms off, and it's like, how as a woman can you listen to a man saying he will saw a woman's arms off and grind them up and cut
Mm-hmm.
off her breasts and all of this, and it's like, and still just be like, well, he cool with
Yeah,
me.
I like him. Yeah.
It's like,
Right.
Yeah,
what?
that's
So they're looking
disturbing.
over all this. Y'all know I heard a song the other day. I was in the car with my nephew, right? And I like words, right? Now I don't know nothing about these new rappers or not, but when y'all might know the song, but one part of the song, the guy was saying something about he'll kill a woman or choke a woman out and have her skeleton in his closet or something like that. And I asked my nephew, what in the hell are you listening to? Oh,
Mm.
that's just such and such. And I'm thinking, that's not normal, and it really questioned and you hearing things like that. These men are hearing things like that. These men are on here hearing things coming out of somebody like Rue's mouth, saying he gonna chop up some. That's another reason why I did the video too. Woman's
Uh-huh.
Strength, because I heard him say, "So you done something to me as a kid or something, something. Now I'm grown and I can just kill you and chop you up." And then he went into talking about he seen this what these people cutting this person's body up on the website, and then he
Mm.
gave the website. I heard that on the Tory's video, and I'm thinking, well, hold up, are y'all just taking this just as conversation? Because
Girl,
this
I
nigga
clicked
is
off of there
triggered.
so fast. I was like, oh Lord, I don't even like scary movies. Let me get off of
But
here.
he
Yeah,
said, man, I will do
Hey,
any nigga or any bitch that do something to
yeah.
me. I will chop their arm. But he wasn't talking about just like somebody doing something to him. He said, I'll do any of these bitches and niggas on this platform like
That's
that. He said that. He
what he
said that.
said.
Yep,
That's what he
like I
said.
don't even believe in men
Yeah.
abusing
Yeah,
women, but you talking about you gonna dog walk a woman, and
yeah.
it's women in my
That's why I
panel,
couldn't.
it's
That's why
women
I
up under
couldn't
my
watch the
video talking
rest of
about,
your
oh, I
video,
like them.
Atari.
I can't
I
vibe with
couldn't
that.
watch the rest of that video, Atari, because that was just too like ugh. It
Yeah, I
just
like to
really
watch my
rubbed me the
replays,
wrong
but I
way.
stopped to that part.
I said
Yeah,
no. I
that was
got
a
to
very
turn this off. That's sick.
But that was an
this,
important part to put in there because it's going to be
yeah,
very interesting to see the way women
yeah,
move from this point dealing with him,
They still up
yeah.
under
because
the video. Oh, I like him. Oh, he cool.
That
He
yep.
cool.
yes,
I
it was,
started
I
I
just
saw
tell it
commenting
that.
like
on
it
her.
is.
You
I
put
saw
okay.
that.
You put okay.
Yeah, that is sick. No, he didn't do it on this platform. I mean, he
No,
didn't do
it
it
was
on
on
my
Atari's
channel.
Yeah, it was
video.
on my video.
Y'all
Yeah.
Yeah, it
know,
was on Tory's video.
She put okay, but Tori be having that quiet shade. You know what I
Yeah, I be
mean?
trying to
Like
trigger. I be trying to trigger people like you, woman. For
it
what,
don't never work though.
what makes that incredibly sick to me is because I'm working on a case from a couple of years ago. Mariah Cunningham out of Arkansas, who was forced to like had these two men come in her house. One of them, who the fuck robs a single mother? You know what I mean? But anyways, they was robbing her, and they thought she was lying about the amount of money that she had. So one held her down while the other one stabbed both of her children, 5 and 3, and then decapitated them. So when they say
Hmm.
shit like that, I don't put it past them. I don't think it's cute, and I wonder like about the people who are listening to that and still think that motherfucker is okay.
right,
Right,
especially
right,
women,
right.
especially women.
Especially women. He's telling you like he's letting you know what type of person he is, because when he's triggered, he is speaking, he is talking about his true self. Now when he's being charming, that is not his true self. But when he's up there spouting off all this very derogatory, predatory, serial killer-esque speech, that is him being him. That is who he really is, and people need to pay attention to that.
But you know
Don't
what?
pay
I heard
attention.
him say something too, Auntie. One time he said something that made a whole lot of sense, and it's something I learned dealing with the Taz situation.
Mm-hmm.
So many women wanted to attack me over a man with 11 domestic violence charges. Okay. And I remember Rude doing a video one time where he said, why is it that any of these bitches on this fucking stupid ass internet wouldn't want to deal with a nigga like me? Why is these bitches letting me talk to them the way that I do? Why is these bitches fucking with me like that? These bitches like abuse. I'm telling you, they like it. Cause why the
Wow.
hell is these bitches would ever fuck with me?
Yep,
And,
I agree
and
with
it
him too.
pertains to like Taz too, because it
Yeah.
was like me, JV and Kaz was like, man, we was comparing so many notes on how our experience when we defended ourselves against those two people, how everybody came out to defend Taz, and we was like shocked,
Mm-hmm.
like we kind of expected them to defend Nyla, because Nyla is a groomer, she's the one that walks you into the abuser, you know what I'm saying? So it's
Mm-hmm.
like we expected them to defend her. But Taz, we sitting up here showing you receipt after receipt, charge after charge, and y'all are literally believing underage minor charges and all this other stuff. This dude got living in unoccupied dwellings. He's a squatter.
Mm.
Like we showing you all this stuff and you cussing us out. You just hating on him. That's a good man. He's protecting us. Protecting you against what?
This YouTube. What is it checking? Well, just like
Right.
we was talking to Black.
That sound like the ladies that we spoke about in the family. Like,
Right,
be quiet, don't say nothing. Come on, don't tell our family business. You know what I'm saying? Let's
right,
let him keep being the man of this situation.
They
right.
sound
Protect the
brainwashed.
man.
Fuck.
Or
Uh-huh.
protecting your predator or protecting your
Yeah,
abuser or whatever the case may be. It's
yeah,
like,
yeah.
long
But
as he paying the bills.
is it a case of like you think it's like Stockholm syndrome?
Yes, yes, yes,
Yes,
Well,
yes,
and
yes,
definitely
it's
yes,
a
yes,
Stockholm
learned.
yes.
syndrome.
It's also a learned response. It's
Mm.
also a learned response because, especially when it comes to Black women, a lot of Black women are raised up to protect the
And they
males
see
in
their
the
mothers and
family.
their grandmothers doing that shit, so
Yeah,
they do that too.
yeah. That's
That's a
also
learned behavior.
it's a learned
Right,
Definitely
behavior,
a
and it
learned
goes all the
behavior.
way back to slavery, where the women would, sleep with the willingly sleep with the slave master, all in order for the slave master not to kill her son, and
right,
she will, teach her, beat her own child, her own male child, so that he wouldn't rise up against the slave master, just so he wouldn't be
That's
killed.
almost like what even
right,
back in slavery when women were being raped and their husbands would beat them just for
Mhm.
Right.
being raped by the oppressor.
Instead of lashing
right.
out, that's what
And
goes.
huh?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I'm just gonna say that goes that now that's a same thing that we're seeing today on these panels, because see, a lot of men feel emasculated by white male patriarchy, but instead of lashing out at the white man, they would rather take it out on Black women. Now see,
Right.
there's one point in time during the 40s and 50s and 60s, even in the early 70s and 80s, there was no help for women in abusive situations, right? And so that Black man would come home because he mad at Mr. Charlie, because Mr. Charlie done treated him like a dog just for him to make $3 an hour. He'll come home and beat the hell out of the Black woman because he can't beat the hell out of Mr. Charlie, because Mr. Charlie is gonna hang his ass, right? But he come
Right,
home and disfigure your face and take it out on you. And in turn, it ain't nothing you can do about it. It ain't even nothing you gonna want to do about it, because you done been raised to, oh, it's just that, we gotta protect him, and he just feel bad. He ain't mad at me. It's just that, he mad at Mr. Charlie, and I understand, but I'm gonna keep protecting him no matter what, even at my own even at the risk of my own life. I gotta protect this man. I gotta protect this Black man,
or
no
the
matter
black
what.
man, or that black man who harmed them as a little boy. You know what I'm saying? It's like
Right.
I'm gonna take it out on these Black women. You know what
I'm
I'm
gonna take it
saying?
out on these Black women.
Versus me going to address these men
Well,
and
look
what
what
they're.
happened, Atari. Look, that's a perfect example of that. Is look what happened to R. Kelly. R. Kelly, because I keep hearing his name come up. R. Kelly said that he was molested by what? His sister?
And
Right,
He said he was molested by his sister,
neighbor.
right?
Yeah.
Huh?
Right?
What'd you
Yep.
say?
yes, yes, yes. His sister and what else?
Yeah, he said he was molested by his sister, but he really was using it as an excuse, as to why, that along with the death of his mother, he was using those two incidences as an excuse to why he was doing these young girls the way that they were doing them, and also because he was holding them pretty much against their will, you might as well say, because he was messing with them psychologically. And
Hmm.
the reason why he was holding them like that is because he had like some separation anxiety, because he had lost his mom. Now mind you, this is an excuse, and I understand that sometimes, and like I said earlier, a lot of the times when a male has been abused, he won't turn on himself. He'll turn around and become the abuser, right?
Right,
But you assert now, when it comes to R. Kelly, and they keep trying to lift him up, he had been on trial years and years ago, about that sex tape he did with Sparkle's niece, right?
hmm
But even after that, um, years and years after that, he started doing it in a different way. So after you know that this is wrong, you still continuing to do it. That is on you.
They never
That
right.
is on
so
you.
predators
Um,
never give up. That's what I learned about working
that's
with pets
right.
for 5 years.
That's
They
right.
never give up. You have to
So
watch.
you think they don't
That's right.
change? The
They
I,
don't
black.
never, they never change. Even
I,
if you
I,
chemically castrate them,
say it.
Even if you
So
can,
why are people keeping them in the family?
I don't know
uh,
why people are keeping them in the family, but the
uh,
facility where I worked at, I can tell you over 5 years, they
yeah,
don't change. They just
right,
learn how to do shit different, and they slick.
yeah,
And if you don't check them, if you don't nip them in the bud, like for example, one of the clients I used to work with, he used
yep,
to love working with female staff because they say females are easier to manipulate. So the one guy I used to work with, I worked with like three of them. But the one I used to work with mainly, he started in on me with movies. Y'all know the movies like American Pie, where they have
mhm,
the X-rated version and they show
yeah,
everything. Well,
yeah,
Yeah.
he started with that movie, and the movie was showing all the body parts or whatever. People was walking
mhm.
out naked. It wasn't censored, and I checked them right then on the spot. If you don't check them on the spot, they keep fucking going. And
That's what I was going to say. You can't give them an out. That's why I shut Rude down. Because men, even if even if you have the power of authority over them, they are still going to try you. So you have to check them immediately.
I worked with was so motherfucking bad, excuse my French, but they were
Yeah,
so bad to the point where if they had jobs, we had to supervise them on their jobs. And this
yeah,
one, I remember y'all know how people of no color is. They gonna fight the legal
yeah,
system.
yeah.
So this one, he wasn't allowed to have internet access. He's not allowed to have the latest phones. He's not allowed to have jobs with that involve children, right?
Mm,
So Chuck E. Cheese was hiring for an after hours cleanup person, right? And so we told him basically like you can't have that job because obviously it has something to do with kids. And he fought it. Oh well, the kids are not going to be there. It's going to be closed. We don't give a damn. Like eventually, at the end of it, he lost. But what I'm trying to stress is they never give up. Like he used to,
mm,
he couldn't walk the neighborhood by himself. If he walked the
right,
neighborhood, we had to be right there with him because
right.
his hunger for young kids is so strong and it's like unrelenting. They don't
Yeah.
stop. That's what I'm trying to stress. But
Yeah.
Right. Was
uh,
he abused?
huh?
Even
Was he abused?
Now that I don't know because they did keep files on them. They kept like big like files. Like if you had to sit down. Like when
mm,
I first started, we didn't have everything on computers. We had everything in like big binders, and you had to sit down and read about their lives. But with
yep.
as far back as it went was when he made his first abuse or assault against a child, and it was a 2-year-old girl. They would be specific. They would tell you, like, okay, this predator likes the little boys, this one likes the little girls, ages 3 to
Right.
5. They would tell us stuff like that, but they wouldn't
Right.
tell us about the childhood.
Right, it's because a lot of times they don't know, but you best believe it was some kind of abuse in his background. And as
Hmm.
far as predators, though, even if you chemically castrate them, black women aware, they are still predators because it is in the mind, it is in the sickness. Now, when I was going to school in a college of social work, we talked about this one case of an Irishman. When it comes to the Irish, they call predatory behavior, they call it the sickness. They say the men have the sickness. And the reason why we talked about the Irish is because they are considered um they are not closely related, but they were also an enslaved people, right? And so um we were talking about when it comes to that what go on in my house, stay in my house sort of thing. That goes on throughout our cultures and our races and our ethnicities people, not just black people. We talking about black people on here because we are a black people, right? We are talking about our community. But when it comes to predators, they are very similar across the board. And even if you chemically castrate them, it is a sickness in their mind, and black women are where is correct. You can never be cured of that kind of sickness. You always have to watch them, especially if you're a woman and you dealing with this sort of thing. See, I was real young when I started working with children, right, and social services, and some of the things that I have seen these grown men do to these babies, these little girls, is you would think that oh you would think that they are inhuman, right? And so, and you have to interview these monsters, right? So if you are young and you are on the job, you don't went through all nothing can Nothing can prepare you to some of the things that have coming out of some of these people's mouths, right? These men, these predators, they will try to prey on you, and you have the authority over them. They will say stuff very explicit to you to see if you're going to react, right? So they teach you to have a stone cold face, right? So I remember it was one little girl in particular, and I'll never forget this. I had to interview this man as to what he did to this little girl. This man told me verbatim what he did to this baby. Um, when he was done doing what he did to this baby, how she looked, and the whole nine, right? So I kept a stone cold face the whole time he was saying this because I was taught that he's trying to get a reaction out of me. If I flinch, he's gonna know that he's dominating over me, right? So I took that out of information, and I left out of that room, and I had to run to the bathroom and throw up, right? It's because these people are so sick that they need to be put down like dogs, okay? Because they are never cured from this, right? And so when I get online, and I'm talking about this subject, is coming from a place of PTSD because I don't even have the words to let y'all know how sick these motherfuckers is. Okay,
I believe you.
it's just real beyond, right?
And I
And
can't hear
so,
the stories and the stuff that I experienced on the job. Some of that stuff, like we had some of the homes where the predators lived and we worked, it was only male staff would be allowed to work with them. And then we had certain ones to where like some of the men would come out and tell them like, hell, I'm gonna risk my job protecting a child. I'm gonna end up getting fired because if you go do XYZ, because some of them will blatantly come out and tell you because that urge is so strong, it comes on.
it's mental, yes.
Yeah,
Even if you chemically castrate them,
To
even
where
if
they
you
gotta talk
physically,
about
even
it.
if you cut their dick off, they
yeah.
still gonna molest your child.
Miss Olivia, I had one lady, one staff person come in. She was pregnant. We had to relocate her and put her in a different house because I mean, I'm telling y'all, they slick as fucking oil. You cannot put nothing past them. Like he
Okay.
started in on her. He started drawing the unborn baby pictures and trying to act like he was real excited for her. And then he
My
was
God.
asking her the gender of her child and shit like that. It started to get creepy, and she wasn't safe there. But yeah, they do whatever they can. They try to basically outthink you on all
Yeah.
at time. So
Yeah, yeah. Now I've never worked directly with them. I've only interviewed them. But I never would not have been able to do what you do, Black Women in Work, because I can't directly supervise nobody like that. It'll send me into overdrive, right? And it'll be too much for me to bear. Just let me say, right? I will start thinking about having how to do away with these people, and so you have to have boundaries, and you have to know how much you can take, right? And so the reason why I said it caused me to have some PTSD is because I don't agree with ever letting these people walk free. Um, I don't care how much therapy you give them. Like I said, I don't care if you chemically castrate them. I don't care if you cut off their hands and their feet, in their mind. In their mind, they still are predatory against children, especially, and even rapists against women or even against men. It is a mental thing. And so, unless you be willing to blow them brains out, you're going to always have to deal with them. They're forever predatory. It is horrible. There's no redemption for a predator. No redemption. But they just get smarter and smarter and smarter. You get some child predators that start out molesting a child and they won't kill the child, they'll threaten the child. After they go to jail one time, they'll realize that, hey, I don't want to go back to jail. So after I molest them, I'm gonna kill them and bury them in the backyard. So that I won't get caught because I don't want to go back to jail. That's how sick it get. They'll just
Yeah.
keep replicating.
Yeah, that's crazy. And that makes me think of how like maybe the male family that's doing it, he probably was the nicest, coolest, funnest, you know what I'm saying? Like this charm and disarm everybody. So it's like when the situation do come up, it's like, oh, be quiet because we don't want nobody to hurt him and we don't want him to go to jail. You know what I'm saying? So they know what they doing with all this charm, 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 and
Yeah,
then they
that's
show you the
old day
monster that
shit.
they really are.
But you know what?
That's
Other
right.
thing is, like when it initially started, and I went off on Sister George, it like what she said was significant too. But man, I heard the vitriol and the tone behind what she was saying, and I
Mm-hmm.
and I kept hearing her interchangeably compare women to little girls,
She was
and
talking about herself.
That's
yeah, she kept
disturb.
doing
That
it
was
interchangeably.
disturbing. That
When
was
she
very
when she
disturbing.
when she had all this sympathy in her voice when she spoke about little boys, but when she said, but
Yes.
she said these girl these did she
No,
just said,
she said the girls got fucked on, and she would say that the boys got touched or abused or something
and
like
she was
that.
like, "These sucking dick in the back of the bus,"
Yeah,
like
it
she
was so
said it.
aggressive when they speak
It
about
was,
the girls. She would say that they got, like effed on and this, that, and third. But when she talk about the boys, it's always like, and that girl took him to the back room and violate that little boy. But as far as the girl, yeah, and she up there dressing sexy, and I was like,
and she
Jesus.
said a 10-year-old is dressing sexy, trying to be seductive. So that makes me think like it was it more so than anything, because she tried to make herself a victim and say she was yelling at me. I was yelling because you were yelling. I caught your tone. I caught your energy. Like, do people think we idiots?
I'm
Like
happy
we
you
we
made a
you
big
know.
deal out of it, woman. I'm happy you made a big deal out of it.
Mm-hmm.
The way she
Because
Black Women's Fair was disturbing. Like I was at work listening to that, and it was
and
it.
did you hear? No, wait a minute, black women. Did you hear how she turned into a full blown nigga at
Yes,
one point in time
Yep.
when she was talking to black women? I was like, this a whole pimp.
I
This a
love
Yeah.
whole dude. This
That
is
was
no
a whole
longer a
man.
female.
That was
video.
a whole
That's a
man.
whole man.
I really
What she say? You worship me, or what
uh,
she say?
Yeah,
I'm
I'm
your
your
queen.
queen, bitch. I'm
I'm
like,
your
what?
queen.
Yeah, I really underestimate you, Miss Olivia, because your breakdown on that was cold blooded. I had to keep listening to it because I learned so much from you in that video.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Because oftentimes people get on here and they're not professionals. They haven't worked with mental patients before. So when you broke that shit down, I was like, she is on point with this. And then when
Yeah.
Black Hemisphere said what she said about how she's never really been attacked by anybody but on YouTube, and I just heard how that woman was attacking her. I was like,
Yeah.
God, I wouldn't attack no woman like that, even if we get
No.
along. It was
No, see, listen, I know how to that's the thing. I know how to give it back, but I knew that the sisterhood was gonna pull tight on her ass. That's why I ain't give it back, because it would have derailed what I knew what was about to happen.
That's
So
right.
that's why I handled it the way that I did and just told her, like, I don't even give a fuck about you. So you talking about you been waiting for me, girl, you would have
Mm.
been waiting a long, long, conely death, just like that marriage that
Mm.
you had to crawl on your knees for to get, and bitch, you gonna die on your knees in that marriage, because that's what he requires of you.
Exactly.
You ain't even the fucking cute one in the relationship. So
Mm.
you already losing anyway when you
When
come
she was
in like
crying,
that.
she was like, she was on a live stream, like crying, like, "Girl, you know I'm too big. He don't pay me no mind no more." I'm like, what?
That's because he's too
Who said
busy
that?
got you on the stroll on YouTube trying to get you to attack women that would never date. It's fuster the buster looking ass. And so
Mm.
it's like it's y'all two that settled for each other, because bitch, you had to come, like, man, somebody pointed this out to me. This bitch had to go to the depths of hell, which is the black manosphere, to find a husband. Like, and then you said you ran with the pimps, like you ran with the ladies of the night. So what the fuck was you doing outside with the ladies of the night? Because bitch, I ain't never been outside just kicking it with the
Olivia looked
ladies
up
of the
the
night.
Right.
definition of ladies of the night, and it meant a woman prostitute.
Yeah,
Right.
Yeah,
because she
yeah.
was right
Who
after
the
a
fuck
winner.
just out running with the ladies of the night
Yeah,
at
she
night
wasn't
for
just
the
running
lady
with
of the
him.
night?
And
Yeah, she
what's
wasn't just running
disturbing
with him.
is that she went on the internet to look for a man. What the fuck?
Ain't that something?
Really? Like,
No, you got a
hell
man from the
no.
look. I'm trying to stay out of it, but
Manosphere.
you got a man from the manosphere. I would
I
never wish
know.
that on my worst
Uh-uh.
enemy.
Exactly.
Uh-uh. Like YouTube is not a
That's why
dating
she up
website.
there.
She
That's
got
why she up there.
problems.
Y'all, that's why she up there fighting for her life like that. That bitch
Yeah,
is literally fighting for her life
yeah.
because of what she chose. She has to be that. And you see that nigga don't ever climb a panel. That nigga just sit right in the chat and watch her argue with niggas and
Hmm.
argue. He watched her get smashed by Ramil. He ain't fucking do shit. He ain't upload a
Wow.
video. He ain't say
Wow.
nothing. He just sat his silly ass down in the chat and did not say a word. That girl be up there fighting with everybody's, arguing with everybody, kissing all
Somebody
these
said
men.
he did a super chat said little girls are fast. Don't act like little girls ain't fast. I didn't see it, but somebody said he was down there in Fate's channel saying don't act like little girls not fast, y'all.
Yeah,
Yeah, he
that's
said he
his.
said they be pregnant in the sixth grade, but
Yeah.
it's like the thing is, it's just I peep how it's operating. You know, you got your woman buying another man of the Manosphere's channel. You know, she up here talking about she begged you to do it and you finally gave in, and you know, y'all just look silly for real. Like you
Mm-hmm.
know, just straight up and down silly. Like trying to prove something to an audience of people that don't matter. Like they don't matter in a grander scheme of things. It's silly. And then you know you want to get up there and be a victim. Like I mean, I know how to roast. Like I don't really know how to like go at people in a way that's like as angry as she came at me, because I'm gonna tell you where that anger came from her, from being such a male identified woman. My liberation terrifies that bitch. She don't understand why I'm able to do whatever the fuck I want to do whenever the fuck I want to
Yes.
do it. I'ma be me no matter what. I don't care whether these niggas like it or not. They're still gonna lick my deepest crack in my ass if I wanted them to, including that husband of yours. So the girl, you don't understand women like me. You don't understand sovereignty. You don't understand divine femininity. You don't get none of it because you in a bird cage. You locked up in a bird cage and been in it all your life. You would never, you would die going to your grave on that fake ass throne that you sit on, bitch. You could never be a queen of minds, bitch. I'm matriarchal. So you're technically beneath me, ho. Because if you can't stand in your own truth, I don't even know what to do with you. And you can't stand in your own truth. You
Hmm.
can't. Women
Yeah.
like you are despicable.
What she
Straight
wanted to
up.
say is what she wanted to say is I'm your king, right? That's what she wanted to say,
I'm
right?
done.
And she had to catch herself. And when it
Just look
comes to
like
this man, she a whole mouthpiece. She a nanny. She probably a pocketbook. She everything. She had done turned herself into everything. That one of those. What she was doing was she was looking for a pimp, right? And so that man that she married from the minister caught on to that, and that's how she got that ring. And he knows that she is willing to say anything or do anything to hold on to her pimp, and that is
hmm
what she was doing.
Oh
And
yeah,
when
she
she
made it
say,
clear that she gonna do
And women
anything
like
for
that sell
him.
off their daughters.
Marriage is a
yes,
badge of honor.
absolutely they
That's
do.
why
She would do
They
she
anything
thinks
for
absolutely
marriage is
do.
a
him,
badge of honor.
including allow him to be in Bum Cherry's inbox
And did
hmm
you hear I
and
kept saying
cover it
send
up.
us? That's why Tori. That's why she kept saying send us your pictures, bomb. Send us your pictures.
Exactly. So they went from it was a fake account
Right,
to they actually had the inside of the account. It was just like, and then it's like,
right,
well, so what if he was in there? He was just saying Happy Mother's Day, but behind your back, you didn't
right.
know about this.
And then she kept saying, "Send us your pictures." That let me know right there that Bomb Cherry was telling the truth. Like, what? Why would you
hmm
say you can't? You would never hear me saying, for another female to send my husband anything, my boyfriend anything, my
Ever.
whatever anything. If I'm in a relationship with you, I'm never telling another woman to send
That is
him
so
anything.
embarrassing. He could have picked any woman in the world to tell Happy Mother's Day to. That is so embarrassing.
Right.
And
I
she
feel
know
that's
that.
embarrassing too.
That's why
And
I
she
said
I
I
already know
can't
that.
with her. That girl look like she do nigga push-ups. You know them push-ups that niggas do when they jump up and smack their hands together?
Real strong in the face. Yeah,
what?
Dang.
yeah,
You
real
know
strong
what?
in the face. That's the kind of woman, like you said, like you said, that would sell her daughter. And who's to say her mama didn't do that to her? Because it sounds like her mama could have been a prostitute herself. Who's to say what her mama allowed to happen to her? Because we hear stories all the time about mamas selling their kids for drugs and all of this and all of that. I have had cases of mothers selling their. I remember this. I had a case. This little 11-year-old girl, and her mama had sold her for drugs. And so we hear you hear about stuff like that all the time. But I've
Mm.
actually had a case or two like that. Not only black women either. And what about and then you have cases to where uh not only the mama but the father do something like that. He's abusing everybody in the house, and he will sell his daughter or
Color
even his
Purple.
son for
Yeah,
drugs.
I've
Color
seen
Purple. Yeah, I
I've
was think
a
that's
lot
the
of
movie
women
I
of
was thinking of.
color coming to the doctor's office lying on their kids saying they got ADHD and all because they want that Adderall. I've seen that shit in the
Yeah,
doctor's office plenty of times.
yeah, absolutely.
What
Absolutely.
she
That's
did say, she was like, I thought it was very intriguing that her and Concrete Rose both sat there and said that they was called fast by their mothers when they was little. I'm like, what?
Right.
exactly. My mama never
Wow.
called me nothing like
My
that.
mama ain't never called me that.
Me
Mine
either.
Same
either.
here. My mom ain't never say that.
Well,
Mm-mm.
me either. And I'm older than all of y'all on the panel. My mama ain't never called me no grandmama, mama, nothing.
Right. I ain't never heard that from the women in my
And let
family. I
me just
couldn't
say
know.
this: if she listening, that was wrong of them to even put that in your head and make
Right,
you think that you was fast. Little girls are supposed to be sweet, innocent, Barbie doll playing. You know what I'm saying? Fun
right,
cheerleading, and whatever happened to you, it's not okay to think that this goes on with all little girls. It's not
right,
okay.
right.
It's just
It's
what
not
happened to
okay.
you, and it wasn't right.
And that wasn't
It's not
our
okay.
experience. Like it's so it's like that's why I said when I left my house living in an urban community because I was raised in the hood, and when you leave your house, what I was combating was the black community and how comfortable they had got with abusive tactics and how they dealt with each other. That's what I was combating. I wasn't used to a lot of stuff. Like I had a friend that got touched by her mama's boyfriend, and I remember sneaking out the house at night to meet her on the bridge and bring
Mm,
her something to eat and sit out there with her to school. So we sat out there till it was time to go to school, and then I ran back home before my folks could get up and got dressed and ran back outside to and met her back on the bridge so we could walk to school because she was scared to go back home. Like
mm,
I know women who have had situations like that, but it just like I, I realize that there are people who get abused and they go one or two ways.
mm.
Their soul becomes darkened,
Yep,
and then they start trying to project that onto everybody, or
yep.
some people heal and get
Mhm.
better. You know what
You
I'm
can do
saying? It's a
that.
couple of options that can happen. People
Yeah.
can get promiscuous, or people can be like, ooh, I don't even want you touching me.
Right.
It depends on the person and how they choose to process. But since
Right.
in the black community, it's not cool to process your emotions. It's not cool to cry. It's not, everybody just want to laugh about everything. And everything is just so goddamn funny. It's like,
Mhm.
I can be funny with the best of them, but sometimes you got to get a little bit serious. And to make a blanket statement like that,
Yeah.
these little girls
Y'all know
is
how little
sucking.
girls are. Y'all
That's
know what
why.
they
Mm-mm.
doing.
That's why I
Right.
get mad when people
That.
be saying that. Oh, you're being overly emotional. What's wrong with being in
Being
touch with your
emotional. Like
emotions?
There's
somebody hurt
nothing
your
wrong with
feelings,
being emotional. Right.
Right?
Well,
Like,
that's
what's
why I
wrong
was.
with
That's
being
why.
open with your emotions and expressing
Right.
how you feel
But
and how
that's a
much
male
pain you in?
identified concept anyway. They're
Yes.
not supposed to be in touch with their emotions. We're supposed to cry. We're
Right.
supposed to be sensitive. We're supposed to be hurt. We're supposed to be bitter. We
Right.
get to do that. Y'all don't. The men
Either
don't.
either either we're too emotional or we're masculine, right? If we
Right.
stand up for ourselves, we're masculine.
Right?
If we are trying to console another woman, or we break down in tears, because you supposed to be that strong black woman, you ain't never supposed to feel no pain. So if you feel some pain or express yourself, then you consider to be, emotional, or either you can't win for losing, right? Either
Right.
you're
They want you to be
masculine.
like a man and stop crying,
Right. Either
stop
you
being
too
emotional, stop being
masculine or you
triggered.
too emotional. Right. And that's what was going on with Rude when he said, uh, you may have been a stalker when you was 4 or 5 years old. Now you're 30, 40, or 50 or whatever he said years old. Don't no man want to hear that shit. I was like,
Yeah,
wow.
but you project it because they might not want to hear it from you. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But
Yeah, that was
women,
him
we are here
projecting.
for each
Exactly.
other.
Exactly. Exactly. So you can't win for losing. That's why you have to protect yourself. And like I said, when I got online and start listening to these conversations, some of this stuff, I done got a whole education since I've been online. Okay.
Yeah, I'm telling you, because you hear some crazy stuff, and then you sitting on the panel, and y'all done seen me flip on the mini panels, because I done been really sitting on panels like, what the fuck did this motherfucker just say?
Exactly.
And then
Exactly.
you the outlier now. You become the
Yeah.
outlier. You
Yeah.
become the person that everybody like, oh my God, she fall out with everybody. That's because you motherfuckers is nuts and
Right.
unhealed.
Yes.
And the rhetoric that come out their mouth is garbage, pure
Yeah.
trash. Like, don't nobody
Yeah.
want to hear that.
Yeah.
Mm.
Y'all had me heard me tell Rude today when he's talking about do you are you going back listening to your video? Do you understand how it is that you're sounding? You sound like a whole predator out here. Like you laying out a whole predator's handbook. Like you telling them step by step how to prey on a woman to get to her teenage daughter. You sound like a whole predator. You telling on yourself. The shit is weird. It's not
Very,
normal.
very weird. Same thing Kevin
And
Samuels was
then to
doing in that
see all the
video.
men defending him, you see all the men like right, rude. I'm like, oh my
Both
God.
sides. And that's who was that? I seen the video. I didn't look at the video, but I think it was from Super Sly. The title of the video was something about you earned my respect or something like that. And I said that can't be nothing about all that crap she was talking. Denigrating the little girl and uplifting the predator. And I was like, so is that how she gained your respect? Like I said, I didn't listen to the video. I saw the title.
Oh,
Sister George, you got earned my respect or something like it. I'm like,
yeah, but it makes sense because if a lot of them are predators, they need the
he got
mammies.
a daughter.
I'm saying
He got a
they
daughter.
need the mammies, they need the women to usher this in and to make it okay. And that's why Kevin Samuels was working on that lady mind, like, hey, don't believe your daughter. So they need people like, let's say Sister George or whatever the case may be. She's doing them a favor. She's giving them
Yeah,
And you know
access.
what? That pissed me off when they
Yeah.
said, "Oh, well, we didn't see the whole video, so we don't know what the fuck was going on."
Mm.
Bullshit. I don't need to see the whole video to know that that's some sick ass shit coming out of Kevin Samuel's mouth. I don't
exactly,
need to see the whole fucking video. That shit pissed me
exactly,
off.
Right.
exactly. I didn't even see the video. All I had to do was hear about it, and I know he said it. I
You
can
got that
imagine.
right. All I needed to hear is what he said, and I'm done. I don't want
But see,
nothing to
No,
do
that's
he
with
what they
said
stuff
it.
like
want.
that.
That's what they want. They want us all like it is just like we y'all we live in a hate culture for women, and it ain't
Yep.
just black women, it's all women. We live in a
And
hate culture,
girls.
and it's going to get worse. This is really just a tip of the iceberg. These men
Yep.
are going to become, the more liberated we become and the more we lean into towards each other, the more pissed off they have had us separated for a very long time. They are the ones that taught us to hate each other. They taught us not to like each other. They wanted that so bad,
Right. Don't
so
listen to your
bad.
homegirls. Don't listen to your mom and them. They hating.
Hmm.
Exactly. That's true. Like I said, we're gonna end up having to form some kind of village of no men, like that woman did in Kenya.
Mm-hmm.
That's how bad it's getting. It don't
The
even
actual
this why.
pornography.
Right.
Right.
It's real
Exactly.
bad in the NY. Them men is up there just throwing feces in women's faces, just minding their business, sitting at at the train. Like
That's
it's
just
it's
some
Exactly.
true
crazy.
And
jealousy.
blowing up whole train stations and shit. This crazy.
I've
Yeah.
I've seen videos of I seen one video of this young woman. She was walking down a walkway, and the guy tried to stop her. Did y'all see that video and get her number or try to talk to her or something? And she was like, no, or whatever she said. He hit her in the face with a skateboard because she didn't want to
Yeah, I
talk to
remember that.
him.
That's that Skeeter Miles incident where
I
he
have
hit her. It
always
was a
felt
17-year-old
uncomfortable.
girl, and
I
Skeeter
always
Miles.
felt
Exactly.
uncomfortable to turn a guy down. I've always felt that
Right.
energy
That
if they're
happened
gonna
in
do
Brooklyn,
something to me.
actually.
So it always have to be a wrong number or a lie saying I'm in a relationship because they are so emotional. To it's like they're gonna try to do something to you or cuss you out real good.
Too
It's like
much
no,
feminine
thank you.
energy.
I'm sorry.
Not you
I
be
wish I
Right.
could.
you be a
Right.
big girl and turn them down. Like I said, since I have weight loss surgery, I'm not a BBW anymore, but I still have that BBW mindset. But don't let you be no big girl, somebody who they say normally can't get no man, or somebody who they think should accept ain't shit, man. Don't let you be one of them rejecting them, because you really get it bad.
Mm.
But you
I,
know what? I don't even think that's
That's
true
true.
because that's a whole lie. We know men, especially black men, love them a fucking BBW. I don't even know why they get online telling those lies. They tell lies. Like
They be
BBWs
chasing them
are
white women
preferred.
up and down Walmart. They be chasing them whales up and down
Right.
Walmart 24/7.
BBWs are preferred amongst a lot of women. I don't know why men tell them lies. BBWs
I
are the preference for real.
I get it,
don't
but
know why either.
They just hide that shit. They hide. Like when I lost my weight before I had my son, then gained it right
yeah,
back. But when I lost all my weight, like I realized there was really no difference in the attention that I got. I was like, oh, so dudes is just less shamed. Oh, okay.
oh,
Like
but
Right.
this is
I,
weird.
I
Like,
have
I thought it
never.
was gonna be so much better. Like I don't know, and I didn't
Mm.
expect to lose weight neither. So
right.
it was just disappointing.
No, it's not, girl. It's no.
Out and about, minding my own business, and don't be wanting to be bothered. You know what I'm saying? And
Yep.
then I'd be like, no, thank you, or no thanks, and then here come all the, It's almost like they expect you, like you shouldn't reject me because
Mm.
you're a big girl and when nobody else. Because big girls ain't always been in. We're in now. We haven't always been in, but like I've
Yep.
had them experiences, going to the gas station and shit. Putting gas in my car, minding my own business, and here they come, and you don't want to talk to them, and then they feel like, who the fuck are you to reject me? You
Oh
know?
All
Lord,
I
if
know
that ain't
is,
the manosphere all in one breath, Jesus.
huh? Okay.
But see,
I be thinking,
I
well,
never really saw that experience because I know from being a slim chick, whenever I go anywhere with my friends that's BBWs, I mean, to me and me being the person that I am, I always felt like I had to protect my friends because they were so over fucking sexualized. I don't care if we were around white men or black men. It did not even matter. Non-black men, it didn't matter. It was always a gawking of the eyes, even
yep.
touching. Don't let a BBW be somewhere where she's dancing or it's a club or a bar and people's drinking and losing all level of sanity. They will reach
Yeah.
out, touch their titties, grab
Yep.
their ass. I've
This,
Yeah,
seen it.
yeah.
that happened.
I
And they
don't
I
get
keep
know
and
it
they
damn.
done
keep
to
the
me.
they keep a man.
Yeah.
And they
I know
keep them
damn
in.
self. I
It
know.
be
Sure
the little
do.
slim fine ones be up there like dang,
Right.
where the
That's what
man
I'm
at?
saying. That don't
Mm.
happen to me. I
Yeah.
will be the one at the table holding the purses. Shit.
I know damn self. I know damn self.
That's all they do is get on here and lie. We don't like makeup. We don't like big
You
girls.
can
We
tell
don't
they be
like
lying.
this.
It's a lie. It's a lie. I know from experience. Even with not now down south, it's real sick down here when it comes to non-black men, right? Because um oh, I think they are attracted. I don't know for whatever reason to women with meat on their bone, but they like they women looking like 11-year-old boys, right? So when you're in a workplace with some of them, and you got booty and hips and breastises or whatever, they always trying to open the door for you or rub you on your shoulders or pull out the chair for you, open the door for this. Just shit is just real weird and unsettling, right? And so you really have to pay attention. And if you are somebody with low self-esteem, you will be flattered by stuff like that, right? But for somebody like me, I'm offended by it because yeah, I don't need no attention from you or nobody else, so
Right? Don't just touch nobody. Come on now.
yeah, and I don't need you. I got a whole husband to do that stuff for me, and before I was married, um now I'm not shy, and if I feel like I know you looking at my breastises or something, and I'm trying to get something I'm done, and one of these pink bitches is getting on my nerves, and you more partial to me just cause my shirt is cut in a certain way, okay. But what you can't do is touch me. That's what you can't do. The whole thing is weird. Now, like I said, I'm not shy, and I come from a different age. And I'm before the Me Too age. But if you are secure in your womanhood, it don't matter what size you are. Men are very basic, okay? They are very basic. That's why I don't understand how it's no woman in the world that will listen to a Kevin Samuels well concerning her self-esteem, right? That don't make no sense to me. You can't, if you are a man, you can't tell me nothing about my body. You can't tell me how to conduct myself. You can't tell me how to wear my hair or my nails or my makeup or anything else.
And then the women who be going up there be pretty to me, like from what I've seen, because I've never like really watched one of Kevin Samuel's videos. I just like kind of have seen the clips floating around, but all
Right,
the women
right.
that
The
I've
clip.
seen, they are pretty. So I'm like,
Right. And then he want to get up there and demand, but I still say honey, he wanted his milkshake to bring all the boys to the yard. You know what I mean? Because
Yes, ma'am.
he wanted out addict to himself. And that's just that's the way just I feel about him. I don't care what nobody say.
Oh
I
yeah,
think
that's
he
what it
want
Exactly.
was.
out
Thank
addict to
you.
himself.
As a matter of fact, I believe it was Ramil on one of the panels. I think it was on Sister George and them panels. He revealed that when Kevin Samuels was trying to give the men information, they would not listen to him because they said he was fruity. But it wasn't
Exactly.
until he started banging on black women that they was like,
Yep.
Exactly.
"Ooh, yeah, this is a good sport. Let's keep this going." And then when the black woman was like, "Why y'all got this fruitcake talking to us like this? Y'all just jealous. Y'all just hating on him." It's like,
Hmm.
what?
Right.
We see
Hmm.
exactly what they saw. They saw exactly what we've been saying the whole time, but they decided to be quiet about it. So, he can bang on black women.
Yeah, 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 yeah. But they don't know at the inception nobody paid attention to him. And if it wasn't for Obsidian over there, he never would have. He pushed him to start. That's why people don't know the history. Even the men that swear they worship this fool, it was Obsidian
I
that pushed
still hate
him.
Obsidian. I hate
I
that
do too.
man.
I can't stand his weird
You
ass.
remember
Weird
back in the
little
day what
goofy
he was
looking
saying
old
about
dude.
black women, calling them demons and stuff like that.
Yeah,
I,
he a
mm-mm.
whole weirdo. He a
Mm.
whole weirdo, like for real. But he pushed Kevin Samuels to start doing that black woman hating content, and that's how Kevin Samuels got after her like that. Obsidian started that shit.
mm.
Oh weirdo.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
I
the
know
black
he
men ain't
has
gonna
pure
listen. They're not
vitriol
gonna
for
listen to the
us.
part where he said, "Go become a six-figure man. Go
He
But
get
said what?
yourself
that's when
together."
Olivia, that's when we used to do them 24-hour panel discussions, and Catherine would be up there getting knocked around like a little bitch.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
mean, everybody used to
for
be
real.
dogging them, like everybody, all of us
Everybody.
did.
Yeah, people don't remember the old days. You know what I mean? Like for
Where
Mhm.
can I
real.
find all them streams?
It's the truth. People don't remember
Nyla and
the old
Taz and
days.
Ren got them.
Oh well.
Ren got a whole lot of, and O'Shea got them too.
They stupid as
Yeah.
fuck for not releasing them. The content
Yes,
strategy
they got them because
strategy.
we used to be up there dogging Kevin. And he would always run. He wouldn't say the stuff that he said. He would just leave the panel.
And he was never like outspoken a lot. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
like coming at you hard, and I like you said, he'll lead the panel. So yeah. So how
Yeah,
he blew
he
up?
wouldn't do all of that. Like that's why I
Right.
said what I said about him. Like I think the thing that this is why all of this stuff is triggering to me with Rude and Taz. Because Rude and Taz I've never seen nobody cuss a woman out like I've seen them in my whole entire life.
Yeah.
But then we sitting up here laser focused on the men of the manosphere that's saying shit we don't like to hear. Because I didn't
Hmm.
see some of them go hard, but I just have never seen nobody go as hard
Hmm.
as Taz. And I've never seen
Hmm.
nobody on this platform but them two go that
And
hard on
they
a woman.
and they couldn't even get along with each other because they was bucking each other. You remember they was
Hmm.
bucking each other, woman's fear? They
Hmm.
wanted to buck each other to see who could be the I guess the baddest abuser on the panel or something.
Right.
That's what it
Mm.
seemed like to
Because
me
That
at
what
one
was
point in
going
time.
on?
yes, they was at it. They was at it for a while, like
Yes.
a while. Like Rue even told Taz he would f his daughter. Like they was at it for a while, for a little while. Yeah,
Mm.
Child.
I've
Jesus
never
Christ.
seen nobody argue like them two with women. I've
Yes.
never seen it. Like how
Just
he
very
did Sweet
decent.
Life and Atari. She literally, like, I mean, that's why I said, I was like, the girl got a tea sipping channel.
A tea sipping channel. Yeah.
That's
You
all
never
she
know,
was
you
doing
might
was
end up
covering
on that
the tea.
motherfucker.
Yeah.
Exactly.
But see, that's how emotional they are. Atari, she don't have no mouth like me and woman spirit at all. She don't have
Yeah. All she was
energy.
Yeah,
doing
but
They
was
you know
say
what's
covering the
funny though,
Atari
tea.
is
because
fat. Where is she
And then
fat?
he went
They
off
say
on her.
how
they
is
act like
Atari
they don't want me
fat?
to say nothing. They act like they don't want me to cover what they tea or whatever. But then
Right.
when they do say something they want me to cover, it's like, where that Atari be at? Where that Atari
Exactly.
woman?
But as soon as
Well,
you
what the
cover
deal
them,
is,
they want
and
to
then
cuss you out.
part of the problem with Atari, see, I noticed it with not so much with Rude or Taz, but I noticed that with Red Supreme when he was coming at you so hard about that video that you did about him. You probably had never been on his radar, but when he saw you, you best believe he went back. The first thing he did was went and seen how you look, right? And you
Yeah.
are very attracted. Because of that, he was
Thank you.
attracted to you, and that
Period.
was spawned all of that vitriol. So when
Period.
somebody like a Red Supreme is coming at you, it is because he is attracted to you.
Yeah,
So
I
that's
did
why
a
he
video
did
about ladies leveling up and talking to guys who got,
it.
saying something to offer them and stuff like that. And
Hmm.
that's what he broke down the first time, talking about, oh yeah, big what they call them, Big Shirley and this, that, and third. She probably got baby daddies and this, that, and third. So, I politely went on there, was like, ha ha ha, that was a cute little video you did about me. This is what you got
Hmm.
right. This is what you got wrong. But then I did start getting into the Taz information and the woman sphere
Hmm.
information. Then that's when he started, it was like really, really going at me. But I know I
Hmm.
feel like he is very, very attracted to me, and
I do
therefore
too.
I don't give him any
Do
more
he lick
attention. I know
do
how to
he lick
handle him.
his
I
lips
just
at
I
your
just stopped
name?
giving him attention.
Do
I'm
he lick
glad
his
you
lips at your
noticed it.
name when you come in the chat, Atari?
Say it again. I'm sorry.
Have you ever like licked his lips when he seen your name or something, reading your screen name?
I could just tell he attracted because it's like
I've
because
I
seen
can
him do
tell
hold
that
on,
to
too.
because matter of
Honey.
fact he said
I can
please come
tell
up
too.
here, Tyreek. Just hit the link, come up here, and then I was like, I'll probably come out here Monday because I'm friendly. Like you can't say nothing to hurt my feelings. My confidence is up there. But then he was like, come on here on Monday. Then I had stood him up, and then it's like, okay, well I need to get some more attention from a Tyreek. You're begging for my
Exactly.
attention, and I'm not going to give you any, sir.
I can tell too. That's just like the little boys who use in middle school popping your bra
Yeah,
strap or
popping your
something.
bra, yep. Or
That's
talking
all
about
that's going on with him.
or trying to call you a bad name. Oh, she's a booty head. Oh, she's a big
Right.
Bertha.
Hmm.
Like boy, you a
Hey,
child.
Bomb
You my little
Cherry.
brother. Sit down somewhere.
Yeah, yeah. That's all that's going on.
I
I
think
noticed
that's
that
why
about.
Taz went off on Atari too, though. I think that's the
Yeah,
same
he
reason.
wanted some attention.
Mhm.
Not no Nala's husband is not attracted to me. I ain't gonna say that, but I'm just saying that they wanted some more attention. It was like, okay, well, dang, she got this information off on me, so let me keep where did Atari be at? Why she can't come
Yeah.
record this? Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. And they're really seeking validation, right? If you can talk about the oh, bomb on the link. If you can talk about the ratchet stuff they saying when they feel like they done said something good, well, why can't I get her validation from me, making a good point? Where's that
And I
video?
wanted to do both. You know what I'm saying? I wanted to
Yeah.
get the good parts and I want to get the
You
bad parts. But
should.
it's like if I
I
get the
dropped
bad
the link,
parts, it's
bomb.
like get away from me. Don't come over here trying to record nothing. You know what I'm saying? I don't even have to
Right.
say nothing. I can just put your clips together and it's a problem.
Attention seeking ass niggas.
Yeah,
I,
and you be whipping that shit together quick, girl.
Girl, I was
um,
on your panel just sleeping, girl, listening to you, and you was like, "Sweet Life of a Time, you need to go over there and see what's going on with Sister George's up there. Talking about little girl sucking this. I mean, yeah, doing this on the back of the bus." So I hurried up and went the Faith channel, girl, with the recording and the video and all this mess started coming out.
ain't that something?
I got it
Child, but
from
some of that they'll trip.
Yeah,
Bomb, I
Baller
said
X, he
you
be
bomb
doing
cherry.
that
I dropped
too.
the link.
He be shouting out Atari
yeah,
too
he
all the
give me a
time
lot of
too.
love, yeah.
Yes.
Who do
Yeah.
that?
He made
Baller
his stance
X.
clear about who he support as far as like, yeah,
Cause
as far as this thing going
the
on.
men will go off on me like the Red Supremes or what's his name, Logic Sphere or Taz and stuff like that. But they'll have a lot of respect when what's his name, Baller X do clips about them. They don't mind that.
Child, seeking
Yeah,
validation. Is
Baller
this you,
X,
Bomb Cherry?
he'll never drag me either.
Is this you, Bomb Cherry?
Yeah, that's me. That's me.
Hey, girl, how you doing?
Hey, I'm
Hey,
doing
Hey,
good.
Bomb.
Bomb.
Hey,
Hey,
Dom.
everybody. Okay, so I didn't know you was live. So I was live, right? We were just talking, and Zab came over to ask me a question. And the question was, Bomb, I was over there by Oracle, and I wanted to get up there, but there was a woman. He didn't tell me who admitted that she was sexually abused, and that she wouldn't tell her dad to let her dad just kill him or some shit like that, right? And he's like, I don't understand. So then he said, so I went by Reg and I asked, and now I'm over here. And I'm thinking, so a woman told her a story, and now you going around YouTube. She told you a story, and now you're going around YouTube because you don't understand it. What don't these niggas understand?
They just gotta spend it. They just gotta
There's
spend it to
something
make the
wrong with
woman look
them.
bad.
Yeah, he was over here, and I asked the ladies if they, he wanted to come up, and I don't know nothing about him, Bomb, right? And I said, do you ladies, mind if he pop up on the panel? The ladies didn't want him on the panel, and he couldn't come on the panel. He couldn't come on the panel, and so maybe he was offended by that. But black women aware she was up on here, and she told her story, and he wanted to join in the conversation, but the women didn't want him up on the panel, so I don't know nothing about him, so he wasn't able to, come on the panel.
He's goofy. He not ready for a conversation like this at all. He's very goofy. Like,
right? No, I understand what you're saying. I'm wondering why I asked him, like, because I had the same incident, right? I had some incidents. When I tell people my stories, there's several of them. There's some I haven't even shared. Right? Like all my life, it seemed like somebody touching, somebody was trying to touch, somebody was doing this and doing that. And I told him I understand why a woman wouldn't tell her father. Because I didn't tell. I'm like, I didn't tell.
Right.
My dad would have killed him. And that's a fact.
Right.
And then he's like, well, why you didn't tell? That's the justice that need to happen. I'm like, yeah, so my dad could be in jail. Now I'm feeling more guilty. And he's like, well, now you got to live with what you did. Like, I'm like, dude, I would have to live with that anyway. But I would have to also live with the fact that I got to go see my dad in jail, knowing that he's behind jail because some shit somebody did to me. And I asked him, why don't you go ask these niggas why they doing what they doing instead of asking us, victims, why they didn't do what they're not doing?
Exactly.
Take care, Woman's Fair. It was nice hearing from you.
Oh, but
see you later. See you later, Woman's Fair. Thank you for joining the panel. And so,
that was. I think she was talking to Black awareness, Black woman awareness. I thought she was leaving.
Oh, okay.
I thought Woman's Fair was leaving too, because I seen the back chat.
But yeah, they over here frustrated, Bum, about this conversation we having over here. They over here, they frustrated.
They can't get on the mic. Because they can't get on the mic, that's why. And they can't put their bullshit rhetoric on the mic. That's why they mad.
Right. That's what I feel the problem was, And so Bomb, but it started out, the title of the video was because we was talking about all the weird ass predatory stuff that Rude was saying yesterday. That's how the conversation got started, Bomb. And like you said, it's a whole bunch of women got a whole bunch of these stories. And I and then on site April came up here and told a story, about what happened to her, and her grandmama, beat the person that did it to her with a bat, but then turned around and told her she can't say nothing to her daddy, cause her daddy might kill the guy. Do you see what I'm saying? And and we were saying that no child should have to have that burden, you shouldn't have to, hold a secret like that in. That is life changing and life altering, to hold it in, all your life, especially all your childhood. It is not your place to protect these adults that have harmed you,
Right.
And so I don't know what exactly.
And that's.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, you go ahead.
No, I agree with you. It's a burden. And you know who put that burden mostly on you? The people who doing it to you. Because see, they know, these men will tell you they're gonna kill your parents, your sisters, your brothers. if you tell. They'll even tell you that people gonna get in trouble if you tell. They'll even say that they gonna get in trouble or you gonna get in trouble if you tell. Right?
Mm-hmm.
They manipulators. They know what they're doing.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely.
How
And
much pressure is that to put on a child too?
right,
On
how
a
much?
little
Yeah,
bitty
absolutely.
kid.
Absolutely, absolutely. And here, that's also part of the stuff we was talking about Rude, because he was pretty much giving, telling, reading off the Predator's handbook. You know what I mean?
Right.
And so we was calling him out on that, and I'm thinking, I was like, dude, do you realize how you sounding up here? You
Yep.
sounded like a whole weirdo
And
up
I
here.
never heard of him before, and it was just like now, it's a lot of women up under my video saying, "Oh, he's cool, he cool, I like him." You know what I'm saying? It's like, how y'all like somebody who said they gonna dog walk women and do this, that, and the third. But
Hmm.
yeah,
Yeah, okay, so Black Woman Spirit told me on my panel the other day that Rude was saying certain things despicable, right?
Hmm.
So I asked him to come up. I think she thought I was just gonna take his side. I was like, come up and explain it. When we was going through the video, he was saying certain things, right?
Hmm.
He was saying exactly what she said. So
Hmm.
I'm not sure she heard me telling that,
No,
but I
I,
was
I
like,
mean I heard you once I left, but to be honest, like
oh,
between me and you, like I done just been disrespected on your panel by men like way too many times. Like when I come up there, they be mad at me about my content, and it's like you don't do anything. And it's like it's not that I really be mad at you, but I just don't view your channel as a safe place for a woman like me and the type of opinion that I have, because I don't really enjoy being cussed out like that by men. And it's like they got them loud mics, they be screaming over you, talking over you, and I'm not in that space no more of arguing with men like that on panels. So that's why I just dropped down. It just feel like it's just not a safe place for me. I don't know how it feels for everybody else, but for
Yeah,
me.
that's kind of
So
what happened to me, Woman Sphere. That's why I changed my username, Bomb Cherry. You won't remember me, but I'm Sleepy Panda. And now you wonder why what happened to me. I left. I left for a while because I just couldn't take some of the stuff that men were saying on the platform, and I said I gotta go. I can't deal with it because a
Sleepy
lot of
Panda. I never
yeah.
heard that. You was on my channel?
No, it was on another channel. It was on
Oh
another
well,
a while back. A while back.
yeah,
Yeah, I was
yeah,
on
but it
that's
there.
the
wasn't
only
my
reason
channel.
why
So
I try not to.
how would I remember what happened on somebody else's channel? You talking
Yeah.
as if you came on my channel.
Oh
I don't
no,
know no
not
Sleepy.
not your channel. It was on another channel. I was just agreeing with Woman Spirit that that's the reason why I left. You know, it
Oh,
was.
okay.
It
You
was.
left
I think,
what?
huh? But
not
I
her
know
channel,
you.
but
I
somebody
know
else.
you from another woman's channel because that was my username was Sleepy Panda, and I used to get on the mic a lot up there. And you used to get on the mic on her channel, but I can't remember the woman's channel because it's been a long
Yeah,
time.
yeah,
Oh,
well,
okay.
that's not true. I ain't never heard no Sleepy Panda. And just
Yeah,
now, when
it's a
you tried to do
username.
wait, I understand, but I don't listen. First of all, I don't go to other people's channels like that. So
It's
if you
it's
say I
another
go,
lady's channel, but I can't remember her name.
well,
She had
well,
she
that's how
she
I know
was an
it.
older lady, but I
Okay,
can't.
well, it wasn't
Yeah.
me. You
Oh,
confusing me
okay.
Yeah,
with
You
no,
said
it
it
somebody else.
wasn't
wasn't.
you. I said it wasn't you. I said I was agreeing to
No,
Woman Sphere, but I remember you
okay.
being on those panels back in the day. That's why I was trying to tell you. I
Well,
remember
I've
you.
not been on older women's channels back in the day. That's why I'm telling you right now. I understand what Lady Woman Spear said, right?
Yeah.
A black woman said, damn, I say lady. But I
No, I
understand
just
what black
forgot her
woman is
name.
saying. She know I know what she's saying. I'm not disagreeing with her. But you didn't agree with her and said, yeah, bomb,
No,
you
I
don't know my name.
apologize how I was saying
Okay,
it. I
Yeah.
apologize for that. I
okay.
was
Well, we're
saying
gonna
that
get
I
through it.
agree with Woman Sphere because that's the reason why I left and changed my username because I was on another woman's panel. And that's why I said I was on another woman's panel back in the day, and I was getting into a lot of fights with the Manosphere dudes and the incel dudes on there, but I can't remember her channel.
Yeah,
Um,
everybody can't handle, stuff like that.
Yeah,
But
I
I guess
couldn't
for the people
handle
that
no, but
can
no, it
handle it,
wasn't. No, it was no disrespect towards you, Cherry. It was not your
yeah.
channel. Was nothing like that. I just
Oh,
thought because I remember you from a while back. That's all. But it has nothing to do with this
okay.
whole thing. I just remember you from way back, and that was it. But I agree with Woman Sphere because I was on panels like that, dealing with men on panels like that. But it was not on your channel or anything like that.
Yeah.
Okay. because they had nothing to do with me. Because
Oh no.
see,
I mean, you know, disrespect. I apologize if you got it confused. I apologize for that.
I didn't get it confused. I wanted everybody else not to, I wanted you to straighten it up. But listen, my channel, I fight the manosphere.
Yeah.
So if I call them up, then I'm gonna chew their ass up. And if they come at me, they know they're gonna get their ass chewed up. So that's what I do on my channel. And that's what I do, and that's what I'm gonna continue to do. Okay, it's okay
Yeah.
if you can handle it. And
Somebody
I mean,
said
no, it ain't about
Kendra.
I can't handle it. I just don't think I deserve it. So I don't, because I don't. That's your channel. You do it how you want to. That's why I said that's your space.
Do
But I
you
don't think
remember
it's a safe space for me. It's not a safe
Right.
space for
Bomb
me.
Cherry?
I
Do
don't
you remember?
enjoy that.
Oh, sorry, Bomb Cherry. Do you remember a woman named Kendra?
Kendra who?
I don't know. Somebody said that they remember me. Somebody from Kendra. I'm not
Well, I'm
sure
not
what the lady.
Kendra.
No, not you. I said, do you know a woman named Kendra?
I think they got a lot of Kendra D, Kendra G, but I ain't never been on their panels though.
Okay. Yeah, I know there was a panel of one woman, but I can't remember her freaking name.
It
But
wasn't
yeah,
me. The only place I've been B1 Renaissance woman, when she was doing her thing, and my channel going over there by Black Moon Spirit. I don't know no other people coming over here once in the blue moon, but
Yeah.
no, I listen. I don't. I know the women who come through, and when you say your other name, I never heard of that name.
that's strange. Cause yeah, it must have been on another woman's channel, but I don't. It's an older lady. She had like blonde hair. She always had glasses on with long nails and stuff. And I used to sit on her channel with a couple other people on the channel, and then I used to talk to them on there. But yeah, that was my other username was Sleepy Panda.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, that's the reason why I left Woman's Fair is because I got into a lot of like arguments with people and fights with people. That's why Water Sniper said my voice sounds familiar. Yes, I'm Sleepy Panda from that other platform.
Yeah, I know. I think I've been desensitized to like being in this space, and
Yeah.
I don't let them talk to me like that. But it's just like I can sit on the panel and listen to them. But now that Womansphere has been kind of driving that point home of we shouldn't allow or just even
Yeah,
be in a space
Sheila
of,
E. Yeah, now I remember it was Sheila E's channel. Yes, that's where I was on Sheila E.
Oh, you was by Shirley E. Oh, okay.
Yes, I'm Sleepy Panda
Yeah,
from
I was over there.
Sheila E's channel. Yes, that's
Oh,
where I remember.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I
oh
was on.
yeah, I was over there for a minute. Yeah, okay,
Yeah,
you were.
yeah. That's why I said I remember you from
Didn't we
Sheila.
didn't we get into it? I remember.
Yes, we
I
did.
remember.
Now you remember me.
oh.
When you said,
And
yeah,
then we
because you was
apologized.
listening to
Oh, that was
who,
nice.
who
Yeah, because
apologized.
you checked me because I was listening to that one incel dude on there, and you
Oh, I
checked
see.
me for that. You said, "Don't be listening to him. He's just trying to manipulate you." Remember that, Bomb Cherry? Because you was
No,
telling me, you
You don't
told
know
me
his
that.
name?
I forgot that guy's name. I don't know, but it was on Sheila E's platform. It was on Sheila E's channel. I'm Sleepy Panda, and you checked me, Bomb Cherry. You put me in check. You say, "Don't be listening to them. Don't be listening to them Manosphere dudes. They was manipulated." Because that's the time I didn't know too much about the Manosphere. Now that I know more about the Manosphere, I'm careful. But before that, I didn't know nothing, and you actually helped me with that, and said and told me don't listen to them because they manipulate me. Yep. So
yeah.
now you
Well,
remember Sheila E's channel.
yeah, but Shirley E. Did she have a lot of? She the one who had the men over there,
Yes, she
and she
did.
was silent with the men. But I don't, I beat up on everybody. Everybody can get
Mhm.
it.
That's why I said
Nah,
I remember you, Bomb Cherry, because we actually
oh,
won. I remember you, and I was like, yeah, that's the name I
I
would
was
never
joking
forget.
with you though. With the women,
I
I do.
know, I know,
Yeah,
I know, and
yeah.
I never took it the hard way. I liked how you move and how you were. That's why I resonate. That's why I was like, I remember Bomb Cherry. Now it was Sheila E. Somebody said in the chat room, yes, it was Sheila E's
Yeah, Shirley.
panel. I was Sleepy Panda on there.
Okay, I
It
remember. Well, I remember you said it was a long time ago. That was just like
was last year,
8
wasn't it?
months.
Was
It
it
was like
last
eight
year?
months ago.
8 months?
I
No,
lost. Yeah, I
I
lost.
left last year.
I've never heard of her.
Now, remember Shirley? I lost my channel, and that's why I was about Shirley E. This channel I have is
Yeah.
new.
Was it
So I
this
go
year or
ahead.
was it last year?
This year, the beginning
This
of
year,
this year.
2020, or was it 2022?
No, this year.
I don't remember because it was a long.
2022.
All I know is I
It was
got
this.
mad. All I know is I got an argument with one of the Manosphere dudes, and they were just all on me. And I said, you know what? I can't take this no more. I'm leaving.
Yeah.
And I left, and then I changed my username. I was like, maybe I should come back because I know Sheila E liked me when I was on that platform talking to them, because we was
Mhm.
talking about black issues also. So they did like me on there, but I just couldn't take when the Manosphere and them dudes came up there because she would just let them up on there, and I'm like, no, they
Wait,
were
you don't.
just
So you got the story mixed up. You forgot the story, right? So what happened? Remember, you got up there. We were talking or whatever, and Sheila
yeah.
E banned me from my channel because of you. You
She
don't forgot
banned you?
that?
No.
I'm
No, I
serious.
didn't even know she did that. I
Yes,
did
she
not
did.
know. I left.
Yeah, she came. She was like, "You talking to my guests that way, Mom?
Oh
So
yeah,
this
she
will have
kicked
to
you
go."
off the live because we was
That's
arguing.
right. That's
Yeah,
when she
she
banned
did.
me.
Now I remember that. She kicked you
Mm-hmm.
off the live. But then I left. I said I couldn't because the dudes were on there. I left. Oh my God. I can't believe she
Mm-hmm.
oh my God. Now I
Wait a minute.
remember she did kick you off.
That was this year. That wasn't. You said
That
long
was
time ago. That was this year.
I thought it was 2021 or
No.
2022. Because I know I left a
This
while ago and
this
I was
is
gone.
2022.
No, 2021 and 2020.
Remember this?
I
It
don't
was.
know. It was a long. I felt like it was a long time ago. I freaking left. I couldn't take it.
That was this year. That was this year.
This year, like the
Yeah.
beginning of this year, back in July or
Yeah.
January,
Yeah.
January,
January, February. Yeah.
January. Yeah, and then I left. I left for a while. I was like, I can't take this no more. I gotta leave.
Yeah,
Them
they so
dudes was evil on
disrespectful.
there. They were evil on there.
They evil and disrespectful, very.
Oh yes,
Yeah.
they were. Well,
Hmm.
thanks for reminding me because I know I was like, I left. I was just so mad. I didn't even care. I said, I'm done.
I thought you came from the. Did you come from the sector, the beef sector?
No, I came from divestment.
Oh, okay. I thought you came
Yeah, I
from
was
beef.
from divestment. I was from like channels like from Pink Pill and all that. From that
Oh, wait, the
area.
beef Oracle. Isn't this the beef sector right here, right where I'm at? This is the dangerous sector.
Uh
This is the
oh.
danger
Well,
sector.
I kind of go in and out, with both
That's
juicy
right.
and
I
black
be
sector.
tiptoeing.
Yeah,
Yo,
What'd
because
you
I
say,
I
was
be
Brian?
I be tiptoeing around this area, girl. Your area is dangerous. So right now, I know I'm in dangerous territory, and therefore I tiptoe. Okay, and then y'all talking about my area is bad. Fuck up out of here. This is
But
dangerous.
then but also she does go in and out. So you gotta know what panels to join and what panels
Right,
not to join.
yeah, I'm real
Like
careful about that.
your topics,
right.
like anybody come up, like she said, she asked the ladies, did they want men up? And people said no. So it's like I just be like when I be over in your area, I be feeling like this is not safe because as soon as they come up, Bomb just gonna go on mute. If they get to calling me bitches and hoes, Bomb ain't gonna say nothing. Like, and it's just like it ain't that I'd be mad at you. I just be like, man, I need to stop going over there. That just be the only thought. It don't be like, oh, I'm mad at her, F her, and all of that. It's like, no, that's how you run your channel. You don't care if a man screams and shouts at a woman like that. I do care. I don't like that. I don't like that on my panel. I feel like it's disrespectful. Should no man be coming at no woman so aggressively to where she can't even speak her piece because their voice is deeper than ours and all of that. And it's just like it's different between a man disagreeing with me or something like that. It's a difference. But when you just come up there
Yeah.
just to call me like 1,000 bitches, like I
Wow.
think a woman that is the channel holder should be like, oh hell no, but you just let it rock. So since you let it rock, I'll be like, well, I just need to stop going over there. That's just where my head be. Don't be like I'm simmering, festering on, starting no beef with you or nothing. I just be like, I just need to stop going over there. That's where my mind be at.
That's good. It ain't no beef.
Yeah, it's not a beef.
Yeah, it's not a
For
beef.
me, for me, it's like as far as Bob, let me tell you about the when Bob said the beef sector and the when I'm doing this sector over here, it said, oh, I hope you come back up, Bob. I got a lot of different I got subscribers from the entertainment sector. So when I'm doing entertainment news, a lot of those, you'll see a lot of my entertainment people in the chat. When I do B sector, you'll see a lot of B sector people in the chat. And today I'm doing this content over here, so it's a lot of y'all in the chat, you know. And so it's kind of like what Woman's Fear said. I'm just, just listening out. If you listen long enough, you'll see what kind of video I'm doing. And those are the people that be in the chat. But as far as Bob saying, the beef sector is crazy. It's crazy. But see
Yeah,
me,
I didn't
I'm
go
not
Because
too
like.
far, and
I would never in life join one of your beef sector live streams.
oh, I would not. I'd be out of here.
I'm not trying to be put on their radar, child. I don't
No,
want no part.
I've already got a taste of the beef sector.
Y'all a mess.
Mm-mm.
I get a
I've
kick out of it because
Not
see,
me. Mm-mm.
they let me go to my crazy side, okay? Cause see, I don't mind arguing and going. See, I turned into the dragon, and so I don't mind going back and forth with nobody. You can get it. I don't care if you got.
I
I don't care
think for
what you.
me, I kind of moved away from like, because when I was going at Taz and Nyla, that shit was
Yeah.
personal. You know
Well,
what
yeah,
I'm
it be
saying?
personal. Yeah,
So
with
it's
them.
like
Yeah,
it's certain people I just
yeah,
don't want to argue with. Like Rude is
yeah,
one of them. Then it's a lot
yeah,
of people from the past, from like 4 years ago, that want to
yeah,
argue, and it's like every time I go over there, they
yeah. No
catch
wrong
me
with
over there. So it really don't be her fault because how she
yeah,
views it is it's two adults, and she be
yeah.
like, "Well, it's two adults. Like, I
Right,
mean, what do you want me
right,
to do?" And so it's so I can't be mad at her for how she
right,
runs her
right,
channel. All I gotta do is stay
Right.
my black ass from over there. It's
right,
that simple.
right. Right, right. Because we all adults. And like you said, I don't want to argue with them, and I'm not going to freaking argue with them. I'm just not
Yeah,
going to
I
listen
only
to you.
like coming up here when you're talking about like certain issues. I don't come up here when it's all beef because I've dealt with that
Yeah.
Yeah,
already. Hell
yeah,
no.
Yeah,
yeah.
because I used
I
to
got,
go
I
Yeah.
to
have different strains.
Obsidian's channels and stuff like that. And then it was just like, and I can't even get my voice out. I can't even be heard. So it's like, all right, let me just do my own little videos or get my
Yeah,
voice out on my own
absolutely.
platform. Yeah.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, so you can always tell I be trying to, keep it at the title of which content I'm doing because it do change up over here. Is this you, Bob?
Yeah, that's me. That's me.
Okay. Yeah,
Did you
it
consider
changed up.
that?
Like Bob was saying, yeah, I'm just telling them, Bob, with my content, I go between different sectors and I try to make it clear on the title of the video what sector I'm talking to on what day. Because you might not like the food with the B sector, but we having this conversation over here today. So, you know what I mean? I try to put it in the title of the video, child.
No, see, that's the point, because there's somebody in the comment section. Nobody's throwing shade at Bomb. I'm saying it just as clear as day. How the fuck is that shade? I
Yeah, no,
enjoy talking to Bomb about all the things I've
right,
been watching Bomb do for almost 5 years. Sewing, cooking, family stuff. I love sitting on the panel talking to Bomb.
right,
Okay? Bomb Cherry.
right,
I come to Bomb's channel for Bomb. Maybe Kev 504. I like talking to him too. And it's certain men over there that I will sit. Bomb has seen me do it, but I don't want to be up against Rude though on Bomb's. I stay away from him, and I stay away from him for a reason. It's like, so it's just certain people that come over there that I stay away from. It's not the channel, because the channel holder, I fucks with her. We done had our squabble back and forth and we always come back. So it's not her. It is the men that just are hell bent on just shouting over me, doing all of that. Like, I kind of grew out of that a little bit because it's irritating. Like, if I got to come at you, I'm going to go to the channel that I built and cuss you out. I'm not going to sit up and be trying to scream at the top of my lungs with you on the panel. Like, that's the part that
I
I'm
mean,
over.
if you feel uncomfortable and you don't want to argue with
Yeah,
nobody,
it don't got
that
nothing to do with Bomb. Me and
right?
Bomb can have a whole 3-4 hour conversation. The hell? It ain't Bomb. It's the people that come over there trying to distract because they see me in a neutral area and they know how Bomb just looks at us like, well, these is two adults. So they try and get that shit off on her channel, which I actually find to be disrespectful. I think it puts her as a channel holder in a position, but she keeps it neutralized the way that she likes it, and she has a right to do that. So stop trying to start shit. When I go to my channel and I cuss out the people that cuss me out over there, it ain't about Bomb, it's about the people.
Right.
Yeah, I agree. I see where you're coming from, Women's Fair.
Goodness gracious, people at this.
I know you weren't
You
throwing shade at
you
Bomb.
say your
That's just
words and
people
they
on in
still
the
want to
chat.
put words in your mouth. Let me say I just
Facts.
told you what it is.
Right. Just trying to get stuff started. That's all. That's
I
all.
I think it's because of the rude situation. I flat out said, like, it's gonna be interesting to see where women go. That was cool with him to listen to this man talking about chopping women's arms off and all of this stuff.
You do
And I'm like,
that?
it's gonna be interesting to see because to me that's 10 times worse than the manosphere.
Yes,
So
it is. That's straight murder.
You
You
better
know,
right,
he's
so
initiating murder.
when
Yeah,
I
did you hear
said
him
that,
saying that, Bob?
and don't get
Bob,
it twisted, I
what
do
happened?
know that Rude would love to see me and Bomb get into it. You don't think I know that?
Mm.
Yeah, but it ain't gonna happen.
Right. Did you hear
Yeah.
him say that, Bob?
What happened?
I was like, girl. He was
So
on
what
the
Well,
happened?
video.
he was defending Sister George, and he was saying that basically he'll dog walk any woman pretending like what Sister George was saying ain't true, and also he was like cutting up a woman and stuff like that. It's on my channel.
He was cutting up a woman.
He said he was talking about chopping up women and killing them and
Oh,
stuff like that. Yeah, I'm sick.
I'm
But
gonna go ahead.
he agreed with Sister George and everything she was saying.
I know, and I what I did see is that Baller X said he put up something and said that they paid him. Is that true? Is they saying that they paid him
Well,
because he?
that's a sad thing to be bought on to come out against children. That's a sad thing.
But
Yeah,
yeah,
he was paid.
well, that's what Baller X said. I'm not. What y'all thinking is that he's
I
saying?
don't know about that
Was that
part.
He
supposed
said
to
I
be
don't
a
know.
joke or was he dead ass?
Could nobody pay me $1 million to
I
say
don't
some
know about
sick
that. I
shit like
don't know
that?
about that one.
nobody
I
could
have
pay
no
me
idea.
either.
Yeah, look.
But he did come out and say he wasn't paid, and then
Oh, he did say that.
Sister George husband came right up under the comment and said they funded. They told me I paid you. So yeah, he
Okay,
said he
so
wasn't
they
paid.
get paid. Oh, okay, because I was thinking like eh, if they paid him so I can, because I'm the one who really was going at her neck, right? Tori, you put it up, like we making sure this shit don't die down.
That part.
So I thought they were smart because the way they think that they can get me to stop is if they get rude on the other side, right? So I was like, I wonder if he really got paid. But if he didn't get paid, then um, we just got to hear what
I
he
don't
said.
think that's nothing they would admit to, and we see they like buying shit on this damn thing. So
Exactly. And
I,
so you got to
mm,
remember, even when you came up and you said he said certain things, remember he kept
mm,
saying, no, I wasn't talking about the children though. Remember?
right, yeah,
And then now he's absolutely talking about the children.
He's
yeah.
absolutely talking about the children. They know what they're doing. He said a bunch of
Right.
stuff. I got it on my channel.
Exactly. And that's what made me think
Sorry.
when I saw that they said that he got paid. I was thinking, well, it makes sense for them to pay him because I'm the one going after them, even though the rest of us too, but they know I got all day. I sit on this bitch for 24, 48 hours talking about,
Mm-hmm.
and they figured, okay, who it
And
was
then
It
he
sure
said,
Exactly.
will. She the one
yeah,
that came up. I thought it was verbal, Bomb, but it was you. Verbal corrected me with the 40 days and 40 nights. Cause Bomb is like laser focused on the manosphere. But people need to know, don't nobody come over there like to y'all people on Bomb's channel. The only people I come over there to see is Bomb, and second is verbal. That is it. Like that is it, and that is all. Mela too. Mela. I like talking to her ass, but everybody else, Bomb, I ain't gonna lie, the shit don't be enjoyable. But when it be just y'all up there, I love talking to y'all, and I like reading Aries Queen's shady ass comments. Other than that, I don't enjoy them motherfuckers over there. Look,
I like to see Bomb drag
I
them.
come for Bomb. We come over there for people need to get it. Don't get
I
it
do. I do. I
twisted.
be in the class.
We
Yeah, I'm
come over
always in the
there for
class.
Bomb
Yeah.
Cherry. We don't come over there like I don't know why people think that it's any other reason why we would be there but to talk to Bomb. It's our
Yep.
channel.
Yep. Yep. I'm always in the clouds, whether I drop down or not.
how you
When I
been?
come over here, I come to talk to Miss Olivia. I just know not to bring my frail ass up here if it's some beef content because I can't.
Not for real.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Miss Olivia is danger. I'm not even gonna say she playing with danger. She
No,
is danger.
she ain't got
Yeah,
no
she
fear,
is
child. Not a
danger.
lick of it.
She don't play no games
I
I
for
don't
know
give
real.
a
that,
fuck.
right?
I don't care.
I see over here playing in the. I'll be like, damn, she braver than a mofo, baby. Look,
I just don't care. I ain't worried about this. Me and my whole the B sector, we see each other, okay?
Shit, my whole Woman Sphere podcast was just the beef sector a couple of days ago. How hard I was going on
I
Tanzanite.
know,
Now
man.
that is true. Now
Yeah,
that
I
is
was
true,
watching
Woman
those
Spirit.
videos. Woo,
That
you
is
went
true,
off
Woman
on them.
Spirit.
You said, I'm not letting go. I'm staying
Uh-huh.
on y'all.
And you saw that my ass was in the clouds over there. I ain't say a word. I was like,
Then not a word. You don't never get involved in my business, Mom. You don't.
because I'm trying to stay out of everybody I like's business. I'm just trying to stay out. Let y'all fight
But
it
I
out.
notice it's a triangulation against the women in the space like me, you, Bomb, even Cookie. Like women like us, I noticed that the men be trying to weaponize us, the men and the women against each
They
other.
do.
Like when
They
it's an
do.
argument or a beef, it's almost like they be like talking to us like, you gonna get that bitch?
Yeah.
And what I do, I just sit back and
That's why I'm gonna say, Bomb, I'm so sorry if Sheila kicked you off the platform because
oh
I
no, you
did
ain't gotta worry
not.
about that.
I did not like you. I was cool. I was cool with you. I don't know why she kicked you off. So I'm really
No,
apologizing about that because that
no,
was
you
that
ain't got
was
to
wrong.
apologize. Listen, I toasted that ass too. She got hers. Don't worry.
You did
But
the
we
40 days and 40 nights.
oh now I had to do. She light work. It don't take but 3 minutes,
Man,
3 hours.
when we went at each other, it was for a while.
We was going back and forth. And remember, I told you I'm just having fun. That's what
I
I do.
know. And then that's when I calmed down. I was like, you know what? This ain't all that bad. I was like,
But
dang.
you told on me after everything got cool.
I,
You got up there and then you
I
told on me.
mean,
And then
I
she
was
said, Mom,
oh
you
my
gonna apologize to her. And I said, apologize for what? And she said, if you're gonna apologize, Mom, you got to go. And I said, bitch,
yeah.
bye. And that was the
I
last
should have.
time.
I think I was a little salty. Yes, I apologize because
No,
I was new to all that. I was new to all that, so I was really mad. I was like really going at you.
yeah, but
So yeah,
I didn't take it serious though. But it's cool though. It's cool.
yeah. I really like having you on that panel. It was just
But
because
you
the
know, you
conversation.
ain't like it. Just admit you was mad. I make
I
listen,
was mad, but then I was like, oh, why she go?
don't be mad, baby. Be glad. Listen. But then you ain't got to apologize. It's the internet.
Yeah, I
And I'm
know, but it's just like it was just wrong for me to just do that to you because you
no,
really
you
wasn't
wasn't
trying
wrong.
to. You
I
wasn't.
was. Just admit it. I was fucking with you. I was.
I
I
know
admit
you
that.
was fucking with me.
Okay, well,
You said that. You said I'm just fucking with you.
I did. And that's all I was doing. It wasn't you. I didn't get mad at you, but that Sheila did that day though. That was some bull crap. Okay. And she was
Yeah.
like, Mom, if you don't apologize, that's one of my guests. And if you don't apologize, you gotta go and I'm gonna ban you. And see, what you don't know is that the only reason her shit popped off is because I lost my channel and then I was gonna take a break. So I started going by her shit, and everybody followed me over there to her shit. And then
Yeah, them Manosphere dudes, and I couldn't
no,
take
them
that.
the Manosphere dude, yeah, most of them was her because she started kissing
Yeah.
their butt. She was even mad at me when I would go after the Manosphere men. That's what I do. Okay, I
Yeah,
choke Manosphere men for dinner. That's what I do. I don't eat
Me
them.
too, Bob. Me too. Fuck.
I know you do.
Yeah, y'all are both relentless. Like, oh my
I've been
god.
waiting for their ass.
I do.
So Rue is not Manosphere, the Rue guy.
No, he's not Manosphere. No.
Oh, okay.
Nah,
Okay.
he's just trifling. That's
Yeah,
all.
he's trolling right now, and
So you was saying that you like him. How you feel about him now?
yeah, I still like me.
You
I
still
know
like him? Okay,
he on
okay,
that
okay.
bullshit. Yeah.
So you think he don't mean what he's saying, or?
Yeah, I know he don't mean what he's
Because I
saying.
know it's a lot of women that was up under my comments saying like, we like
But he
Rue. But
said
I'm
he
like,
was
did y'all
gonna
hear
cut
what he
up
said?
women. He said he was gonna cut up women. That shit got me like
Yeah, he
threw
said
me
that
back.
before.
I'm like, Jesus.
Yeah,
What
he said he
got
was.
me was him saying that the kids they know what they doing,
Yeah,
And
now
let's stop blaming the men or whatever case may be. If the little girl know it, then she just know it. We ain't gotta worry about who did this to her, I
Yeah,
was
yeah,
like,
that
wow,
that
that's
that made me
disgusting.
angry too. I'm like,
yeah,
what's wrong with him?
And also, he was saying like the 40-year-old women's or above, why are y'all still crying and complaining about what happened to y'all when y'all was 4 years old, whatever case may be? Basically, just get over it. He don't want to hear that ish. So
right.
yeah, I was like, oh, that's pretty disgusting. But
Yeah, no,
people
yeah,
like who they like.
yeah. Well, we all knew that he is misogynistic, right? It's some things you know about people, and you'd be like, okay, he's misogynistic. A lot of men, like even my husband, when I was talking to Rude a couple of days ago, even my husband agreed to some of the things he was saying. Which, I mean, when you sit down with these men, they agree with certain things. But he didn't agree with killing no women. But I know Rude not really out there killing no women though.
Oh, okay, yeah. What parts did your husband agree with?
Rude was talking. What was Rude talking about that night? Rude was we was trying to say that the men should come up with their own little groups and talk about what happened to them. There's a lot of men out here, but and he was like, he's Rude said that men not gonna do that.
No,
And
they
we
not.
right, which see that's the part my husband agreed with. But we was telling them, look, when we are talking, then maybe the men shouldn't get involved. Like
They
when
shouldn't.
right when y'all was over there by Fate talking what y'all was talking, right? And
Mhm.
then he jumped up because I tried to
Mhm.
explain that to him on my panel that night. I was like, so you went up there to deflect. I said, because if they talking about the children, but you went up there to talk about only the
Don't
adult.
that sound kind of predatorial? Like, cause he did that today too. Like he came up here, they was talking, and it was like he wouldn't even let me get a word in on Faith panel or on on Miss Olivia channel today. He was
Mhm.
like, "Oh no, we gotta stop that. We don't want to talk. We don't want to hear that." Or, it just seemed like he don't want the conversation to be had about what's going on with these little girls, and I find that to be very strange.
Right. And
Yeah,
that's
and
yeah,
they shouldn't be involved in it. It's like you stopping the whole, us moving forward with what's happening in these homes.
right. No,
So
I
he
agree.
ain't trying to hear that.
No, you don't want to hear it. None of these men do. That's what I'm saying. Because while we talking about what men have done, they want us to then talk about what women have done. And then when we even give the stats on that, we're like, there's some women who doing fucked up shit, but we're not talking about that, right? We talking about this. Because there might be
Yeah,
some
they
young
always
women.
turn it to women when we're talking about them.
Right, a
Right,
deflection.
right. And that's what they do, right? Um, that's what that's what they do. And for some reason, they think
Crazy.
once a girl turns 16. So I under what they're saying. Hey, she's 16, and she out there probably having sex already, and she know this. They not even understanding the point that we're making. That even a 16-year-old, when an older dude come to a 16-year-old, he's older, right? He knows he can manipulate her. That's why he even messing with her. What was the purpose?
Yeah, he should know better.
Right? Why would a 21-year-old want to deal with a 16-year-old? What would be the purpose? Because a 21-year-old woman is just as young and perky and pretty, right? But why do they go to the 16-year-old? Because they can manipulate her, right?
Right.
So,
They can manipulate the 21-year-old too, but the
Yeah,
reason
even
why
the
they're not
20.
going even younger than that is because of laws. You know what I'm
laws,
saying?
that's right. Yep.
So really what we're dealing with is a whole bunch of monstrous predators in the community. And it's like they're like people like Rue, they're like making the gateway or whatever case may be, just like, oh, what's the difference between a 16-year-old and an 18-year-old? It's like it's a big difference. You know what I'm saying? It's kind of sick for
Mhm.
y'all to be spreading that rhetoric or even putting that into a man's head of what is the difference between the 16-year-old and 18. It's a big difference. you
It is
you
a
can't
big
control yourself enough to stop, you know what I'm saying, yourself, or wait 2 years. If you really just are obsessing over her that much, you want to have her, then you want to go find the next 16-year-old,
And
14
they
year old
say that the brain doesn't even develop into adulthood until the person is 25 years old. So that's
right,
scientifically proven. So these men are nasty. They're just
right,
nasty, straight up.
Yep. And they want to go lower and lower, but the 16, maybe they feel like there's something safe for them to talk about online. But I believe Sister Joyce Mill, what she said, they thinking that 10-year-olds are sexy. And what did
mhm.
she call her? What else she said about the little girl that she was I don't know, trying to turn me in on or something?
So,
Seductive.
Yeah, and all she was doing is wear what she wear, but the men looking at that little girl as seductive. And some of us women know exactly what she was saying. Because some of us have been accused, they accused, just by me wearing what I'm wearing. I'm being, look, she want to be sexy. Look at her fast. I didn't even know what fast meant. And I wasn't even thinking about no sex. I
Exactly.
just played sports. But
Mhm.
I got called that. And everywhere I went, it's like we have to maneuver around these men because they everywhere. Old, young, they all around us trying to grab on us when we little.
But bomb. What I found interesting was who just said that was it Apologetic or Troy when it says when you said the woman's brain don't develop
Yeah, I said that. When
between
her
25
brain
years
doesn't
old,
develop
right?
until she's
Mhm,
25.
25 years old, right?
mhm,
But that just brought me back to Bob. You remember when the mandatory talking points used to be, oh, she hit the wall when she's 25 years old. So
mhm.
so that's even more predatory. If her brain is developing when she becomes 25 years old, then so that means you're predatory because now she's an adult and you don't want to fool with her. So you gonna say she done hit the wall.
That's what they mean by hit the
Yep.
wall.
That is weird.
How is a
Yeah, that is weird.
25-year-old hit the wall? That's
Exactly.
because now
25. Take it,
Yeah, they
child.
saying 30 hit the wall, 25 hit the wall. I'm like, what's wrong with
That
27.
these
means
dudes?
it just means because you can't manipulate them no more. Is that what you mean
Yes,
by hit the wall? You feel like you
yes,
can't manipulate them anymore,
yes. That's
which
what it
is
means.
predatory. That's
Yes, it is.
weird.
That's predatory in and by itself. And then when
Yeah,
Sister George say that a 10-year-old, they 10 years old sucking, so I
yeah,
asked, hey, to the women, what would a 10-year-old get out of sucking whatever what she doing? And if she
exactly,
not getting nothing out of it, then that means she don't understand what she is doing.
Well, I
exactly.
think that the men and the male identified women, they're gonna say
Jesus,
that she is getting something out of it. She do like it. She knows what she's doing.
we
She's
been way
trying
in
to
the
be
hood.
seductive. She likes it. I think that's exactly what the men
Lord.
who are agreeing with her and
Mm.
she is basically saying.
Yeah, that's what they
Shit.
say about the 16-year-olds too. But a 16-year-old, if we would all be honest as young women, right? As women, when we were young, right? Some of y'all still young, some of us not, okay, including me, especially me. But
Me too.
but when we're 16, first of all, in my generation, we ain't suck nothing that no.
No,
I was a
no.
grown woman married 10 years before I put my lips on. But this is a different generation, right?
Right.
Everything's but even then, what do we really get out of it? Right? Some of us we start liking it after a while if you like the man you're with and you realize that he's enjoying it. And that's what I really enjoyed, that my husband enjoys it. But what is it, peanuts in my mouth? What the hell that's doing for me? So what is that doing for that little girl? That ain't doing nothing for her.
Nothing.
Especially when she with a
Nothing
little
but
boy.
traumatizing her.
Right.
Traumatizing her. Exactly.
Or she thinks she might be doing something because society, she saw it somewhere. Somebody had her doing it, and now
Right.
she with a boy doing something somebody had her doing. And that's how I look at it. Like if she 10 doing that, we know somebody is messing
You
with that.
know somebody doing something to her right, and she's trying to like if something did something like that
Right.
would happen on some level. It's a cry for help. And
It's
it's her
definitely a
psyche
cry for
trying to
help.
rationalize. Yeah, it's her psyche trying to rationalize the trauma. And
Mm-hmm.
if she can rationalize it, if it's okay to do it on another a child the same age, if they're good with it, then she's got to be good with it. Do you see what I'm saying? It
Right.
normalizes it. It doesn't hurt so much. She don't feel so afraid. She don't feel so embarrassed or unclean. Even if she can't articulate those words,
Mhm.
she's trying to make it be normal so she can be all right in her head. You
Right.
know.
She might think that is normal because she's doing it to somebody else and they probably giving her ice
Right.
cream and cake after. And
Right.
now
Right.
she think, oh, this little boy I like. Ooh, if I do what
Mhm.
he had me doing for him, I
He
do it for
might
him.
like me
And
too.
he'll like me too.
He's like, yeah,
That's
the
exactly
manifest, yeah, the manifest in all kind of ways. Yeah, it's just horrible. But for her
right.
to say something like that,
Yeah.
that's what set it all off. And really, she just said it as a deflection bomb. I mean,
Yeah.
the whole thing, in my opinion, was just a deflection because people was calling her to the carpet. She felt embarrassed
Mhm.
about her newlywed husband being in your DMs or however that one. Now that's what set it off. Really, Honestly, she felt embarrassed by it, plain and simple, and she deflected off on this whole thing that's done went a whole nother different direction because you can't keep your man in check, bitch. But what she thought was gonna happen when she married a minister fool from you married somebody in a chat room, girl or
Exactly,
boy,
especially off of YouTube. These
That's
crazy
that's
motherfuckers off of YouTube. Come on now.
girl.
that's exactly where all this started from. Because when I came up there, that's why y'all noticed that if you listen to that clip back before I got in on the babies, I said, I know you feeling real stupid and embarrassed because your husband, I said that to her because
Exactly.
she was turning up on me before I could even get to the part of her saying that. She was just like yelling. Like, and I think
Defensive.
she just was ready to take out her energy of, what happened on me because she was embarrassed. She
She was
literally got
embarrassed.
embarrassed, and she went from one embarrassment to the next and then
Yeah,
dragged a lot of people with her. Like, I'm like, all of y'all just look embarrassing right now. Like,
yeah, yeah, yeah. And it all started with like what you said, woman spirit, the fact that she was embarrassed about her old man being in Bomb's chat. Even then, she was embarrassing herself when she was going back and forth with Bomb. I was in the cloud that day too. Well, send us your pictures, Bomb. Send us your pictures,
no,
Bomb.
what was super cringy was her and Bomb's chat talking about something. You light skin. You should be able to get any man you want. I'm like, girl, you just sound hella insecure right
Insecure.
now.
The whole thing was just like you said. It was super cringy and weird.
I
Dang,
was
that
being
was
mean though.
weird.
I remember I was telling I was gonna send her husband's, certain pictures, but she said send them. Like she was supposed to be like, bitch, my
Yeah,
husband don't do
send us the pictures, Bomb. Send us the pictures, Bomb. I'm like, girl, are you okay?
They was asking you for your pictures, Mom.
Yeah,
no.
she wanted Bum to send her I don't know if it was nude pictures to her husband and her. They want to send
What?
they
Yeah,
want to
because
send
she
Jordan
was
pictures
Probably so she
together.
can exploit Bomb. So she can probably try and exploit Bomb.
She said she
She
gonna
she
sell them.
sound like
She said we gonna
Nala,
Yeah,
sell
she
them.
said she
a
was
woman's
gonna
fair.
sell them. She
Right.
That
said she gonna
she
sell them.
sound just like, oh my
listen.
lord, oh Jesus.
Yeah,
That's
they
the
holding it
same
over.
move Nyla pulled on Uppity Unicorn.
Yep.
Went in Taz's phone, like, send me some pictures. And she thought it was Taz, and she sent
Mm-mm-mm.
them, and Nyla put them all over the
Wow,
internet.
that
Damn.
is just sick, man. I can't.
hmm But that's the thing. Bomb comfortable with her sexuality, so that would have been
Right.
an epic fail anyway. That wouldn't even have worked.
Yeah,
I
That
know.
yeah.
wouldn't have
You
That's
should
why
have
worked.
I
sent
was in there too,
Bob.
man.
You should have sent her a picture of a donkey's ass and said, "There you go."
Because she act like we ain't just sat and seen Bomb do her twerking videos in front of us. Like, what the hell? That's why I was like, why is she asking for pictures of Bomb? Like,
That's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking, shit,
Yeah,
are you
it's like,
wanting to get our
okay,
focus too?
my man got caught in your inbox. So let me pretend like I'm okay with it. Let me pretend like I'm cool
Right.
with it. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm. Hmm.
Well, I'm
it was
down with
her
it if you
focusing on
He know
y'all.
where
Like, I
him
got the
is hit at.
screenshots. She was in Bomb's chat focusing on Bomb's skin tone repeatedly. And I was
Hmm.
like, so you got some real deep rooted insecurities. Like
Hmm.
they
She
are
has to.
deep rooted in you, girl.
Hmm.
Like, ain't no way I
It's
would be
almost
in
like who
Bomb's chat
hurt you.
doing
You
that.
know, it's almost
And
like
they
who
was
hurt
both in
you.
there. They was both in there doing the fucking George House Shuffle. They was both in there just dancing all through her chat together. I'm like, how is this possible for somebody that been married a year? That's weird.
somebody
That
said
and
it
They
had
Bomb was
been
want
a
up there
year.
hey,
Have
laughing.
it has
Bomb,
it
they
been a
want to
year?
fly you out, Bomb. They want an audience with you, girl. They want to fly you
No.
out.
Uh-oh.
My husband not going for it. I'm staying here. Nope.
But listen,
But I
this what I
was,
find so funny is because they were saying, "Oh, he don't want your old self. He don't want your." I don't know if did she call you fat or something. He don't want
yeah,
your.
Patty
He
know.
don't want your old self. Next thing you know is to yeah. If he was in there, going to send us the pictures, and then it's like, nah, my man would never be in there. She lying, and then it went to
Right.
well, if he was in there, he was only saying Happy Mother's Day.
Exactly.
I'm
So I
like, okay, keep cleaning it up.
Clean
so I
it up.
figured that one. Okay, so I don't have no reason to lie. He was in the DMs, y'all. He was. So when she denied it and they deleted it and then they tried to claim that he got hacked, right? So I shared with everybody that wasn't a lie. I didn't lie and it wasn't hacked, but I couldn't show you the message because he blocked me, right? So then when she came up there like a day later I played her, right? I said, well, girl, all you had to do is let me show it. You would have saw that all he said was Happy Mother's Day. But he did not tell me Happy Mother's Day, y'all. I
I
told her
know
that.
he didn't. They got the Happy Mother's Day stuff from me.
Right. Well, I actually told her, I said, girl, if you would have just let people read it, he just sent me a Mother's Day, probably sent it to everybody. Because I was trying to get her to admit that no, it was him. No, they wasn't hacked, right? So that's the story she went with to start telling you all. But no, he didn't tell me Happy Mother's
It
Day.
don't take two messages because two messages were deleted.
Right.
It don't take two messages to say Happy Mother's Day.
Exactly. Now he sent me a message. I can't remember word for word what it said, but what I will tell you is this: I didn't feel comfortable with it, so I asked him, how's everybody doing?" Right? Y'all saw my message to him.
Yep,
That
still
was
there.
me. That was me kind of saying, "Hey, you married? I'm cool with her, and I'm married. So how y'all doing over there?" And that's all it was, right? I don't know exactly what he said, but I didn't. He it was like, "Hey, bomb," and you know, talking. He didn't say anything sexual, but I'm gonna be honest with you. It felt like all the other men who say "hey" to me.
Well,
You
every
know,
man that's ever flirted with me in my DM is always starting off with, trying to see where my mind is at, or hey, how you
Mhm.
doing today, or how's it going? You know what I'm saying? Then they will lead into the so where your
Right?
man.
Yeah. And so that's why I was like, I'm not doing this with him. You know what I mean? And because I knew him, that's the only reason I even respond, because I don't really do DMs. I get them all the time, right? But I don't do them anymore. So I just when I noticed that it was him,
But
I
that
was
make me wonder though, when you think about it, because she did say, "Go ahead and come, and we gonna set you out." And didn't she sound just like a old school? Like she said, she used to walk the street with the ladies of the night. These is her words.
I
yeah,
think
Well,
a
So
what
temptress.
it's
was the
She
like,
sound
bitch
like a
sound like
was
a
they
temptress.
whole
really
pimp?
trying to get bombed though
Whole pimp.
together?
Oh
No,
Whole
but it's
shit.
pimp.
like if you're gonna be messing with this woman behind my back, let me, don't leave me out. Cause
Maybe it
it
wasn't
wasn't no
behind her
whatever
back.
he said.
Maybe,
Whatever he said, it wasn't no Happy Mother's Day from me and Sister
but
George. It
listen,
was some
maybe,
other stuff.
right.
maybe, maybe it wasn't behind her back. She
That's
said
true.
she used to walk the streets with the ladies of the night. Who
Oh
walks
no,
the
baby, she
street
was
with the
caught all
ladies
the
of
way
the
off
night for
guard.
no reason?
Pimps.
What you
Pimps
just
do
out
that.
there with them kicking it? Like
Uh-huh.
Pimps
no,
do
like
that.
you there for a reason. So they may have been trying to get her to get her they may have been trying to get Bomb and Mr. Bomb. We don't know.
Okay. You don't never know.
No,
What
no,
if it was
Sister
true?
George was caught off guard. She did not believe Bun really had the messages. She was caught
Yeah,
off
she was
guard.
caught off guard. Yeah,
She
she
Yeah,
was
was
she
like,
was
shocked.
shocked. Yeah, she was shocked. And she was feeling
yeah,
the way. She
she
was
was.
embarrassed. She was trying to save face.
Yeah, because she remember she the one that started. She come in talking about you fat this, and I said
Yeah,
shit. The
oh,
man
this,
like
that, and the other. And I'm like, yeah, bitch, but your man want to see my coochie, don't he?
it, right?
The fuck?
Yeah, I call, and that's how she ended up probably hurrying up and contacting him and telling him to block me, and kind of do what they did. But yeah, he did send me a message, and I wasn't biting, and that's just what it is. Okay.
That was some tea. Oh my gosh. I was like, what? Sister George husband and Bob Cherry inbox. I was lit.
He was absolutely triggered. Absolutely triggered.
But you
By the
know what? I
time the
believe it's a
woman
lot of
threw,
men that from on here that done been in Bomb Cherry inbox. Cause Bomb
oh,
Cherry was still a cam girl when she first came on. All of them used to be over there on her Instagram videos.
Oh
Right.
yeah,
All of
you
them,
know they
all them
curious.
dudes in the manosphere. Bomb probably got some OT that we don't know about.
Girl,
I
oh,
got
I got
spill it.
nothing.
loads
Spill
of
it.
tea.
okay.
I
I
got
genuinely
documented
don't tell
tea.
on them. You know what I mean? I'd be like, and my husband got on me about telling. He's like, you told on that man. I was like, damn. And then I didn't want to break up their marriage over no shit like that. You know what I mean? But the thing
Yeah,
is,
but I don't like the way
don't
he
come
still
calling me a fat bitch when your husband must like some fat bitches. You know what I mean?
But
Yeah,
that
cause
ain't
I
her
know a
fault.
married man for sure that told me he got it in off Bomb's pictures with
Oh
that meat.
Lord.
For
Ooh.
sure, told me out his own mouth. I was like, really? It was like, I'm like, man, you be sitting up on them panels with her, and you just over there getting it in, huh? He
I'm
was like, man, I couldn't
done.
resist, man. I
I
seen
can't.
one of
Oh
them
my
pictures,
lord.
man. So
Oh
I
my
know
god.
you gotta understand these are men. These are men. And when she first came, she was still doing that. And she's a beautiful woman. So man, she probably got a whole bunch of people's secrets. But it's like as a married woman and as just respecting the game, I think she came at Sister George because Sister George kept trying to disrespect her. So
Right. And then you got that kind of ammunition, shoot.
I know. I told you I had a bullet in the
She probably
gun.
got a whole file
I was
cabinet full of
man,
that stuff.
I was lit. She talking about all right. I'm gonna set the clock to 20 seconds. She better hurry up and tell me it's okay. Don't post it.
I sure
Ooh, it was
did.
lit. It was
Man,
lit.
all I know is Bob is better than me. Baby.
Why you say that?
Miss
I
Olivia
know.
would drop that tea
I
quick.
know.
I
She
would
gonna
have
drop it.
She
I
did
would have
kind of
been
drop
waiting
it
for
quick because
her.
it wasn't a
I'd
week.
have baited her. I'd have baited her ass, and I'd have been waiting for her to be for waiting for me to sense one source of agitation. So
Mhm.
it just would have ended up the way that Bob did it. I just would have did it quicker.
I played with her for a couple of hours, I
Yes,
was
you
over
did.
there. And then I did give her an opportunity. I was like, look, if you just say it's not that serious, I won't even go to Facebook. I go to your fucking Facebook. Okay.
Send the pictures. Send the pictures. Send the
And
pictures.
every
Send
time
the
she be
pictures.
like, "No, that he wasn't in her inbox," or he always like to say he send a super chat saying,
Mm,
just basically lying saying that that wasn't him, he wasn't in nobody inbox. But it's just like I be turning my lips up so far, like man, that was you.
okay, nigga, that was you. You got fun.
But
But then when she got on
brother,
stage,
y'all know brother George said she done mush dude. She done Sharkeisha dudes. And so he probably got Sharkeisha that night. He probably got
Not
stole
that
on
he
and
the
beat down.
victim.
okay, the honeymoon is over. Okay. But my thing is, why did she direct all her anger? Why do you think she directed all her anger at you, woman's free that day you was up on Faith's channel?
Cause you can't
She
direct it
said,
at who
"Cause
you love.
she said she's my queen, and not with that Benzino neck. I don't know if y'all ever seen Benzino from Love and Hip Hop.
Yeah.
That
Yeah.
But
she could never.
even before that, she said she been waiting for you, girl.
She
I
said she
said,
been waiting on me. She said I've been waiting
okay.
on you. And then she said ain't nobody ever told me I'm ratchet. I'm like, bitch, I got a whole channel called the Ratchet Empress. What do you mean? Like bitch, what do you mean? They call me ratchet, ghetto, and everything, and I embrace it, bitch. I don't give a damn what these men say on here. That's
That
what you
part.
care about. Talking about some ain't
Okay.
nobody ever sat you down and told you ratchet. No, somebody sat you
Mm,
down and told you to walk with the ladies of the night, though.
uh-oh.
Somebody sat you down and told you was fast, though. I
Ooh.
don't
Mm,
have those experiences, but
mm,
somebody set you down and told you that. Somebody
mm.
got you on your knees to crawl for a husband from the manosphere. Somebody
Ooh.
did
Okay.
that for you.
I know that's
Yeah, I
right.
don't understand
When
why
they
she was
call me
trying to go out.
ratchet, I laugh at them and get even more ratchet.
Mm.
That
You
I don't
ain't
part.
you.
understand.
What are
That
you talking about?
part.
Right.
Period.
Period.
It just got me. I've been waiting for you. Like, what you mean you been waiting for me?
But
Like,
now
That
y'all
sounds
know
just
when y'all
weird.
know when a woman husband cheats on her, she don't want to give up her marriage, she don't want to give up her boyfriend. So
But what
therefore
the
I
hell they
have
have to
to
do with
attack
me?
the other woman. I gotta
Yeah,
attack the other woman.
but that's what I'm saying. What the
let me
hell did
try
that
to
have to
go. It's
do
a
with?
means of I guess it's a means of throwing it off. But I would be like, what you mean you been waiting for me? Y'all been discussing me, like, bitch. Are you
No,
Right,
you know
that's
okay?
what
what
it feel like. Don't it feel like she been discussing me? Like, and
Yeah,
have you
I've
been
been waiting for
discussing me
you.
with curling short ass, with his sawed off ass? Cause you taller than him.
Girl, no, she not.
With your burly self. Yes, she is. And she one of
Oh,
them bunny built
Oh,
ones.
I
She
said
ain't
he
built.
looked
See, she why
little.
she calling bomb fat. She has a flat ass and and her ass connects out her stomach, and she got some big
Jesus
ass titties,
Christ.
and she got knock knees, and she's
Oh,
tall as fuck, and she's taller than that nigga. That nigga is a
girl,
little guy.
where are the receipts,
oh, she
honey?
probably beat him up.
Mm.
She probably beat him up.
You
She
Beat him
know
probably
up.
be
what,
doing
Miss
them.
Olivia?
Auntie, you remember that movie CB4 when she was banging that dude and his Jerry curl was swinging all over the place and she picked him up in the air. Y'all remember that movie? That's probably Sister George over there. I'm
Y'all,
telling
please don't tell me he
Look at
little,
his
because I've
ass.
been running around here
Okay.
hearing folks say he fine as wine.
you. No, he little. He a little guy.
Do y'all know
Child, no
somebody named Lemon?
ma'am.
Linwood be on every panel, child, trying to get his little 2 cents on what's
Oh, this
going
a
on.
dude? Oh,
Yeah.
never mind. It's a dude. Never mind. Okay, I got. Sorry about that, ladies. I just had
But
never
yeah,
heard.
curling.
But
He's
I
a
don't
little
like the way
guy.
he
She's
run
the
around
big
here
nigga.
saying that basically Bomb Cherry was lying about the messages and he wasn't in her. I don't like that.
But he
Yeah.
really didn't.
Like
If
get
you pay
caught, get
attention,
caught.
that man didn't give too much resistance. If you
He
pay
did.
attention, he
Yeah.
That's
didn't
why he
give too
wanted him
much
to panel to
resistance.
defend himself. He know he was in there.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm
He
He did
know he
not.
was in it. And a B, and I bet you he'll be, and when a little time pass, he'll be back in the DMs again.
Well,
Yeah,
if he was really in there and she know he was really in there, this opens the door for him to mess with anybody because he
on
knows that
here
she
Exactly.
that want
value
his
that
So
marriage.
ass.
and
She
she'll
value
she'll
that
Exactly.
blame the
marriage
women.
so much that she will
Exactly.
continue to cover up for it.
Exactly.
Yep, and
He
That's
she'll
why I
knows that
said
he
continue.
he'll
can get
be in them
Yep.
away with it
again.
now.
Yeah.
That's right, Tori. That's why I said he'll be in them DMs again.
Remember, she said he's not perfect. She was like, "Well, he's not perfect, and I'm
Yeah,
But
not
she
but
used
did.
to
she's
her
still
man."
with him.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
She
He
said
gonna
that.
be he
She
gonna
said,
be
"Nothing
he
gonna
gonna bump
break
into gynocracy titties and be in her shit in a minute. And you gonna see them titties on the screen and be like, shit, I'm nose diving. Listen, I take my chances.
Y'all know them little bitty
Yeah.
men be having them complexes.
I'm gonna keep
Child,
my
not no
real
little
life
bitty
up off
man.
photos off this internet. That's crazy. That's sick. They out
Yeah,
my
and
DMs.
clearly, and if he doing it online, if he that bold,
No,
that means he
somebody
probably
that
been
she know. It's a
fantasizing.
million women in this world. It's somebody that she know that
And
she
they
get
in the
into it
A.
with.
They in the A. They all got big ass booties and big ass titties down there.
Child, let's not talk about the men.
Oh yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah, that was
Mm.
yeah. You know what? That is true. The men down there is so ain't no telling what she be doing to him. She probably be having him strapped up, hitting it
Yeah,
out,
I was going to say, y'all know it's a BDSM club down there in Atlanta, so, huh?
and a swinger lifestyle. That's why I
Ooh,
said
yes,
you
in the
never know. They
lifestyle.
might want to
Wow.
bomb and Mister Bomb
Okay, yeah, I get it
Mhm.
now. Yeah.
because she probably just was like mad that it got out. So she can't be that fake virtuous woman no more. She tries to
Oh,
act
Exactly.
they
like
into
she's
that
so
swinging
holier.
shit. Oh
Yeah,
But I mean,
Jesus.
but she went from virtuous to ratchet in 0.2 seconds.
on my ass, didn't she?
That's what the
She
hell
was
do.
like,
I
"Come
was
to
like,
the A, we can get it." I'm like,
Y'all don't do that.
"Girl,
wow.
Y'all know she fit, friendly, and cooperative.
Okay. He got real batty ratchet turned into a whole dude. I'm
she
like, whoa.
turned it, man." And fucking Aries Queen called her a crip. Said she looked like she be out here shadow boxing in her spare time. I'm I was like, the jokes was just running amok. I'm like, this girl done walked herself into a whole roast fest. Just don't even know.
Girl, it's the jump squad for me.
She was like, the sisterhood really came for me. It's like, girl, it was even men coming for you. Don't try to make it seem like that's another way for her to be manipulative, like she said, and garnish sympathy from the men of the manosphere because it was men coming for you too, brother George, and you know it.
Right. That's why I don't respect like the guys that siding with her, like the rules and stuff like that. Because it's like this is one thing where you can put your disdain or misogynistic stuff to the side and be like, nah, we don't play about kids. She's wrong for that. You know what I'm saying?
Because it was men too. Because
That's
I
why I
know the
was,
dude over there on Faith Channel, man, he broke her down to a T. I'm like, goodness gracious. He broke that girl all the way down. His commentary on this whole situation. Now, his was really good. It wasn't just like a lot of screaming and shouting. It was like him really getting to the heart and core of the issue and figuring it out. That's why I really wanted to hear like the counselors and D. Darrell's opinion because he's a therapist. I wanted to hear professionals' opinion on, how we were discussing it because it's a tricky topic, you know.
see, the thing is, you don't hear a lot of women coming out and openly admitting and saying the things that she was saying concerning little girls. You don't hear a lot of women like online or offline saying stuff like that. I'm like, are you okay? And so when I don't even know how she felt comfortable doing that. you
Because
know, and to
she
my,
don't see herself as a woman. That's a whole
I
man.
mean, yeah, that true too. But even like it's just, I mean, for her to go to that level of
Well, a
depravity.
lot of people are saying, like, up under my comments, they're basically saying like she feels like what happened to her as a little girl, which is we
Yeah.
don't know what that is. It happens to all little girls, and this is all little girls' experience. All little girls have been done
Mhm.
like this, and all of them are going to be fast on the bus. And all don't act like while we up here talking about Kevin Samuels and this little girl, don't act like little girls ain't on the back of the bus doing it. You know what I'm saying? Because if some of that stuff was her experience because she grew up around ladies of the night or whatever case may be, then therefore, you know, that's what she knows, and she can't fathom the little girls that grew up in the suburbs or who was protected and who actually played with dolls until they got 13, 14. She can't really fathom that. It's like, you know, that we some manipulative little H's, you know.
What's this person in my chat? Y'all, hold on
At
one
that
second.
lemon person, I don't know who that is.
Yeah, they in my back chat. Let me put this thing up right here because they say they not uh um, um a man. So let's just see. Hold on. Hello, Lemon.
I am not a man, I swear.
Oh, okay, I get it. I
Oh, we
thought you
thought that
said
was Lynn Wood. There's somebody called Lynn Wood. I thought
okay.
that's what you said. Okay.
It was, you know, it was my accent. I'm sorry, woman sphere. It probably what it sounded like to you. So how you doing, Lemon? I'm sorry.
Not a problem. Hello everyone. Hi ladies. How you doing?
All
I'm
right.
doing fine. Hello.
Hello. I'm not familiar with everyone's channel, and I was calling with just a comment that I wanted to make, but I've been listening to the PT that y'all been spilling. It was almost too good. I didn't want to interrupt. I was in like my ears were popping out like who did what now? But I just thought that was really informative. I think it might be kind of centering around the point that we you guys have been discussing, but given kind of everything that's been happening, I've been following kind of on and off. I have to ask now, I have my opinion, but I really want to hear what you guys think. Um, it kind of reminds me every time when that Kevin Samuels idiot that died came had a woman came come out. It was almost like leading a gladiator out to the arena in the old times, and then you have a crowd cheering on the show where basically it's about blood being spilled more than it is about giving advice. And it made me think that no matter what in a manosphere, for example, women are not welcome. They could be allies, they could be in the audience, they could even support the manosphere, they could even support their rhetorics, but they're not welcomed in their spaces. So
Mm.
I wanted to ask you guys, this kind of sisterhood that everyone has been talking about forming more or less, why is it that we can't come to a consensus that men essentially can't be allowed in these spaces that we value as sisterhood?
Right. I think woman sphere is kind of starting something like that. Well, basically, I know she's trying to get rid of the disrespectful men. She kind of highlighting the fact that we are allowing a lot of disrespect to go on in a lot of these spaces that we don't have to accept. But I do agree with you that there should be a place for just women and where they're not allowed, you know. So, but that's all thing I got on that. And what Kevin Samuels was doing to the women, it was definitely a sport. Like they was just like gladiators coming
Mhm.
out to watch the women get bloodshed.
I agree
It
with
got
that.
me. Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Oh no, go, you go ahead.
No, I was saying it got me to thinking about, you're absolutely right. And I'm not even saying that maybe it's time that women adopt the same tactics, but things like, I don't want to bring up things like old drama, but like I said, I've been following a little bit on and off, like the Taz fellow who has essentially has a platform where women support him. He's basically more or less infiltrated the women the women's sphere, so to speak, like the women arena, the women world, and every other really male that comes in this space and gains a following based off of women. Why is it that, like, I personally don't feel like that's okay, because I don't feel like a man could ever be an ally in that regard. But I wonder what you ladies think, and what should be the baseline for allowing someone to gain your trust as a person who kind of paint themselves as an ally to women?
Good question.
That is a good
Uh,
question. I was thinking for a minute. But
I'm
go
gonna
ahead,
say,
Tori.
yeah, I'm just gonna basically say to recognize that he can never be in front of the movement, you know what I'm saying, and that he's not needed, and that you are just that, you just the ally, you know what I'm saying. If we need some type of virtual protection, then
Right.
you come in and do what you do. But for the most part, I don't even really think that they're needed at all in these conversations,
I
because if you
mean,
think about it, the men have been so called running the community, and they have done a poor job, and women are realizing how
Mhm.
horrible of a job they're doing, and we're embracing the fact that we are a matriarchy, even though we didn't ask to be. And it's on us. Everything, protecting the children, protecting ourselves, protecting the women, it's all on us, because they ain't nowhere to be found.
that's true. And they're uber sensitive. They're uber emotional. That's why I don't deal with them. Because since I came when I first got on YouTube, I went back and forth with the manosphere.
Mhm.
And like I have never been impressed by anything that they say, even if they call themselves an ally. When it comes to online, they're not allies in my opinion. Especially and somebody like Taz is a perfect example of that, because he's no ally to women. He jumped on the Cynthia G train in order to get subs and payola and notoriety or whatever. Because at first he wanted to jump on the Manosphere train, and they didn't want to accept him. The issue when it comes to somebody like Taz and his support, those who are over there supporting him now, is that they don't know the history. They don't know how he started. And even though they hear him speaking very derogatory about women, the reason why some of them still rock with him a lot of the time is because Cynthia G has given him the go ahead. She's just put the stamp of approval on his face. So he is not any kind of leader of black woman empowerment, in my opinion. And for them to go for that, I that is just beyond me.
I
I
agree, and I will. Thank you, ladies. I agree, and again, I'll ask a little bit more of a pointed question at you, women here. Hi, good evening, and also at you guys, the rest of the panel. I know that I was following one of your lives, and you said that you were taking accountability for the fact that you essentially put your signature, like your stamp, your signature of approval on a man that turned out to be not an ally and not someone who is conducive to the betterment of Black women. And I really appreciated you for doing that, by the way. I have a very pointed question, if I may. My question is that
I don't.
how will you know next time, when like the next time you come across a man that seems to say the right things about women, that seems to look like he's riding for us, what's going to be the difference in you putting your stamp of signature and saying, hey, you guys should check this guy out, he's really cool? And the rest of you ladies, is there ever again a benchmark where we should consider saying, hey, this man is cool, you should check him out? What is it that a man needs to do to gain your stamp of approval in order for him to have a platform based off of you signing him off of that? Again,
Well,
I'll start by saying I don't personally think that's possible, but I want to hear what you guys think.
well,
Where did
woman
woman spirit
spirit.
go?
Yeah, she says she'll be back, but
Oh,
she's
okay.
not looking right now. But I will answer that question. I don't think that there's anything that any man could say to get me to stand behind a man that is trying to assert himself as being some kind of head of a black woman empowerment space, simply because he is a man and he cannot understand the inner workings of a woman. He doesn't understand the dynamic. I don't understand how women could take somebody like a Kevin Samuels seriously. I don't understand how women can take somebody like a Derek Jackson, for that matter, seriously. And this just pandering for payola, in my opinion. Like I said, I've seen too much in this space since I've been here, and as far as offline goes, I don't need any kind of man instructing me as to how to move or how I should move or anything. I don't need a man giving me instruction about anything. But you do have some women evidently on here that look for that type of leadership, and that goes to their psyche. Some of it is because they may have not um you know uh had a positive experience in the home with their fathers. That may or may not have had one. Some of it is because you have a lot of women that seek the approval from men, like a Mr. George. For instance, a lot of women seek validation from men online or offline. I'm just not that type of person, and that's just how I feel about it personally. But as far as a man, and he can't instruct me on anything.
I know
Yeah.
that's
What?
right. But as far as Woman Sphere teaming up with Taz or whatever case may be, I think Woman Sphere has a lot of love in her heart for women, and
Right,
she felt like she was doing the right thing by teaming up with Cynthia and Nyla. And
right,
Woman Sphere has taught
Right.
Black women a lot of things, so we can never take that away from her.
right,
And when she did
right.
recognize that he was abusive towards women, she cut that off and she apologized to
Yeah,
everybody who, you know what I'm saying. She even,
yeah,
you know, for even standing by him, making Black women think that that was okay. So I appreciate Woman Spirit for
yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
everything
I
that she has
definitely
done
appreciate
for
her
Black
for
A
that.
women.
yeah,
hundred
yeah.
and
You know,
like
because
a
she's
150%. I feel like, to
So
be
I don't
honest with
blame
you
her at
guys,
all for
following
whatever about Taz. Men are manipulative and they will swindle their way in
Yeah,
women's conversation,
absolutely.
and I mean
It
that's
yeah.
not a
like if
woman's
that's one
fault.
thing men will do, like they will snoop and snubble. I definitely agree. And
Right.
then, like I said, one thing that I really admire about Women's Sphere is the fact that she came to her audience and she was like, "Look, I fuck. Can I curse? I'm sorry." She was like, "Look,
Yeah,
I
but she
fucked up."
really
Like,
didn't
basically.
mess up. She really didn't mess up. I don't know if you're
And
trying
Yeah,
to
no, but
what you're
the
trying
no,
the
to
no,
the
no,
say.
no,
head
no.
of the
I'm
person.
not trying to make
Yeah.
allusion to the fact that the fact that I'm mentioning that she took accountability is something that I admire so much. My
Right.
question is that moving forward, the next time, I'm not just talking about women's here, I'm talking about all you ladies that have a platform that influence women. The next time y'all come or y'all put your stamp of approval on a man, since we're talking about men, and be like, hey, he's cool, y'all should follow him or y'all should rock with him or check him out.
Yeah.
Why should we believe y'all? Why is this not going to be just
Well,
like
you got to
any
use your
other
own
man?
mind, ma'am. You have to use your own
And
mind. You can't
you
just
would never.
blindly follow anybody. You have
Right,
to, like you say, go over there and listen to them for yourself and figure out if that's what you want to listen to or not.
right,
Nobody is your mother. Nobody can tell you
right.
what to do. You know what I'm saying? And men are going to manipulate women. A lot of women got into a relationship with men thinking they were the perfect man, but then wind up the person is a whole monster. So therefore, I don't blame the woman for that. As long as when you find out that they are a monster, you kick them to the curb, and I
Yeah,
feel
and
like
then
that's
what
exactly what she did.
and then I think what a lot of women is missing too when they say stuff like that is really like they miss the fact that grown women can be groomed as well. And then on top of that,
exactly.
it takes courage even after all that bullshit and you're so deep in to even speak out and you don't understand that type of fear. So I think it's really like it's that's not really cool to just be like, oh yeah, well how should we trust you and all this other stuff. Well,
Again,
it just comes
ladies,
down. It
I'm
just comes down to the fact that it just is a never ending cycle because we have to at least listen to that woman's story and all that other
I
stuff, and you don't
agree.
have to follow her until anything. My whole thing about it
I
is just listen to the situation so that way you know because you could be groomed one day into a whole nother
I
situation with some other talking points.
Mhm.
I agree with what you're saying, and I think
But did we
that's
answer
why
your
I wanted
question?
to start. I- Yeah, I wanted to start. Maybe let me, if I could finish my sentence, please. Thank you, ladies, for answering again. I was. That's why I started by saying that my position is that I've come to the conclusion that I don't think that it is safe for women to even let a man have any sort of influence in the sphere of women, at least for the time being, at least for
But
Black
people are
women,
gonna do
because
what
this
they
is
want to
so
do
new.
because Miss
I
Olivia, she lets
agree.
people on her panel, Bomb Cherry, she lets men on their panel, even though we love women. At the end of the day, however they want to run their panel is how they want to run their panel. So if a woman
Mhm.
hears a man on somebody's panel and they're influenced and they want to go follow them, then that's what they can do. At the end of the day, everybody is grown. So I mean, I don't know if you're looking for somebody to point you in the right direction, but I
I'm
feel like
not
we answered your
looking.
question. So what's the
Okay.
next question? Lemon.
Did you get
Yes,
disconnected?
I'm
Oh,
processing.
Okay, no, I'm saying what was the next question?
No, I heard your question. I'm saying I'm processing what you said.
Jesus.
Well, for me, when it comes to woman sphere, I think she did a little bit too much apologizing.
Uh-huh.
Because of the head of the snake, is Cynthia G.
Right.
exactly.
And Cynthia G is the one that let him in.
To be
She
honest, I
is
don't
the
think it's
one.
Woman's Fear's fault at all.
I
You
don't
know,
Thank
either
you.
I
because
don't think it's
Cynthia,
her fault at all. I think it's
right,
Cynthia G and them over
she's the
there.
head of the
It's
snake.
not Woman's
Cause
Fear's
I found out
fault
about
at all.
Taz
I
through
don't think
Cynthia
so.
G. I did.
Right.
I did. She
I
said, y'all
agree.
go follow
And
him. She said, and I love Cynthia G's work. I learned so much about
Mhm.
black male worship and the mind psychologies of why we just been blindly following these people.
Mhm.
But I promise you, it was her video. She said, all right, y'all follow us on over there to Taz channel. And then I
Right.
clicked on, heard a couple of people getting cussed out, and I
Mhm.
was like, it's not for me. But I mean, I would have never been subscribed or been over there in the first place if it wasn't for her telling me.
Exactly.
I never heard woman's fear,
Yeah. Yeah. She
Yeah.
I
heavily
am not
promoted.
in any way, shape, or form. Like I said, I followed Women's Fear stream, and again, everything that I have for that woman are praises as far as like
Mhm.
everything that happened. I have nothing as far as criticism
Yeah.
when it comes to her. I
Mhm.
have a very specific question because I know that there
Yeah.
will be a situation like this next time by any other creator that we rock with that is for women, that is women centered, and even Cynthia G, as you mentioned, how even now I'm sure there are some people that are torn where she maybe might have not she didn't necessarily step out and publicly
Denounce.
denounce a man who is I'm sorry, who is abusive of women. So
Right.
I understand. So to me, like I have no criticism as far as women's sphere is involved. Like I said, if anything, I am praising her because,
Yeah,
like someone said,
nobody
maybe if
should.
anything,
Yeah.
she apologized a little too much because all she was trying to
Right.
do is rock with women. What
Right.
I'm saying, ladies, and again, I'm not trying to be like a gotcha or anything. I am just trying. I am a woman's woman, and again, I came to the conclusion that I don't think, at least for now, that there could be any all women inclusive safe space where a man has the kind of influence that these men are trying to have in our spaces, whether it's the Taz bits or I think it's the Rue that you guys are talking about. I'm sorry, I'm not familiar with him. I think there was another channel that popped up on my For You page that was like the honest truth. All these men that are trying to use women's talking point and messages in order to paint themselves as pro women. I do not think that they belong here, and I don't think that anyone should be putting their stamp of their approval solely based on the fact that they're male. But again, I want to hear what you guys think, and I'm fully aware we are grown women. Everyone follows what they follow, but I'm calling in again because I'm able to take the nuance. I'm able to understand kind of one position being the next. I understand that we don't, everyone is grown and everyone makes their decisions at the end of the day. But I also understand that at the end of the day, you guys are women with influence and you have women that listen to you and you have women that follow you. And that's why to me, it's important to get your point of view.
Well, let me answer this time because I don't like I said earlier, I don't see a need for that either. You can't run somebody else's channel, but I don't run my channel that way. I don't feel the need for men to lead in any women in any kind of uh black woman empowerment space because if
Period.
you are empowering women, when it comes to women, you don't need a male to intervene. So I don't feel that way. Now, I will let a man up here every once in a while. If I feel like they got something to put in on the conversation, I'll let you on. But as far as me feeling like any man can lead a black woman empowerment movement in any way, that's kind of just that doesn't make sense to me. So you will never see me doing that. But as far as anybody else, any other female channel holder, um, I can't speak for anybody else. It would never happen on my channel. I don't see a need for it. I
Yeah,
don't
but
think it's necessary.
yeah, and also I want to say that black women are the hottest topics, especially the
Right.
American black women. We
Yes.
are we are the it girls. We are who everybody wants to be. So therefore, you have black men capitalizing off of the.
Exactly.
You have black men capitalizing off of the black queens, whether they're talking bad about them.
Oh,
You have them
good.
capitalizing off of the black queens of America, even if they're talking good about them. You even
Hmm.
have women
Hmm.
over there, British women like Jessica X, right? Nobody's
Hmm.
interested in what the British women are over there doing, but she's all over here in the American Black Queens Kool-Aid, worried
Hmm.
about what the heck we're doing over here. So
Right.
everybody wants to talk about the hottest, most trendiest,
Right.
gorgeous women in the world, the black women.
Hmm.
So we can't
Hmm.
stop the men from talking bad about us. We can't stop the
Right.
men from talking good about us. We can't stop the other races of women from talking. We can't stop women way in other countries from talking about us. So
Right.
some of the stuff we just have to deal with. And if they sound good enough to come on the panel, they can come on the panel. And if we
Yeah.
don't like it, then we'll just denounce them.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. I agree with that. Like you said, that's the reason why I mentioned somebody like a Derek Jackson. Oh, girl. Oh, shoot. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, now
Yeah,
we can.
yeah. What
Yeah, I just
happened?
got a call on FaceTime. Child, these kids, I must have been online too long.
Girl, 5 hours.
Yeah, 5 hours.
I'd have been bothered too long. I mean, I'd have been not bothered. They've been not bothering me for too long, right? Around here. But anyway, like now she calling me on the phone. What damn? Oh, it must be emergency. Hold on, y'all. So, Atari, hold the
Okay.
conversation while I try to get my sound back because I can't hear y'all.
Okay,
Lord
yeah. So
mercy.
I don't know if
Oh,
anybody else wanted to go, but
Jesus.
yeah, I just noticed that it's like it's
Hate
really
when they do
flattering when
that.
I hear the manosphere talk about
Oh,
black women of America because it's just like y'all are so bothered
get
with the
this
way we wear
back.
our hair, with our makeup, with our
Oh,
babies that we love so much. Y'all are just so
yeah.
freaking bothered with us. Y'all begging us to get married to y'all. No young girl is out here saying, "Oh, I want to marry you. I want to marry." Please, where's the ring? Nobody cares about any of that stuff. So it's no need for the mid channel saying y'all can't get no wives unless y'all change this, that, and the third. So yeah, so is Lemon, did you have any other questions?
I didn't have a question, but I had a comment. I was gonna say I agree with didn't pay attention to who said something about American black women being the it thing right now. I agree. As you can hear from the accent, I'm Americanized, but I'm not American by origin. I am black. I'm African. But I actually have. I'm not plugging or anything. I have my small TikTok channel that I run, but mainly the reason why I pay attention and I focus and I identify and I believe that every single black woman across the globe should identify with w- black American women issues is because it is literally the same thing everywhere. And
That's true.
black American women have the center stage right now because they're
Okay, I'm back,
closer
y'all.
to because they're closer to the center of power. And of course, that comes with its benefits and its downside. The fact that, there's so much violence directed towards Black American women. Also, the fact that if there is a Black woman highlighted across the globe, it will be an American Black woman. So,
Yes,
with things like,
yes.
yeah, exactly. With things like sexual violence that you guys were discussing earlier, domestic violence, all sorts of abuses against Black women, it is across the globe again the same thing. I think the statistic is 6 out of 10 in American Black women that will experience some sort of violence of the sexual nature.
Yeah.
Um, I think, and I there are no official numbers as far as the African globe is concerned, but I know for a fact that it's at least 8 out of 10 women when it comes to African girls, for example.
Oh
Yeah,
my
that's
The
horrible.
God! Wow.
yeah,
Yeah,
like
because they're
the
not
five and a
protected over there. They're not
no,
protected at
they're not.
all over
We
there.
are
There's no
we are
law to
not,
protect them.
ladies. We are not. And again, when I've been paying some sort of attention and kind of studying why, again, there's so much dysfunction, not just in American Black communities. I know social media likes to highlight that so much, but it's the same thing even in my community here, like African communities. You start to ask yourself why. And in asking myself why, that's when I started to kind of look around and I realized, oh, shit, like if it worked with Black Americans, it literally worked everywhere else because we're living the same thing. The men are behaving the same, the women are facing the same problems. And it's just, I think that again, the reason why I started my conversation with saying that basically a no man's allowed is because when I look across left and right, we're going through the same thing. And not to blame everything on men, but the second that a man is involved, shit is always off. Like it's always, there's always something wrong. For
Yep.
example, again, I was referencing this whole fiasco that happened with men cussing out women and blah 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 blah. In my head, I'm thinking, if a man is truly for women, what a man should have done in that instance is to bow out and be like, yo, it looks like I'm causing too much trouble and all I want to do is help y'all ladies. So I'm a bow out and y'all can take care of business. But I don't understand why men feel the need to hide under our skirts to come in our circles and pretend that they're for us when they're not.
Well, it's all about
Well, I answer.
financially benefiting. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? It's all about capitalizing. So if the
Mhm.
Black American women are the hottest topic, then it's just like, okay, well, you know what I'm saying? So it's like we can't make him go anywhere. We can't make Taz go
Mhm.
anywhere. We can't make the Manosphere men who are getting all of this big Kevin Samuels money off of talking about Black queens, then it's just not gonna happen. So for us to say that. So only thing I can suggest is that you maybe create a space where no men are allowed, and then
Right.
maybe invite
What,
everybody over there.
what
I
country? What
agree. And
country?
again,
What country? What
I'm from
country do
Togo.
you live in? Excuse me.
I'm from Togo, but I live here.
Oh,
I
you
live in America. So
you live in America. But
yeah,
I
I live here.
understand.
So when I was saying again, when I was talking about communities, to be honest with you ladies, like even my African community here in America and African communities in Africa, we are going again through these same things, maybe even worse, if I'm being
Right,
honest
but
with
let
you
me let
guys.
me answer this. What I want to speak to the problem with men when it comes to the number one, we've got too much feminine energy, and we are out of balance when it comes to melanated people in particular. Right, we are out of balance. That's why you see so many emotional men. There's so much feminine energy going around. It's just you seeing it. You see manifestations of that female energy coming from men online, offline. They're really emotional. They're real sensitive. They want to share. They want to express themselves all of a sudden beyond the barber shop and that whole manosphere lingo, right? But also historically, I really feel that men in general, no matter the race, you can take a look at let's take ourselves away from black male dominance or black male patriarchy, right? And talk about hold on a minute. Let me make sure this is let me make sure this is my girl. Let me put the banner up, y'all. I'm trying not to get P bombed here.
Okay.
Give me a second. Whoop. Is this your woman sphere?
Yeah, it's me. I'm back.
Okay, cool, cool, cool. But what I was saying was, when it comes to women and dominance, I think that men have always felt um inferior to women historically, right? And like I said, stepping away from black men and the topic of black men, and that's what we highlight over here because we are black people. Well, this is my channel anyway. Is melanated dominated, right? But take white male patriarchy for instance. Since the time um let's take it back as far as when they gathered the scrolls together to form a King James version of a holy Bible, right? Even when they were compiling the scrolls and manipulating or either they were they didn't understand some of the language, the Hebrew language. They couldn't translate it properly. But the one thing they did, they made sure to do the one thing every religion makes sure to do is to subjugate the woman, is to put the woman behind the man. Right, even in the book of Genesis, right, it says that the man came first, and the woman is supposed to be his helpmate. And but the reason why I think that is because I feel like at its base, at our most um when it comes to our core, in our core, our nature, it is for I think men feel inferior to women. And the reason why I think, and so they, because they are stronger, they feel like they want to dominate us and they want to subjugate us because they feel inferior to us. And that has just carried on and manifested to to pretty much what you're seeing these days, this day and age. When it comes
That's
to the
right.
black, when it comes to the black community, in ancient Africa, many and I know you know this limit, many tribes were matriarchal led tribes, right? So
That's
you
true.
have to
Yeah,
ask yourself, excuse me.
I was agreeing with you.
Yeah, and the lineage was a matriarchal lineage and not a patriarchal lineage, right? So when it comes to black men, I think at their core, they fear that as well. They want to dominate that as well. And when it leading fast forward to slavery, talking about our ancestors, our melanated ancestors that were taken away from their homeland and enslaved over here. What the first thing the slave master did was put the woman slave, the female slave, over top of the male slave in hopes that the woman slave will be able to some kind of way control him, right? If she feels like he's in danger, what's she gonna do? She's gonna do whatever she gotta do to keep him from getting killed. And so I think that today, when it comes to the black community, for a whole lot of reasons, you have a whole lot of black men that feel inferior to black women. So they want to dominate you, they want to subjugate you. If they can't do that, they want to kill you, right? It's because of all of these things balled up into one. You're getting a whole lot of stuff that's going on right now. Now add on, but the cherry on top these days is social media. Social media, just like we talked about that white boy that got radicalized in Buffalo, these black men are radicalizing these young black men. They are these black men, just like they say women are looking for daddies online or whatever. A lot of these black men are looking for daddies online to the point to where they've getting tattoos on their bodies of Kevin Samuels. I'm thinking, huh?
Preach.
Make that make sense. So at its core, I think that men fear women. And because they fear women, fear the dominance of a woman, they want to subjugate you and or kill you. So that's just how I feel about it.
You know what? I
All right,
like
that's what you're.
I agree with every single thing you just said. I think that and just like round it up into what the topic is from what you just said,
Mhm.
it's like when it comes to like men wanting to dominate women, and it's a sick obsession, right? Some men
Mhm.
get so caught up in it to where they
Mhm.
become predatory and abusive because it's
Yeah.
all to dominate and control. We know
Yeah.
that already. Even when it comes to like SA, assault, against women, rapists and stuff like that. It's all they say they get off on the control, not even
Mhm.
the part that what I mean, that you would
Yes, it's
think
about
as a
control.
normal thinking human being. So it's like when I think about like Rude and Taz, this is where I take public accountability and responsibility, which is why I've been focusing on that, is because I was really desensitized and disconnected because I was on the internet. So I was looking at somebody that I'm seeing be abusive with my own eyes. But since it's somebody you cool with, a boyfriend, you thinking to yourself like, well, I mean, we just on the internet, and then you get to know people, and then you start witnessing situations for what they are. You seeing this man that has all these charges and just come at women, and you thinking to yourself like, wow, I wonder what he would do if he was in that woman's face. So you start taking responsibility in a different type of way in the back of your mind, but you ain't really doing nothing publicly to protect other women. You ain't saying nothing. You just sitting over there. You just chilling, and you just watching him disrespect other women. And it's like when you are disrespected and it's a bunch of women standing around you and it's a man talking to you like that, you feel left out. You feel played even on a whole another level. Like, dang, ain't nobody gonna say nothing. Like, ain't nobody gonna do nothing. So it's like when I went through my situation with Taz and Nyla, I told myself, like, man, I'm not doing that no more, because I sat beneath a lot of abuse that he did to other women. And I felt horrible once I got an opportunity to talk to the women, get to know the women, and recognize the part that I played by desensitizing myself, disconnecting myself, and thinking I'm just on the internet. Even coming on and getting disrespected myself, because the first time I was disrespected was by Rudent. He disrespected me because I had more than one baby father. And he like called me everything, but I mean like everything but what my mama named me. So it was like
That is so
once I
sick. Ain't no telling how many kids his mama had.
but once I got started getting disrespected by him repeatedly, no matter, like, this was all during the process of me being cool with Nyla and Taz. And so I'm paying attention, and I'm like, dang, like, no matter if I try to be cool with this dude, no matter if I try, to get along with him on panels, or no matter if I just visit his panel, he visits mine, it always goes back to him disrespecting me in some type of way. It was the same thing with Taz. Like, he came in my chat one day. I was talking about Blue Lives Matter, and he came in my chat one day and told me, no matter what you do, a white man will never ever love you. And it was just like, yeah, it was just a lot of things that just started adding up that brought me to this point. And which is why I'm talking about abuse the way that I am, which is why I'm saying we got to take accountability for everything as women, because we sitting here watching women be abused by these men, and we just sitting up saying, well, they cool with me. And that's where I'm at with that. That's why I keep talking about it on that level. It's not to attack anybody and their platform. It's just to put a message out there that that's not cool what we're doing. Like, it's as a collective of women. And that's why I'm saying I'm taking accountability myself. I've said it several times. So I don't know why people are trying to make it be about singular channel holders. I'm talking about us as women,
Yes.
women
Well,
as a
I
collective.
always
And I wanted to say, I just wanted to say that a lot of situations with these gorilla simps, right? And so Taz is a gorilla simp too, and so is Rudeb in a way, because he has this illusion of women being free and I'm gonna let you do you. And then Taz plays on it with the pseudo divestors because he's like, oh yeah, I don't give a fuck if you step out. So it that's part of the charm too, is like the being okay with free spirited women. But when you listen closely, it's like, why do you want to be cool with them free spirited women while slut shaming people and stuff like that? You calling somebody baby mama spear and all this other shit. So it really adds up and stuff like that. And it's really just it almost felt like a brotherhood just to get women open just for abuse. It's a bro, like it's like a bro code. Like motherfuckers would just put their shit to the side just to go at black women. That's why they let KS rock for so long, even though they homophobic as fuck. Get mad at black women for so called calling the gay people, and they over there bigging up this tangy ass nigga. So yeah.
Yeah, that's why I always advise the women on my channel to divest from abuse. That is the only divestment that I promote, is divesting from abuse, because I don't believe if you my thing is, when I come online, if you disrespect me, I'm gonna disrespect you. I don't care, and I'm talking about the men in particular. Now the women, I play, we can go back and forth. I play around with you, but I do not play with these men on here, and I had to learn that early on. When you disrespect me, I'm going to disrespect you more and I'm going to hurt your feelings. And the reason why I'm going to hurt your feelings is because men will try to do exactly what it is that you guys are explaining. And because I refuse to be in any type of abusive situation or online or offline, um, I'm gonna abuse you even harder than you abusing me. But that's why. But everybody is not like that. So that's why I repeatedly tell the women on my channel to divest from abuse. Is because every woman is not as vocal as I am. You see what I'm saying? But you do not have to listen to that, and you do not have to be. You don't have to be verbally, emotionally abused online, and you absolutely don't have to be physically, emotionally, sexually, financially, or any other form of abuse. You don't have to deal with it, especially
Not
offline
even
in
from
your
the
real
mammy,
life,
from the bed Alexis.
because love don't that is not love. Love don't feel that way. That is not respect. Respect does not look like that. Unfortunately, you will be surprised, and I have learned that there are a lot of women that don't even realize that love and respect don't look like abuse. And so when you hear somebody like Woman Spirit is saying that, I was rocking up under this until my eyes was woke. You have to reason why I told Woman Spirit I feel like you are apologizing too much, because she was rocking with Cynthia and Nyla. Taz just is the nigga that's along for the package. He a part of the package, just like they talk about single baby mamas. You get with a single baby mama, you know what? She got a package. You're gonna have to deal with her and her kids, right? So they're having to deal with Taz. And because Cynthia uplifted that nigga because she's the head of the snake, you know, and that is why that is why he thinks in his mind that he can speak. He is the head of the Black Women's Empowerment Movement, because he feels like they have lifted him up and set him on the throne of Black women's empowerment, right? And even though they've been exposed and exposed and exposed by somebody that was in with them in the inner workings behind the scene trying to grow with them, which is Black Woman's Sphere. Even though she done open her eyes and be like, look, I was wrong, I apologize. Even though that has gone on, he still wants to, he still is inserting himself. Those women are still following him. Why? Because a woman lifted him up. A woman sent other women into his environment. And so it is for her to undo that situation.
It's for Cynthia. It's
I
all of
agree.
that with
That's what I'm talking
Taz.
about. It's for Cynthia. Yes, for
Yep,
Cynthia to
Cynthia.
undo the situation.
Yep, she
Because
has
she's
to
the head of the
publicly.
snake.
Yep,
Right.
I
She's
she
the
has
head
agree.
of
to
the snake.
publicly do it. She can't.
Yes.
She can't keep because she be hiding behind him too, just like
Yes.
Nyla letting him just be out here like a rogue rabid dog with
Yeah.
rabies and attacking any woman that they fall out with. He just
Yeah.
out here like rah, 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 rah,
Yeah.
just
That's true.
going crazy, biting at our
That's true.
ankles and
That's true.
following us around. And
Mhm.
it's like Rude Dimp is the same. He's the like
Yeah.
those are the two worst
Yeah.
I've seen
Yeah.
online. So to me, what I'm doing is calling Black women to the carpet because when I talk to all of the victims of Taz and Nyla, like
Mhm.
I was just thinking so hard and feeling so horrible because all of these women like crying to me, I'm crying with them. They, telling me all the stories of how he took advantage of them. He was on Kaz's couch and sleeping
Mhm.
on her couch, just then running off on the bills in Mexico, not
Mhm.
paying, leaving a war veteran with bills. And then I'm hearing about long list of stories from women from Facebook that they done ran off of. Like
Mhm.
Cookie said, Nyla left like seven bald headed women in Philly with no wigs, and
Right.
sold wigs and ain't even gave
Mhm.
them the wigs. And
Mhm.
it's like, I know it just to me it was just like wow, I've been over here with these people all this time, like, and they really was doing all of this stuff. And so it's like when Rue Demp steps in, he has a long list of women online that he has showed pictures of, to show pictures of their bodies that they sent him in confidence because he's arguing with them. Like the girl ain't even online no more. She just left. What was her name? Elise. Just did.
Oh, I remember that woman's
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
remember he said they was doing stuff in the back chat.
back.
I
Yes.
remember that.
And just left. Like, and it's just like the way he talks to women, the way he just threatens to dox women all the time. And he be waiting to dox women. Like he be waiting, like, do it, bitch. I'll do this to you. It's like, it's too much. And it's just like, I'm not, like, everything to me came full circle. And that's why I kept telling Black women, like, I'm falling on my sword in front of you, because it's like, why were we ever, as powerful as we are and strong as we are in this space with our voices, why would we ever support Rude and Taz? But we sitting up here focusing on the manosphere. They are worse.
Because Cynthia, the head of the snake when it comes to Taz, she is the one that promoted that ninja.
Yeah.
That is the reason why.
Yeah.
That is she is the, like I said, if she were to come out, and which she's clearly not gonna do, but if she were to come out and admonish him and his boyfriend slash Nyla, and pretty much, it would take one video for her to discredit and disown them, and they would be done. But because she won't do that, they're gonna be collecting more bodies and more bodies and more bodies and more stories. And more next year, come next April, it'll be another person. This year it was Woman's Fair. When back in I think it was 2020, the April 1st massacre. It was JV and Cassis and Bayou Bunny. It was their story. Every year they're gonna be collecting more and more bodies. Every year.
So Woman's Fair. So Woman's
Yeah.
Fair, do you think it's because they got dirt on Cynthia G is the reason why she won't come forward, or it's just that she's ratchet?
No, I just think Cynthia picks bad friends, and we know that already. From her situation before with Cheryl. Like, I just think she picks, like, her picker is fucked up. You know what I'm saying? And she don't know how to discard when she ready. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's because I was already on my way out. You know what I'm saying? I was cussing that nigga out behind the scenes after every other stream. Like, man, it's so disrespectful ass, fucking tall ass, crackhead ass nigga. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's
right.
Like, why are we supporting a crackhead again? Like, nigga got caught in Mexico smoking crackhead with
she just got poor choice of friends.
She just chooses poorly, and they go out of their way to defend her, and she's attacked all the time. So it's, you know what I'm saying? It's just a lot with that. But I could no longer be a part of it, and it just made me focus in a different type of way on the part that I continue to play in this space.
Well, she is a Leo, and you know you can't tell Leos nothing.
Yeah.
You can't tell them nothing.
So it was just like, to me, it's just my focus is different. You know what I'm saying? It ain't even all about it being about a singular person. That's why I don't want Bomb to feel like that. It's just me taking an observation of the space and me witnessing men using women so they can brutalize other women, using women's panels. Because why would you come up on a woman's panel and just dog walk a woman? Like, on her shit, knowing that women are going to look at the woman like, well, damn, baby, like, you gonna leave me out here like this? And we gonna do it because we know that these men in this space do not respect us, they don't give a damn about talking to us like we idiots. And so it's like, I even heard, I was so fucking pissed when I heard David Johnson gonna tell Sweet Life and Atari, you ain't smart enough to talk to me. Nigga, who the fuck do you think you are, nigga?
Nothing.
You are,
he ain't nothing.
Ooh, that got
nothing.
under my skin. I was like, see, this is the type of shit that they should not be able to do on women's channels. Do y'all know that they do it on purpose? They do it on purpose. To triangulate
they
us.
pit women against each other too.
That's the goal.
Ruth tried that today. He thought he was gonna do that on my channel.
He tried to be smooth and get on your channel, Miss Olivia, and he tried with that bullshit.
Yeah, he tried it. So
could I ask this?
could
Mm,
I ask a question?
mm,
Hi, Women's Spirit. Like again, this might come off as if I am asking an entitled question because, like, I feel like I'm sitting here, like, pouring me a glass of wine. I feel like we're just talking across the room as girlfriends. But again, I have to ask a real, truth, and honest question.
mm,
This shit happened, and again, like, I was falling a little bit on and off. But if I'm being honest with y'all, all that this has taught me, along with many other things, at least for the time being, is that when it comes to women and the betterment of women, I don't trust no nigga with balls to be like, hey, this is what's best for women. And I equally am going to side eye any woman that is comfortable enough with a man who is talking about women's issue to kind of refer me to him. Like, moving forward, again, no shade to any of you ladies. I don't even know if you do that, but like, moving forward, anybody who has a penis who is talking about what's best for me, and anyone who refers them, I'm gonna look at them and be like, okay, like, are you
mhm,
sure? So
mhm.
what I'm asking, again, I'm not saying that because I'm gonna say like I'm gonna follow you like to the depths of the earth, or that I can't make up my own mind. But the next time you come across a dude that you think is cool, who is for us, and you think so, and you are like, hey, go follow him, why would you not expect me to look at you sideways and be like, bitch, don't
You
you remember
talking
what
about
happened last
me
time?
or Cynthia?
No, I'm talking about every lady again, every lady across the panel. Why would I not
Because
look
I
at you
knew
weird and be like,
Taz.
hey, what you talking about? Like, don't you remember
Yeah,
what
I
happened
knew
last time with
Taz.
Taz?
It ain't take me but 2 months to figure out Taz wasn't worth shit. It's just y'all ain't know I ain't think he was worth shit. You know, this shit was building up for a long ass fucking time. I was cool with Nyla and Cynthia. I was not cool with
Mhm.
Taz. I've never called that nigga's telephone. The only time I ever talked to him was on panels. That was the only time. I never talked to Taz no other time because I knew what the fuck was up. So to me, it was her dude. We had like what we called a working relationship, where we would work with each other. We would plan content together. And to me, I thought it was fun, like a little hobby, until I started seeing like all the abuse. I started seeing all the abuse that was going on with Cynthia, with Nyla. You know, how they would just let that nigga, like I said, be like a rabid ass dog, just doing all types of shit to women. So it's like, to me, it was just like a slow build up. I didn't want to embarrass nobody. And I know that both of them aren't employed outside of YouTube. So I didn't want to, put them in a position where they would lose, they money, like how they make their money. But I just got tired of it after a while, and I just had to speak up. If not for them, not for them,
Mhm.
myself, because I felt like I was in a situation where I was like hiding a big secret of abuse, and here I am in front of women being BWE. Like, no, that's not cool. You know what I'm saying? That's just not cool. That's not cool at all. It's not. And I didn't feel comfortable with it no more. So that's why I did what I did. But as far as a woman referring a man, listen, if you want to listen to a man, you can listen to a man. I'm not that knee deep in BWE that I hate men. I discuss the collective of who they are. If I see a man online that's interesting to me, I watch men. There's some men I watch. They may not be in the manosphere, but I'm not that knee deep. I'm still sitting on dicks. Like what the like I don't hate men.
No, no, no,
Like,
please. Neither
yeah,
do
I
I.
don't.
Like,
So I'm okay. So that's where the line gets blurry, because I'm not that deep. Like, I'm not divested. Those they gonna sit over there and make y'all believe they hate men, and it ain't no man walking around on this earth that they want to. Man, they're lying to you, and that should take a normal minded person to know. Come on now, like, come on, like, you listen to Cynthia for long enough, you're gonna be able to peep game that she's hurt. You know what I'm saying? Like, you just, like, every
of
single
course.
video ain't gonna be about black women and no empowerment for black women, no solution, no resolution to nothing. It's just banging on black men all day. So it's like you peep things as you watch people, but I don't have a problem with men in the space. I have a problem with men disrespecting women in the space, because we can disagree on these talking points all day long, but you ain't got to get all crazy on me and shit when I disagree with you. That's what I have a problem with, because we should all be. So I think that's where where a lot of women are. They like, I don't have a problem with this. I go to channels where I talk to men, and y'all don't see me over there going crazy because I know how to act like I got some civilized sense.
Right. Right.
I just don't like the disrespectful ones. Like that's just my thing, and I don't feel like none of us should support them anymore because they have gotten away with way too much, just way too much.
Absolutely.
I
Absolutely.
agree 100%. Like, listen, again, for the record, I love men, love to talk to them, sit on them, be with them, laugh with them, all of that. Like, I really do. I love men. Um, I don't think that men need to be in women's spaces. However, I don't think that a man being, because I don't
I
know
agree
if
with that. I agree.
because a man, yeah, thank you, because I think a man be in definition, but being in a woman's space means that there's something, he's not for me. Because if you wanted to be for me, you wouldn't be here in the first place. The only reason why you want to be here is to check out what's going on and monitor and see how you can maneuver around it. That's why, to me, that's why I've come to the conclusion that any man that basically comes into a woman's space as an advocate, as a woman, basically as a man who steals talking point from women and magnifies it, puts a little bit of testosterone in it, and then like sends it out. I don't trust you. Not only because are you making a living a little bit cowardly, but also because you're hiding under the skirts of women, and you're basically like a sheep among, I don't know, a sheep among wolves, a wolf among sheeps. I don't know. But
I
to
think it's a
me, I
wolf
feel
among
like,
sheep.
yes, ma'am, thank you. But I definitely don't feel like, I don't think that there is a need for a man in women's spaces. And by definition, a man being in a woman's space is sinister. It really is.
But you
What
got
are
to
you
think
doing
about
here?
it. Some women don't have women's spaces. They have co-ed spaces. So it's like when they have co-ed spaces, then that's different. You know what I'm saying? Like my space clearly is a woman's space. Very rarely are you gonna see a man climb up there. But when they do, I mean, as long as they don't get crazy, I'm cool. You know what I'm saying? Like I
I
think it
agree
take
with
a lot
you,
of
Miss Prim.
balls for you to climb up on my shit. It really
Oh,
does.
that's true. You be going hard, you be going in sometimes.
Yeah.
But what
So
I mean by like in a women's space is basically like let's say like a Taz channel who, yeah, he's like, yeah, I'm not BWE, but I'm
there's
sorry,
all
you
women
are.
in his
You are.
chats.
Yeah, so to me, he is in a women's space, if that makes sense. Like he could be like,
Yeah.
no, I'm not doing BWE content, or I don't give a fuck. Like to me, you are in a women's space. Like I
Wait,
don't.
he been saying that lately?
You are. But
He been saying
but
that?
like we could say that all day, but to me, you are in a women's space. You are taking women's talking points, like like kind of jumbling around, and then like spewing it out because you know that women are going to consume it. Your fans come from women. Your fans are women. You know, everything that you do is kind of centering around like, oh, let me see if women like this. And you're doing that because it provides you a cover. And then you use that to abuse women, to talk down on women, to do all of that. To me, again, I don't know the whole story, but based on what I've seen as someone who's in the audience, I feel like the next Taz is out there. And I feel like it's only a matter of time before we have another, like, I thought, like, and I just want to know, how do we prepare for that? How do we prepare for the next Taz?
We,
Because I know he's out there.
yeah, it's Rudin.
See,
He's
I
over
didn't
there
even know that
talking
one.
about
Like, he
Rudem
cutting.
came up
is
already.
next
Goddamn.
Taz.
He got
Chaz and
6
Rudin
channels,
need to be
girl.
just
All of them almost got like
they
1,000.
right. Them is bosom buddies. Them dudes. He was over there talking about chopping women's legs and arms off and grinding them up and
Well, then
how he watched.
I really think that people was like, people just looked at that as like trolling or like just something for entertainment. And he was saying stuff
Oh,
like
yeah,
that.
That wasn't
absolutely. That's
trolling
But
to
at the
me.
scary.
same
That was
time, I don't think
sick.
it's right. But at the same time, people, it was a whole nother energy when Rudemp came out with this live stream, because this other live stream just seemed like he was triggered and he wanted to one up black women so much. When you want to derail child abuse, that's a whole nother ball game though. You know what I'm saying? You like, nobody, I've never heard nobody do that yet in this space that hard. Well, no, I'm lying. Ramil, because he said F them kids for real. But
Mhm.
like it's all types of stuff that you'll hear. And
I
you'll
mean,
see.
I
You'll
mean, I don't
see.
even take that trolling. Like when he was talking about people cutting up bodies, I take that very serious. That stuff is scary. That's scary to even think somebody would conjure that up in their mind to even say something like that. That's what you know. And then him talking about the kids, and I'm like, mm-mm, that's somebody I would stay far away from. That's just danger
I think
zone.
he was triggered. Yeah, but
Yeah, that's
ladies, look,
danger
we are
zone to
coming.
me.
Right. Yeah, he was triggered. I feel like he was triggered. I'm gonna have to get off here, ladies. We've been on here for in what's it, 2 minutes? It'll be 6 hours, and I got to tend to these folks in my house. But let me give you ladies a chance to if you wouldn't mind saying some closing words as we find our way out of this chat, and just let me say I greatly appreciate you ladies staying up here for as long as you have, and I'm humbled by it because I don't always do this for this long, but I felt like this conversation was needed because of the things that we've been talking about that Rude Imp in particular said. Because I felt like he was triggered. I think that it was beyond trolling. I think that I hope a whole lot of women really were listening to his words. Okay, because a lot of that he meant, in my opinion, and that's a scary situation to me. So, Bomb, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm
Hey,
here.
well, I was wondering if you could give us some closing words as we go out.
Okay. Well, thank you for having me up.
Oh, thank you for coming.
I had to subscribe under my other name. I'm over here eating, y'all. I'm sorry. Anyway, when you want to do something like this again, just let us know. We'll come
Okay.
over and shoot the shit with you. But if you're talking about people in this area, I'm gonna skate. I'm gonna have to say no, no.
And to be
Okay, y'all
simple,
dangerous.
I won't do you like it. I won't do you like it, Bomb.
Y'all dangerous, baby.
I won't do you like it.
Okay. Anyway, I'll see y'all later, everybody. Thank you for
Okay.
having me up.
Take care,
Thank
Miss
you,
Bomb.
Olivia.
Bomb. Thanks for
Peace out.
coming.
Thanks for
All
coming, Bomb.
right. Unapologetic Scorpio, you're next.
I just want to say thank you for having me up on the panel. I've been on here a few times, and it is such an honor to be up here. And thank you, Woman Sphere, because you have changed my mindset in some things. Because when I first got on here, I was in the divestment group, and I was just lost. I didn't know where the hell I was. But like, you're just what you said changed. It just like resonated with me, and it like because I'm all about black women. I'm all for black women. I just don't feel comfortable around black men, especially black men on this panel. And it's a place I feel comfortable at. It would be your channel, Miss Olivia, your channel, Woman's Fear, and even going on Atari's channel. So thank y'all for making a safe space for
Oh,
women. Thank
thank
you
you
so
for
much.
saying
I
it.
appreciate that. And I'm gonna
Thank you
hop
for
up
saying
off
it.
here.
Thank you for saying that. Gynocracy?
Yeah,
Gynocracy?
this is. I believe this is my first time on your panel, right?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, I believe. Yeah, yeah. So thank you for having me. I just wanted to say that, yeah, like I said before, uh, I like that there's a lot of things that's said in this space, like I said, just for show, just for shock value, and people just want to say the next big thing. But I feel like certain conversations you just can't put in this so-called entertainment and try to trigger people and stuff like that. I feel like now we're getting to, we can look at your whole rap sheet, motherfucker, and tell that what you're trying to do is groom people. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? This is turning into a grooming conversation. You're trying to make it normal
Mm,
to, look at children as not innocent, and that's not something that we want to do. We don't want to adultify children. So thank you for having me. um
yeah.
Olivia, yeah, I gotta get out because I'm so tired. I gotta get my lunch. So thank you.
Okay. Thanks for coming. I really appreciate you, Gynocracy. Lemon?
Thank you so much for having me. This was my first time calling in and my first time on your panel. I really appreciate you taking the time to let the panel answer all my questions. And I just want to say, I feel like men are PPE to provide, to protect, and to entertain. But what they're not meant to do is to be in our spaces and tell us what to do. Thank
Mm,
you.
thank you so much for coming. Uh-huh. Woman Sphere? I was saving you for last, girl, because I wanted you to I had a question for you. The reason why I was
Okay.
saving you for last, woman's fair,
Okay.
is the question that I had for you was um why do you feel, because I'm worried about this now. Thanks for becoming a member 20 time travels, but why do you feel that Rude is so obsessed with you? And the reason why I'm asking this question is because of the commentary, that some people think he was just saying that for trolling, but I take words seriously.
Mm-hmm.
And so, like, what is the what why do you think it's on another level with you? Because like I said, even before you even popped up, you probably wasn't even in the clouds
I
when you
wasn't.
first came up here. He said your name, and I said, "Don't be, she's not here to defend herself. We're not
Mm-hmm.
talking about woman's fish. She's not here to defend herself." Okay, okay, you know what I mean? Your name
And
wasn't
see,
even brought up.
that's why Bomb said he's trolling because she knows he's trolling me.
Mm-hmm,
This whole situation is about me. I just didn't
mm-hmm,
want to, make it be about that. But he
yeah.
only came up to defend Sister George because I was going at it. It was me. It was me going at her. So he
Mm-hmm,
took his opportunity to come up
mm-hmm,
and attack me. He takes every opportunity to attack me. I'm talking about every single opportunity. I can be arguing with somebody else somewhere else. Because after the Nyla and Cynthia situation, Nyla was telling me that he was abusing China White. And
mm-hmm,
so I knew Nyla was lying. I knew she was lying. Okay. I knew what she was doing. I knew she was lying. I knew she wanted me to put it out there so it could look like I'm lying. But it was Nyla, and I actually have the text messages to prove that. That's just
mm-hmm,
another one of the things that I have not said yet. So I kind of put it out there. But Rude has been abusing me ever since I came in this space. Like I said, he is the first man to cuss me out and call me everything but what my mama names me in this space.
mm-hmm,
And he's been doing it ever since. He goes out of his way to come in between my friendships with people, make sure it's almost like he's trying to ostracize me. It feels very, very abusive. But I don't never express it in that way because I think he gets off on abusing me. I
yeah.
think he likes attacking me. I think he likes calling me out my name. I think he thinks he puts fear in me. So he tries to threaten me and talk about what he'll do to me, how he'll dog walk me and cut off my arms and limbs and all of that stuff. And it's like, I'm not paying attention to him because I know what I'll do to him. You know what I
Right,
mean? Like, I'm not
right.
even worried about that. What I want black women to focus on is that's not cool for y'all to just be being cool with a guy like that, that's talking to a woman like that. And then y'all just sitting over there like, oh, well, he just, doing this or he just doing that. Like, the time is now for us to start supporting each other and standing up for ourselves because this space wouldn't have as many abuseful men in it if women didn't allow it. And this man, Rudimp, is literally obsessed with me. And he always works his hand to try to get cool with any woman I'm cool with. Like he slipped up and said he'd be talking to Nyla on the phone. You know what I'm saying? Like he just really stalks me and people think it's me. People be like, oh, it's sexual tension between them. And I'm telling you, Auntie Olivia, that shit literally makes my skin crawl because I've went out of my way to try and avoid him when he goes in these rage moments against me. I always shut down and walk away because I know anything I give him is going to feed that rage he has in his heart, towards me. So I'm not trying to feed his rage. So I'll shut down, I'll leave the panel, I'll do whatever, but nobody is paying attention to the fact that he interjects in what I have going on. I don't interject on what he has going on. And for women to never ever come to my defense and chalk it up as sexual tension, knowing I would never touch this nigga with another woman's pussy, that's what really irritates me because it makes me literally want to gag and choke. Like I literally am disgusted by the dude, been disgusted by the dude for a while. I just tolerated him because I knew there was an inner rage inside of him towards me that I just didn't feel like dealing with. And we was in a lot of the same spaces. So I would just be cool for a little while when I would be cool. But once I started seeing like, no, like you said, he preys upon you and he acts cool with you for a little while just to get close. I knew it was something weird when he sent me a message one day, like, "What's up? I'm trying to cake. What's up?" And I said, "No, you're not trying to cake. What you're trying to do is get me in a vulnerable position with you behind the scenes," because he sent it on Google Hangout. This is when we had Google Hangout. I said, "You're trying to get me in a vulnerable position with you behind the scenes so you can find out something personal about me and try and use it against me and try to come online and exploit me and go against me." And it's really like hurtful because it ain't him. It's just the women that sit back and act like I'm a participant, or I'm going along with it the same way that Sister George did little girls. It's
Yeah.
how black women do me when it comes to Rude Dent. They like, "Well, you was cool with," I said, "I be trying to be because he's so abusive and he's in the same spaces that I be in." Like, if you notice, when I was on Bomb's channel, everybody else agreed with him, but disagreed with him. But when I disagreed, he went the hell off. You know what I'm saying? Like, so it's really just me pushing the little nigga to the side because, like I said, I know what I'll do to him in real time. Like, I'm not even worried about him in no type of way. I'm more so concerned about women and why they condone and allow and sit back and just kick their feet up almost and chill with certain behavior. So that's really what I'm trying to pull to the carpet, because he got a rage inside of him for me that runs deep. It ain't got nothing to do with sexual tension, because I would not touch that food. I wouldn't touch that food. There's plenty of audio of him coming on to me, saying things to me like, "Yeah, what's up, woman spirit? Yeah, you looking good." And I'll be like, "Dude, shut up." Like, stuff like that. So it's like, it's very clear. Like, y'all, if I wanted somebody in the space, I would have them. I would never date any of these YouTube men, never flirt with any of these YouTube men or any of that. Never in my life. Never in my life. So to me, it's very disrespectful to be lumped in with him like that. It is very, when they sit up and watch this man throw his penis around to anybody who will talk to him on the stream. He sent this deep pic to Verbal Assassin. Like, so it's like, quit trying to make it seem like I want him or I'm trying to know. Like I was just being in the space like everybody else, but now I recognize it's just certain people's panels, and it ain't, like I said, it ain't no disrespect to them. But the stuff that they will tolerate on their panels, I would never.
Exactly.
I would never. And
I
I
would
just gotta
never.
call it for what it is. Like, you can be mad at me about it or whatever, but it's just, I would never. It's just the truth. I would never.
Yeah.
I would
I
never.
don't. I don't do the disrespect thing, but clearly you know that for your own self.
Right.
The reason why I wanted to ask you that question is because I wanted you to have the last word when it came to him, because his name is in the title of the video. I had no idea that it was that deep. When it came to how he was stalking and following you around, I caught a hint of a little bit of it, but I didn't know that it was that deep. And I'm like, wow, because it really seems stalkerish to me. And when it comes to online stalkers, I don't even take that lightly, because I had somebody that's been following me ever since I've been on YouTube, even in the B sector now, just following me and stalking me, and so I don't take it lightly. Do you see what I'm saying? And so that is the reason why I want to, give you the last word when it came to him, because to me, it's more than trolling. It's obsession, and obsession is not healthy. And so that's the reason why I saved you for last, because I
Man,
want
I
you to speak on it
appreciate
because
that,
it's
because I really don't. If anybody noticed, I don't never even really talk about him.
yeah.
I don't talk about him. I don't say anything. I might say
Mhm,
something here and there if he
mhm.
jump all down my throat about something, but I really try not to feed the goblin. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying? I
don't
try
be
not to feed it.
exactly. And I know exactly what you mean by that woman's spirit, because it's not until the person that had been stalking me stalked me all the way over here, and then they started speaking out about me in the B sector. Do you see what I'm saying? After all these years,
Hmm.
and I block them at every turn and all this and all that. Had been starting since like 2017, right? And
Hmm.
so it took me this year to say something, because you finally got up enough nerve to come at me. Do you see what
Hmm.
I'm saying? And so I had to shut them down.
Hmm.
But is this really rude to say Miss O asked Womansfield about her saying she would never leave me alone on my back? That's why the women know that shit. Uh, look, I don't even know if that's real or not, but I'm not.
But
I'm
let me
not. I'm
answer that. No, let me answer that.
not.
We was on Bomb Cherry's channel, right, one day. And once again, like I said, that's where he catches me at. He went off on me so bad over the situation with Nyla and Taz. It didn't even have nothing to do with him. He was not involved in my situation with Nyla and Taz. And I mean, he went off on me so bad that when he does that, I just back all the way up because I don't feed the goblin, like I said.
Uh-huh.
So people was like, just leave him alone. I said, I ain't never gonna leave that nigga alone. And I just left it at that. But I was really just giving him back what he had that's all I gave back. I couldn't argue with him because he turns his mic up on you. You know what I'm saying? Like the nigga literally know what he be doing, man. He's trying to be manipulative right now. The only reason why I said that is because he had just cussed me clean the fuck out and would not let me get a word in edgewise. That's why I said that. And
Got
if
you.
and the point is, if it was meant, it could have been worthy of being meant. Cause
Right.
I don't fuck with your beefs. I don't come around you. I remember one time he was going in on Taz and I said something on a panel because I was on the panel. He came up and I was on it. And I was like, damn, like y'all chill or whatever. And he was like, hey, bitch, stay the fuck out my shit.
All
And
right.
I'm like, all right, man, whatever, cool. And I stay out of his shit with Taz from that time on, like, because I don't have the energy to argue with a nigga like Rude. When I first came into space, maybe, for a couple of years, because he would always, like, no matter what, I could be on Bomb channel. I could be over on his channel trying to be cool. I could be somewhere else. And it's like, he would always find a way
Mm.
to like argue with me. But
Mm.
when that situation happened with Nyla and Taz and then Pure Butterfly Spirit and all of that, I just threw in the towel on the nigga. Like, I'm blocking all this nigga channels. He ain't just a little nigga on YouTube. Cause for a while, that's how I viewed him. Like
Uh-huh.
this little ass nigga on YouTube talking shit, chasing me around. But then I started feeling like this shit is getting a little bit obsessive. Like, damn, nigga, like a couple of arguments here and there, all right. But when I started changing my tune and saying, I'm sick of arguing with these niggas on YouTube. Like, I ain't got time to be arguing with niggas on YouTube, especially when I ain't did shit to you. That nigga can't tell you one thing I've did to him. I don't fuck with that nigga. I don't fuck with him. I be in my own little beefs and arguments and shit. And this nigga be all in my fucking business. Like, if anything, I tried to be cool with him for a little while because we did meet the very first day I came on YouTube. So I looked at him like somebody just in the space. Maybe he didn't like my talking points because, my talking points is they go against men. So I looked at it like that. And I looked at a lot of men like that.
Mm-hmm.
But with him, it started getting worse and worse and worse and worse. Like, when he go off on me, that shit be coming from that nigga's soul. And see, I don't got time for that type of energy. You can disagree with me, but you're not about to just be going in on me like that. And I'm going to just keep on repeatedly taking it. And he does that to women. Like, he did it to Verbal Assassin. He did it to Elise. He still does it to China White. He does it to, it's a long list of women. Like, the list gets long. He did it to the whole TMAC girls. Like, he likes to ostracize women, abuse women, run women off the internet, and make Black women not want to come on the internet no more. That's why he gets all extreme with, I cut your arms off. That little bitch ass nigga ain't gonna do shit but get his brains blew out all over his mother's motherfucking carpet. And that bitch would be next if she got something to say about your raggedy ass, because she should have swallowed you. So, nigga, you don't scare me at all. I just don't got the energy to argue with a fucking little nigga forever. I don't. I'm not gonna be on panels going in with you like that, nigga. You're gonna have to go somewhere. I'm only addressing you now because I'm supporting the message of Black women to stop defending men like you and Taz. That is the only reason why I'm speaking on you, nigga. You getting through in the wash. That's the only reason why I'm speaking on you, because you can't touch me and the support that I have. My audience would never turn on me for you. So you just gonna be over there swinging in the wind, nigga. That's it.
Well, on that note, If that's all you got, that's all I got. You know what I mean?
That's
And
all I got, Auntie.
thank
Thank you
you.
for giving me the last word too.
No, no, thank you for coming up, and speaking your piece. You know what I mean? And yeah, yeah, uh, damn. That's all I can say is damn. You know what I mean? But stay strong, woman, sphere girl.
I will,
Stay
boo. I ain't
strong.
going. I ain't going nowhere. These motherfuckers, please.
Like I said,
That's the last nigga that'll put fear in my heart, man. The last nigga, because he would never be. He wouldn't even
yeah,
be
no,
in
I don't
existence
give a fuck
if he was
today.
in my
Yeah.
life talking shit like that. He wouldn't even
I
be
did no,
alive.
no, I have been done laid him down. Yeah, yeah. We right here. Yeah, we see each other on that right there. You know
Okay.
what I mean? Yeah, I understand that. But yeah, who is this right here? But because I'm finna to go. Oh yeah, Rue. I see you hit the link, Rue, but I'm gonna have to, you're gonna have to fire up your link and do a rebuttal on your own channel, do because I have to go take care of my responsibilities in my home. But like I said, thank you, Woman Sphere, for coming up. Be easy, y'all. I'm gonna get out of here. Um, Thank you guys so much for hanging in there with me for over 6 hours. Thanks for being so interactive in the chat. I think this was a really good discussion. We're gonna have to come and we're gonna have these discussions again. But for right now, I gotta go. So please hit the like button on your way out the door. Subscribe, share, all that good stuff. And I'm gonna talk to you guys later. Love y'all. Keep your head up. Bye bye. Peace.